on spot.
The thing I love about this community is I've been part of a lot of crypto communities, and the bad ones just talk about the price all day long, and all they say is to the moon, to the moon. And I love how this community is different than that. It's like there's more care in the fundamentals in the mission than there is in the exact price.
I have one question about the security measures with a hardware wallet, a different view from one of the admins yesterday. Is Mello on by chance? So yesterday, his view was that the hardware wallet, which he calls his vault, is absolutely only used for storage. If he does any stakes, he would prefer to do it with the migratory wallet. And my view of the migratory wallet is that the seed phrase that was in it was from MetaMask and possibly could be compromised. So I'm trying to figure out why his view would be to continue to use that migratory wallet to stake through and only put the profits of the completed stakes into the vault.
I think you're right. I think Papa Bono would say you're supposed to stake only from a vault. You don't want the migratories only because they had to do it because you incorrectly staked from MetaMask. That's why they had to migrate into a hardware wallet. But from then on, it's only vault.
That was my understanding, but he had a view. I only came in on half the conversation, so I kind of wanted to get a hold of him to find out. Do you know when he's usually on that Mellow V2?
I know that Papa Boner seems to be on in a weekday mornings. I don't know when Mello is on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
JR, your understanding is 100% right. I don't know who he is, but he is wrong. So you only stake from the vault.
Well, I just learned so much from this in the last 3 months. I just kind of wanted to get a complete understanding. My brain works a little slow sometime, and I thought I might be missing something.
No, you're 100% correct.
I think you probably misunderstood Mello. I don't think he would ever say that.
Well, I was hoping so because, like I say, I came in and the conversation was about 70% that I heard, but that's always that option that I missed something.
Your thinking is right, though.
as all quiet, I will do my daily call to arms. Please, brothers, go and use the testnet, go and stress test the system. The more that we do that, the better. Go break some shit. If you need to go and set the RPC settings and don't know how to do it or don't know what the settings are, you can go to howtopulse.com and they have all the information there.
I was shocked that I had to have a no coiner told me he saw Richard tweet that go.hex.com was now working on the testnet. I'm surprised no one else is talking about it because that's a whole shooting match for Hex. You can stake and unstake and see what the fees would be like. It's really fantastic.
Great to hear you used it. You've used it. Yeah, me too. It's very simple. It's just the UI is exactly the same as the go.hex.com staking. So yeah, you can go and unstake, early end stake, restake, play until your heart's content. It's fantastic. My other call to arms is please do not sacrifice tokens that are not on the sacrifice list. Check the list, make sure you're sacrificing only those tokens, because if you don't, then it takes the dev, you may not get a credit for your sacrifice, and it takes the dev team time and energy to sort the mess out. This takes time and energy away from sorting out for them, getting ready for the mainnet. So again, please do not sacrifice tokens that are not on the list. And I'll do my final one about for your mental health. We're all sorting out our financial health. Well, Richard is helping us to do that. But for your mental health, which is very important also, and your physical health, I highly recommend you do some research on Wim Hof, the Iceman. It is fantastic. It will give you, yeah, I can't say enough good things about it. Please go and do your own research.
Say again, what's the name?
Wim Hof, the Iceman. If you just search for the Iceman, you'll find him.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Dutchman, Dutch guy, right?
That's the one. It's very simple technique that he promotes. It's all free. It's all available online. You can. It takes 10 minutes, quarter of an hour a day. You don't need any special equipment. You don't need to sign up or join or anything. The idea is to take self-sovereignty over your health, just like we do with our finances.
And I assume that you already have tried and done that. How did it work out? Can you give us some info?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I've been doing it approximately, me and my wife and I have been doing it approximately for the last 6 months, and I have a much more positive outlook. I am much more settled in my decision making. I don't stress, fret, or worry about things so much. I make my decisions, I stick to them. If they go well, I'm happy. If they don't, I learn the lesson. I have a clarity of vision, a clarity of thought. Also, I can withstand the cold. I go swimming in the Baltic Sea for approximately 2 minutes at a time. I am glowing when I come out. I don't feel the wind. I don't feel the cold. My body's circulation system is getting stronger and stronger by the day. And that is my blood circulation system, but also my immune system as well.
Nice, tough guy that you're trying to develop this this autoimmune system, as he call it.
Yeah.
So much respect for doing this. I don't know if I will be able to hold on to start it with it and to hold on it, but it seems great. I see also Alistair Overheim is has done the same thing. So I will watch some videos and go from there. Thanks.
No worries, you're very welcome. I highly recommend the effort, the commitment. It's about the breathing technique, tolerating the cold, and committing to it. And it will pay off. Your future self will thank you the same as you are making this commitment in your financial. You need to make this commitment to your future health. Richard's very focused on that as well with his longevity research. Well, this is something you can do for yourself right now.
I know him because I'm also from Holland, so from Amsterdam. So I've seen him in the news, I think twice, and he was talking about that. So it was very inspiring. But I thought like he has some kind of he's born some God-given talent or something like that enables him to do this. But I see that many people are doing that, have done it right now. So also with your experience, so it surprised me.
There was the interesting thing about it. He has a twin brother, and his twin brother couldn't do obviously what he was doing because this guy is nuts. He's been doing this for years, so he has built his circulation system or trained his circulation system so that he can sit in a bath up to his neck in ice water for 2 hours. And they were doing tests monitoring his temperature during this time and his blood and his heart rate, and they had to keep putting more ice cubes in there to keep the temperature down because his body was generating heat. This guy has climbed mountains in a pair of shorts. I think he climbed Mount Everest in a pair of shorts and with no oxygen.
Crazy, really crazy. I've seen that experiment with him, that they tested him and like that they monitored his temperature, body temperature, etc. And it was very crazy to see that too. So like our body is so strong, and there's so much more to discover about our body, and I think this is a great way to to start doing that.
Definitely. His theory is that because of our lifestyles and because we keep ourselves, we live in warm houses, we go from a warm house to a warm car to a warm office to a warm shop, everything, your body does not have to work anymore to keep warm. So therefore you need to retrain it again in what it's capable of doing. And it not only gives your blood circulation system a workout, it also gives your immune system a workout, which is obviously in these times really, really important. And then when you have a better circulation system, there's more blood flowing to your brain, so it starts to think in a different way. He calls it getting high on your own supply. And I can tell you, I have literally been tripping my balls off at times. It is quite amazing the way your brain starts to think and act in a different way when you try some of these exercises. Please don't go and jump into a bath full of ice or into the sea first off. Please dollar cost average in, DCA in, a little bit at a time, build it up gradually. As like I say, it's taken me 6 months, but I am really feeling the benefits of it now.
And what is his name again, please?
Wim Hof. WIMHOF. The Ice Man.
Thank you.
If you search on YouTube or on the net, you'll find lots and lots of stuff about him.
Yeah, and did you know how Wim Hof came?
Sorry?
Did you know how Wim Hof came to that circumstances that he find peace of mind in cold water?
Yeah, it was to do with his wife committing suicide, wasn't it? And he was left with 4
Exactly.
kids to look after, and he was in such a stressful situation, and he needed to find a way of obviously dealing with it, and he obviously tried lots and lots of things. But he said he was just drawn to the cold for some reason. There was a he just felt the draw, and he did, and he went for it, and it developed this technique. And it really does put you in a very, when you do the breathing technique, you lie afterwards, and you are in a meditative state. You you are one with everything and all at the same time. It is quite an amazing experience. I'm not a great one for all this stuff before. I'm a farmer, so I'm a very sort of practical, down to earth kind of person. So most of this stuff I find to be either a scam, a con, or just heebie jeebies and doesn't mean shit. But this one, it works.
Yeah. Hey, in reference to this, on another note, is it's definitely is more to get the body in a breathing state of not panicking, because actually, like the world's, if you ever seen videos of the guys that surf the 100-foot waves off Europe, or get towed into these monster waves, most of all of them have trained their breathing methods from this guy, so they don't panic in situations where they can drown. And it's the same thing when you're investing or the market's going against you. It's so important not to panic. So I think I can definitely see a strong correlation how this could help.
Yeah, definitely. Nice one. No, I didn't know that. I didn't know. But it definitely helps you not to stress over everything. And we live in a world of fear. They seem to be, no, I use the word they, but there seems to be the media wants to scare us all the time and put us and keep us in a state of fear. This is not healthy, not only for your mental state, but for your body as well, because you are under stress when you're under fear, the flight and fight instinct. And this technique helps you to manage your primitive brain, your instincts, so that you can, like you say, calm down and not be when you're in a fearful situation, not be so anxious and worried about it.
Stopped watching the news for a long time right now, and I feel much better than before. So it was always negativity in the news. Nothing goes well, and there's always something. And I have worked with some journalists in my profession before, and I know that news are not facts, and news is made. And so it's definitely not healthy to watch a lot of news. I think that will help a lot to start off.
Yeah, definitely. I got rid of my television in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s.
But I like football though, so that's the only thing that I'm watching right now.
Yeah, I'm into rugby and F1, so. But everything's online. Everything's there that you need. You just got to search a bit for it.
Yeah, there is, but some people need a lesson in choosing the reliable sources and distinguishing that from sources that are not reliable, or else
Yeah,
finding information online could be a huge risk in many cases.
no, definitely. I hear you on that one. Full of scammers. It was funny. I was trying to red pill an artist uh, last week or so, and she was very, very negative, very uninterested in NFTs. And we had a long chat and discussion for like 2 hours. And I was trying to lay out the whole reason behind cryptocurrencies and how they were going to hopefully create a system from the grounds up, and it was community based and such. And she was like, okay, that's fine, I'll think about it. And I was like, no problem. And I left her some resources to go and look into and hear and understand more. And then she phoned me up like 6 or 7 days later and said, have you been have you been inviting me to some crypto groups? I've had these invitations and all these things coming in, and I'm really angry at you for doing this and putting me on these lists. And I was like, whoa, 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 I didn't do anything. And I was thinking about it afterwards and think, my God, that's because she's been searching online and now she's getting hammered by scammers.
Yeah, it is a very, crypto, it gives huge opportunities, and I love the whole concept, and I hope it will be safer and easier for everyone to access. But the scammers, though, oh my God, they are coming from every angle. It is crazy. You can trust even apps. You cannot. I really and maybe you know that. Can your MetaMask be hacked if you access a public Wi-Fi or any other Wi-Fi connection and using your uh, MetaMask? Can they put any logger, keyloggers, etc., into the network and monitor what you are doing?
On public Wi-Fi, yes, I believe they can. Do not have your MetaMask on your phone. Remove it from your phone. It is a high security risk. You only have to talk to Papa about that, and he will tell you, Papa Boner, he will tell you that it's not a good idea.
Okay. Oh, good. Good to know that. I will raise it now.
That's probably the worst thing you can do is have crypto on your phone and do a public Wi-Fi. I think there's nothing worse you can do.
I highly recommend that everybody takes the time to look into their security, to get themselves a hardware wallet, learn about how it works, set it up, and have a laptop dedicated only to crypto. You think you have no value now? I can assure you that if you're into Pulse and PulseX, you will have value in the future. It is worth taking the time, investing the time and money now so that you're ready.
Totally agree.
Just now.
I just lost a few $1,000s, I think a few weeks ago, and I was very pissed off. And so I'm now trying to make sure that I'm putting all measures into place to be as safe as possible. I think 100% security doesn't exist, but to be sure, and I have a ledger here, but I still need to set it up right and to make sure that that will never happen again. And thanks for the tip, though. So for the phones, it's the first time I heard of that. I've watched many videos who are talking about security, but no one has advised like to don't have your wallet on the phone. So that's something new, and I will take it. I will take those messages directly. Thanks.
Yes, sorry to hear you lost some thousands, but be grateful that it wasn't hundreds or millions, and learn the lesson. And then you should be it should be a lot harder for them to come and steal.
Yeah, I have different wallets, so I'm glad that I didn't lose everything. So um, so that's one thing I'm trying to do, to have different wallets, not just one wallet. If you lose it, then you lose it all. So that have worked out for me not to lose it.
Yeah, that's very sensible. I mean, yeah, if you want to have a MetaMask on your phone just for ease of access, then like WebTech said, have different accounts with so that then you maybe have just a play amount on your phone so that you can in and out of whatever degen thing you want to in and out of, but your main core is protected by a hardware wallet. I highly recommend Trezor or Ledger. I highly recommend that you buy directly from the manufacturer. Do not buy from eBay or Amazon or any other third party. Buy directly from the manufacturer. $60 and you've got yourself a hardware wallet. You are then air gapped your private keys from the internet. You don't ever type into a computer your seed phrase. It is all air gapped. And then the other thing to do, of course, is to back up your seed phrase and back it up on metal. Stamp it into metal.
What's the best computer to buy that you will only use it for crypto and then you just put it away?
I don't think you need a lot of specs on a laptop, but I know that Apple computers are more secure than Windows. I think so, but I don't know for sure if it also applies to crypto wallets and that kind of things. But I think any computer would work.
I seem to remember Papa Bona did mention a few brands, but some of the better brands, the bigger brands were good. But I think you can do a search online for that. But like the other chap was just saying, I think we'll be okay with most brands. Preferably not Chinese brands.
Papa Bona, he told me the name, but I'll get back to him. I was going to order one now, but he said a couple of the ones that he suggested that aren't made in China, and I forgot the name, but I'll get it to order it.
Papa recommends.
Yeah, those Papa B recommends HP and Asus.
And Acer.
Packets are very good.
So just get an HP. What model?
The $300 one.
I don't think the model is that important. It depends on your budget.
Model's not that important. A typical $300, $350 HP laptop would be good to go. Asus also, stay away from Lenovo as it is developed in China. Everything's made in China, or at least assembled, but we're talking about development. So Chinese government likes to know everything about the world. So part of their government requires possibly a ping to China. So stay away from Lenovo. I even got rid of my Lenovo after just buying it just because of that reason. Went out and got a $325 HP at Walmart. And take that and run with it.
So any HP for about $300-400.
Right.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And you just put the 4 or 5 accounts onto that, take the computer, put it into a safe place with the hardware wallets, and you're all set to go.
Sounds like a plan.
Only ever use it to access crypto for nothing else.
But suppose you don't use it for 2 years and you put it away. First you set it up this week, next week you put it away. You're not going to touch that for 2 years. Now what happens after the 2 years? You have to update it before you go in, or what?
Yeah, you are. You're going to have a lot of updates going on. If you're going to store it away for that length of time, you really don't need a dedicated computer in that respect. Just when you do access via your hardware wallet, you're going to access your account via your hardware wallet. Just make sure the computer you use at that time is not being used for anything else but accessing crypto. So you don't necessarily need to buy.
I would plug in and charge a laptop probably once every 2 or 3 months.
Yeah, I do, because I'm doing all sorts of different bits and pieces, so I'm accessing it frequently. But if you plan just to leave it for 2 years,
I'm talking about the other gentleman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sir. If you're going to go out and buy a dedicated laptop and want to put it away for a couple of years, just charge it every 2 or 3 months.
Okay, thank you much.
Remember, after that amount of time, every 6 months or so, you will have a list of updates, and there's security updates usually with Windows, and just kind of connect it to your internet, let it do its thing for 15 minutes, and put it back.
Thank you again.
Doing updates so if they're properly applied.
Yeah, I'm no expert about those computers, but I did stay in a Holiday Inn Express last night. Right. Well, commercial advertising.
I think the Holiday Inn joke went right over everyone's head.
Yeah, I was laughing by myself on that one, but oh well. I found it funny. I got it.
I was amused, buddy.
That's sometimes good for a chuckle every now and then.
I think that hex price has been sitting still long enough to where people start feeling like they should buy some, and then it's going to go up. So hopefully we get some moves here now that the first 10 days of this PulseX swap is done. Or PulseX. I guess the bonus multiplier is still in effect, which people probably still, keep selling and keeping those numbers down, but starting to get a little more positive feeling.
Is it okay to buy the HP on Amazon?
You talking about just getting a computer?
No, I want to get what you said to get an HP. What's that? Just the laptop?
Maybe someone else. Maybe you got confused. I don't, or maybe I misspoke. I didn't say anything about HP.
Yeah, it's an HP laptop around $300, $350. I don't see why you couldn't buy it if it was brand new on a reputable Amazon, or just roll down to your local Walmart.
But not through Amazon.
Well,
seems like you're playing with fire doing
that. I don't buy stuff like that off of Amazon, but you do what you like.
There's so much weird stuff in this world with people doing things to computers. I'd be safe and sorry than to get something from a reputable. I'm not saying Amazon's not reputable. You don't know what people have done with those computers.
I'm going to go down to my local computer guy and just buy an HP laptop and forget it. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jiggs, are you still stuck on the island?
Yep, I leave tomorrow.
How pumped are you?
Pardon me?
I said, how pumped up are you to get out of there?
Oh boy, I can't wait to get home, set my hardware wallet up, get my computer, let this thing launch by my Pulse at a nice price and put it away and eat my popcorn.
Have you been looking at videos so you kind of know what you're doing already? It's so easy. It sounds so hard when people try to explain it to you, but when you actually physically do it, it's probably the simplest thing ever.
Well, I'm going to have Papa Bona help me, so I'll get that done Monday or so.
Papa B's the man. He spent about 4 hours with me one time doing this about 7 or 8 months ago. He has the patience of like no one else I've ever met.
I know. I spoke to him for many hours. At least
Good luck to you, my friend.
I got all my sacrifice done for PX, so I'm all set. The only thing I need is Pulse. I missed out on the Pulse sacrifice, but I'll have to make it up somehow, some way.
Richard said you might have a chance to swap at a pretty good rate when it releases with no bridge, I guess, for the about 48 hours or whatever that
Yeah,
is.
but everybody is saying no, it's dangerous to do it if you're not right in at the same time. I'm not even going to bother. I'm going to hold all my PX and just buy with fresh powder my Pulse, put it away, and forget it.
I agree. And just wait for a dip and bring in a little bit extra capital so you know what you're spending.
That's it.
Or you can stack a little extra right now and do a split method to where you use fresh powder, like you say, as well as transferring some of your PulseX before the bridge. Do it split, even if it's a 90-10 split, 90% fresh powder, as you say, and 10% the other way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, I think everybody's gonna be trying to do stuff, so it's gonna be an interesting show. We're in for a great year with Richard's projects. It's gonna be fun.
Though, what is the difference between the PulseX coin and Pulse coin? I think there are two different coins, right? So what's the difference between
The difference is exactly the same as Ethereum versus Uniswap coin.
Yeah, Pulse is the actual network you're using, which will be the gas fee, everything. You'll have to have Pulse to do anything and everything on the Pulse network, just like Ethereum.
Okay, so now it's clear. So actually, to use the whole chain, I need Pulse. So, and what I've understand that we can exchange the PulseX we will receive. Hopefully, we can exchange that at a good rate in 48 hours, something like that. I heard before it goes public, right?
No, I was just saying that there may be, and people are gonna. No one knows what's really gonna happen, but there may be. Well, there will be. I think Richard said there's gonna be about 48 hours where there's no bridge, so you can't bring in fresh money. You have to use whatever you have. So that's what people are talking about. But everyone's gonna be trying to do that, so no one knows what the rate's gonna end up being after everybody and their brother starts trying to do it.
Right. The dangers are that before the bridge, Pulse and PulseX won't have prices yet. So it'll be like swapping coins without knowing the prices.
The only positive is, I guess, you know your ratios of PulseX and Pulse because it's the same.
Sure,
dollar
you'll
for
know a
10,000
ratio,
coins.
but you won't know anything else. Yeah.
No, dude, I will be glad to sit back and watch. I just think it's going to be interesting to see. I would not even dare mess with it, to be quite honest.
So if you buy Ethereum and it goes over to Pulse, then I could take one Ethereum, say for argument's sake, it's $3,000. Then I could buy $3,000 worth of Pulse if it drops below what I want to buy it at. Is that correct?
I mean, that's the plan, I guess. I mean, that's what everyone's hoping to be able to do. But I don't know how soon that bridge will be working. I think he said it'll be a few days before you're able to bridge outside money in like that.
Yeah, I think the approach is, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, once the bridge is open, you'll literally bridge, say, Ethereum to PETH, and then you'll swap your PETH for Pulse or whatever else you want on the Pulse network.
That sounds correct. I would think you'd have to have, I guess if you have the PETH, I mean, I'm assuming that you won't, I mean, if I still feel like you have to have Pulse to have any kind of transactions in it, but I just don't know how bridges work
true.
like that.
And that's why some people are sacking right now for Pulse to get that gas. But then once the time comes, I guess, to replenish that gas, what would be the most effective way to replenish that gas?
It's a good question. I think, I mean, I definitely think it's not a, I mean, if you're just going to send 15 or 20 bucks for Pulse, you know, just to get the Genesis wallet so you're able to get future airdrops or whatever comes from it. Other than that, I would just hold a little bit of Ethereum because that's going to
The
give you
15 or 20 bucks sacked right now, I think it gives so many transactions that'll be like 1,000 transactions, so we won't have to worry about gas fees.
For sure. I'm just saying that the sack part of it, I wouldn't sack it all for any amount of Pulse unless you you know, you want the Genesis wallet for the airdrops. I think holding a little bit of ETH will do the same thing it would if you sent 10 or 15 bucks in. I'm just saying the sacrificing for Pulse right now, I think your benefit is getting the Genesis wallet.
Saying that's kind of achieving the same thing. Yeah.
So if you have ETH in your wallet, will you be able to do the swap between PulseX and Pulse?
It's hard to hear you, bud.
Yeah, sorry, man. It's very noisy where I am. If you have ETH in your wallet, are you able to swap PulseX for Pulse before the bridge opens?
If you're, I think you're asking if you have ETH in your wallet now and you get a copy and you'll have a little bit of Pulse, you'll be able to swap PulseX for Pulse. I believe so, yes.
Okay, so even before the bridge, you'll be able to use ETH. You don't have to wait for the bridge to open.
No. You're gonna have to. If you have ETH in your wallet, you'll get a copy of the exact amount, which will be minuscule in Pulse. You're not going to be able to bring in ETH on the first day, from what I understand.
Okay, got you. So the copy that I'm getting from Pulse during the airdrop, that's what I'll use to swap. Thanks.
Yeah, before the bridge opens, it's going to be like a closed garden. And you won't be able to bring in other value of other things and swap them until, of course, that garden opens.
So then how would you buy Pulse the first 2 minutes it launches if you can't bring in fresh powder?
You can't.
I wouldn't want to. So really, you can't do anything until the bridge opens that you can bridge your Ethereum over and swap it for Pulse.
Well,
you
I
can.
thought you could
And
switch
because you
PulseX to
told your
Pulse and Pulse to
ERC20s that
PulseX.
you can swap for Pulse or whatever you want to do with it.
Well, you could swap your other airdrop coins you have. I mean, you just don't know what the ratios are going to be. That's the issue. You'll have a ton of free coins from other stuff. If it has any liquidity, you can try swapping that. But like I said, you're basically going off of no knowledge of any of these ratios.
But if you only have Hex and nothing else, and you have no other coins, then you really can't buy once Pulse launches. If the price is down, you really can't buy till PulseX bridge goes into effect.
Well, there'll be no price yet. There'll be no price at all. It'll be just a ratio. It may be based off of, some of the stuff may be based off the price of on the ETH side, just in a ratio form when people set up these pools. But no, there will be no price. You won't be able to know if it dips or not until someone does the first trade and the bridge is open. That's when I guess the price starts.
Just keep in mind that the best way to buy Pulse or any other coin on the Pulse side before a bridge pops up, if you have fresh chatter, is just to buy an ERC20, get it forked over, and then use those forked over free coins from Pulse to swap into anything you want. And then you still have your ERC20 that you purchased that you can then revert back to USD or ETH or whatever. So whenever a bridge comes over, you can then swap. So if you look at trying to buy Pulse, and they say, like soon as you just said they only have Hex and they don't want to do anything with Hex, well then put in fresh powder into something else, to be like ERC20 to be able to fork it over and then swap from there. It's like doubling your opportunities because you still have your fresh powder on the ETH side in a coin that hopefully doesn't go up and down like crazy. There's a few out there that are just pretty much stay the same, and then you have all of that additional free tokens on the Pulse side that you can swap into Pulse or PulseX or even Hex.
No one knows what those
So,
liquidity
so
pools are going to look like. I mean, you got to be careful buying any other ERC20.
No, of course, and the three ones that are going to be the most, which you shouldn't be trading unless you know what the heck you're doing, is going to be Hex, Pulse, and PulseX. You shouldn't be swapping those coins into anything because like I said, the ratios are going to be all over the place. But even Richard said, if you're getting a regular coin, XLM, any other coin that doesn't have a lot of liquid, a lot of activity going on in the first few days, you'll be able to swap those at a decent ratio.
We will know the liquidity for all the pools because they're all going to be copied over from ETH.
Oh yeah,
but isn't that AMM bot going to be going in there and buying stuff up and fixing those pools? So before we even see
fixing
it?
the ratio. Yeah, fixing the ratios. That's all it's going to do is fix the ratios. So you still know that the ratio will stay the same. It'll just change from ETH to PLS and then be diluted by, what is it, 120 million or something? Insane like that.
But you can see the ratios right now on the ERC, and if the bot's going to measure it to what ERC is, you kind of have an idea of what the ratios look like.
Yeah. So long as the pools have got plenty of liquidity now, they'll have plenty of liquidity when they're copied over. So then you'll be able to just swap in and out of those PRC20s to Pulse freely and easily.
Right, and that's just a strategy if you're trying to buy Pulse, waiting for the bridge to come over. That's the easy way to do it, just buy the ERC token and do that.
Now, since the ratios, in order to obtain those ratios, they would have to reference the existing prices. So is it safe to say that there will be an implied price?
Not an implied price. The rate right now, when you're doing a swap, it doesn't care what the USD value, the fiat value is.
The price when you're talking about.
Yeah, because to obtain ratios, you must have a reference, which is a price. So if the ratios will be copied over but not a price, I imagine there will be an implied price.
There will be, but the first 24, 48 hours, based on what Richard is saying, is that there will be no price being set. It'll only be ratios. So if your ratio is on ETH, let's say it's 2 to 1, 5 to 1 on whatever, one coin to another, just to make it simple, it's 5 to 1. Those ratios will be very similar at the beginning because there will be no price discovery until it's actually opened up for first transaction as far as first fiat transaction.
So the ratios are only used. I'm sorry.
To answer your question, to answer your question, the price is implied by the ratio when it's copied over. You are correct.
But that won't be the price the actual price of PRC when it actually launches. It's just the implied.
Okay. So the ratios will be set in reference to the existing prices, but once they're set, there will be no price. So the price will be a whole different ball game. The price will start at whatever the market makes it, but the ratios will be set.
That's correct.
That is correct.
But like Richard said, you'll have the first 24, 48 hours, whatever time frame it gives you, to only trade on ratios. So if you already know what the ratios are on the ERC, you'll know if you're getting a decent deal based on what transaction is happening for. Because if it starts out at 5 to 1, and as an example, and then all of a sudden you're about to trade a ratio and it's 20 to 1, you're doing good. If it's 2 to 1, then you know it's a bad ratio. And that'll be for the first 24, 48 hours before actually any real value is established.
Was it on day 19? Was it on day 19 when all that extra money came in from? I guess it was the OA that did the billions of dollars for the poll. I wonder if it's the very last day or
it was
PulseX when we should expect this.
After the multiplier bonus was removed or done, last day of that. I think a couple of days later, the money was put in.
Well, wasn't there a
So
1.75x even on the last day, or did he wait until the day after the?
he waited until after. If you look at the PulseX, there's the time frame where there is no multiplier bonus ends, but sacrifice continues.
He did get the
Gotcha.
1.75 volume bonus that applied to everybody, but he was paying a 1.98 penalty for being late. So it kind of offset each other.
So it was on day 19. It wasn't after the ball. It was at the very end, last day, correct?
No, it was on day 9. It was on the last day of the sacrifice. And the penalty on that day was, I think, just around 2.0 or 1.98, something like that.
Anybody any thoughts on the ratio level that will be set on the non-Ethereum pools, i.e. Pulse, PLX?
It should be close to 1.2 million.
I wonder if Pulse is a little more ready to go than everyone believes it is, and he's just kind of waiting for the perfect time to launch it in a bear market.
Ooh, so everything seems to be working really well on test now. It's very smooth, very quick, very easy.
Looking back at the history of Ethereum, it seems that about 2 years ago is when Ethereum prices were very low, dollars or even maybe cents to trade. Now, since Pulse is going to be 10,000, I believe 10,000 times the number of tokens that there is in Ethereum, is it safe to kind of predict that we may take 4 years or 5 years to reach prices that we're having with Ethereum nowadays?
I'd say that's
when it comes to
an
trading fees. I mean,
irrelevant ratio, saying that it's going to take 4 years to achieve the same price, because we're in a different time now. You know, can't just make it like a linear correlation.
It's very hard to predict the adoption of crypto overall going forward 3 or 4 years. I mean, it's being adopted. The crypto overall is being adopted twice as fast as any other technology in history.
And I love this Pulse talk, but don't forget, guys, there are other networks too, and I think that the future is going to be multi-chain. I think it's maybe not guaranteed to be multi-chain, but like very likely chance.
Well, think of the years that Pulsechain will be in place before another chain comes out doing the same thing. We might have a huge head start.
For different use cases. I think one of the
Hex keeps going up and is not coming down.
Individuals, but still, That's a lot of people with eyeballs that are going to be looking at PulseX for their airdrop. Pulsechain for their airdrop. Anybody been onto Etherscan to see how much they spent on transaction fees in the last year and doing their tax returns and shit?
I don't even want to look yet.
Face your fears, dude. Face your fears.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
A minute.
Someone know what is the prediction price of PulseX or Pulsechain?
We don't do predictions here.
$3 million out of the gate.
What's the other technology available? Like you got the Ether network, the chain, the blockchain, and now the Pulse chain. Is there any other that previously been introduced and it's working other than Ethereum network?
Let's go.
I didn't hear you, man. Your voice
Other than
wasn't clear.
yeah, sorry, I'm just it's too loud here. That's why. On other than the Ethereum blockchain, what's other? And now you're gonna have Pulse chain. What other there is available now for people to do a trade on?
We don't talk about other projects on here.
Well, you've been discussing Ethereum blockchain all day long, so
The reason why is because Pulsechain is a fork of Ethereum. So obviously that would be part of the conversation.
There's a lot of other L1s and L2s, but none of them have done something that Pulsechain is going to do. Not only are we copying the whole Ethereum chain, but it's going to be fully liquiditized, full liquidity from the get-go. That is just unbelievable.
yeah, I get all that, and I see the logic behind it, which is it's phenomenal, and that's going to be basically takeover. So the game or the gain of this is to take whatever is on Ethereum chain, transfer over to Pulsechain. That's the end goal.
But it's the liquidity that comes. That's the crucial bit, because then people can swap their tokens. Normally, you have to draw that liquidity in, and it takes time to build that. That is available on the Pulse chain from the start.
Oh yeah, definitely. Don't take me wrong. I said twice, and I'm looking forward to it. I think it's a very good thing what's going on right now.
But we also got to think about it's gonna take time for there to be enough price discovery where there is some type of not say exact amount from ETH on Pulse for the different coins, but at least some type of parity, because If somebody comes in brand new who doesn't know anything about the network, doesn't know anything about the sacrifice, all of a sudden somebody tells them they got coins on the other side and they got 1,000 of XYZ, whatever, any coin, a CRC, they go over to the Pulse, log in, go in there, and they see that it's worth 10 cents when on the ETH side it's worth $1. Just from a layman's perspective, they're gonna go, okay, what is this? This is junk. That's what they're gonna look at because they don't understand the network like we do and understand the long term of it. So I think as people start coming over, as there's starting to be a little more parity, which may take a while, 6 months, a year, 2 years, that's when I think the takeover, or at least the ability to really make this this chain work well.
Yeah, 100% agree. I'm predicting, not predicting, but I believe it's going to be 2 to 3 years before we see that.
And then as projects come over, like I just recently, I just recently had another project where I've been working on for a while. Won't say the name of it, and they did an airdrop or something like that, and they wanted you to go to a certain chain, so you had to go in to log in. I logged in, I did it. It's the only coin I have in that chain. I'll probably not do anything with it, but it's a way of introducing me to that chain, which I would have never been introduced before. Had I gone over there and saw that I had all my coins in there and they were all worth nothing or very little or nothing, I would have just said, okay, I'm just going to worry about my coin and these other coins, I'm probably going to sell it or just get rid of it. From a layman's terms, not understanding the network. So that's what you need. You need customers. You need customers to come in. You need projects to be launched on the project, and then little by little, like I said, it's going to take a while for people to start using it, not just the trading back and forth. But you already have a built-in community with Hex, which is great. But then you still need that larger community to make it really pop.
I think when they find out how low the fees are going to be on Pulsechain, that's going to be huge as well. Don't you agree?
Isn't there something like 200 projects that have sort of signed up already to be launching on Pulsechain? There's a Telegram group, I believe. I don't know it, and I'm not in it.
Yeah, and that's outstanding.
And I thought people
and that's
like
how you're
high
going to get
fees.
the adoption.
There's a massive amount of people waiting for Pulsechain, both developers, projects, and onboarding of new people waiting because the ETH fees are so high that people just are not acting. I mean, yes, they still are using the network, but these are existing users. But we have we've got 6 months or 8 months worth of backlog of onboarding new users, new projects that will not launch on Ethereum because they're waiting for Pulse, and plus new projects altogether specifically designed for Pulse. So I believe it's going to be much faster than 2 years. We're going to ramp up very quickly, and I think it'll have an exponential effect that when people who see how quickly Pulse is up and running, especially if it works, then we're going to get to a system state equal to Ethereum very quickly.
How long do you think it's going to be needed for people to actually sort of trust and believe that the Pulse chain is reliable, works as it should do, and delivers as it should do? Because there's always a certain element of people sitting back and waiting to see what happens with a new chain.
Well, the testnet is an indication of just how many people are interested to see if it works. So there's quite a bit of activity on the testnet, which is very positive. So they've got that kind of under the bridge already that they don't really have to see. There will be many communities that will be finding out about it, but I think many community users will force their leaders of their product to make over user interfaces so that they can interact, especially if fees. So this is also contingent on the fact that if the Ethereum fees are still high and Pulse is released prior to ETH solving these fees, so that is a huge selling point. People will realize the effectiveness. Now, it does take time, but 6 months in crypto is not 6 months in real life. 6 months is very, very fast. So I don't think it'll take 2 or 3 years. I think if it works, if Pulse works, then people are going to use it immediately. to the point
I guess
of that,
Why
it
wouldn't
is
it
going to be
work?
so crazy. Like, if you start thinking about it, your brain is going to explode. How are the ranking sites going to aggregate all these new coins? How are people going to start trading in pools that we don't even know exist, about coins that we don't pay attention to, but there are communities there? What about new projects that are being launched that offer completely new use cases to what we're trying to do? Not to mention our Hex community and all the new products coming out. Like, it's just going to be a zoo of excitement and craziness, but all positive, because I think we're moving in the right direction.
And I guess also how you define um, what full adoption means. What percentage, how active, what kind of X's are you doing on your, on the coin and all that. That's also going to determine a lot about what you mean by 6 months to 2 years or whatever the case is.
Full usage, actually full blocks, doesn't it? The blocks start filling up or getting close to, and then you're getting close to full usage.
Yeah, I don't mean full usage in that respect. I mean full in that it's not going to be this hidden thing where people don't even know what it is. Today we have a lot of people who don't even know what Pulse is. But they're, and there's no marketing for it. Like, there's no really any marketing for it, and yet people are finding out about it. But when it's up and running, like, the rate at which people will find out about it will be huge. And if it works well and efficient and it's slick, people will use it immediately, because the system state is there for them to use. And that is a game changer. You don't have to wait for all these people to bridge over all their community. It'll be existing. So it's pretty, it should happen much faster than normal.
I agree. A lot of these other chains have started empty-handed. The fact that we are not starting empty-handed and we have everything forked over, plus, as you mentioned earlier, the over 150 or 200 new developers that are trying to get their projects on Pulse because of the cost of Ethereum. Yeah, I agree. The adoption will go a lot faster. Within 6 months, I see, it not being a surprise anymore.
Put things in perspective, okay? 2 years is 2 years, okay? 4 years ago, Binance did not exist, okay? Think about that.
And Binance did 3,000 plus gains in 245 days. So just imagine that.
But think about what so in 2000, I think 2017, Binance was just being created and nobody was using it, and it was just this little, exchange. That was 2017. But think about what Binance has done to crypto in terms of not only itself, but the ecosystem it built, the BSC chain. Like, it's been very successful. But think about how long it took. It didn't take long at all. And that's starting from nothing in a bear market. So, we are very far ahead of that as a starting point.
I think Binance is going to get in a lot of trouble in the future because they don't do KYC. So they don't really know who their customers are.
Yeah, they're already experiencing that problem in many countries, my own country included. But they'll work that out. We're all going to be faced with that type of KYC crap, depending on regulations. But those are things that we need to work through as a community and as a society. But you know, those things will evolve. I will tell you one thing. All these aggregator sites like CoinMarketCap will disappear, and we will. When I say we, the community of Hex and the ability to not use market cap as a ranking indicator. When Pulse is launched, together with Pulse and PulseX, it's going to destroy the concept of market cap as any type of useful metric. And I believe the Hex community will create a new metric or group of metrics or product of a metric or some sort of other ranking system. And we will be leaders in that. And we will see a new way to compare cryptos.
But I do think market cap is an important measurement. I don't see why I see so many people saying that it's not. I'm not saying that it's everything, but it's a very important measurement.
It's misleading when it comes to Hex and Pulse.
It's a measurement and a metric to compare two units that otherwise cannot be compared. But that's it. It's a lagging indicator, and the problem is people treat it as a leading indicator, and then they use market cap to make predictions on future growth or potential of coins, or even price predictions based on market cap. And that's strictly false. And we've proved that. So it is useful, but people use it they use it incorrectly. And the other problem with market cap, especially in crypto, is the smart people in our community cannot figure out the definition of circulating supply, which is a fundamental component of market cap. So why the crypto people who are smart think that it's necessary to create a new definition of circulating supply, where the definition of circulating supply has been around for 100 years, and they seem to have to figure out to reinvent it for crypto. And it's crap. It's just another method of gatekeeping. And then they found themselves in problems now, and they're making a mess out of it. And therefore, by making a mess out of it, the market cap that's posted is not even correct, because they don't even have circulating supply correct.
Well, that's why there's two different market caps. There's market cap and then fully diluted market cap. And I think that's where the disconnect is as far as seeing whether it's useful or not as a metric.
If you just take the market cap, get the fully diluted, but market cap, and the circulating supply is wrong, is the market cap wrong?
Yes.
Okay. So today people on the aggregators are redefining the way they define circulating supply. So what possible conclusion can you make from looking at the market cap when they make up the definition of circulating supply?
Well, tell me more about how the definition of circulating supply is being made up. Like, I'm not trying to say I'm right or you're wrong, but tell me more about that.
Well, why is it that a simple example like Hex, they cannot get the right circulating supply? Why do they feel the need to play with it based on some sort of made up thing that they have to redefine what circulating supply is for Hex? It is so simple. Circulating supply by definition means coins in circulation, period. Why do they have to retwist it to say circulating? Like they introduce the velocity of money or the velocity of coins as if that has to do with circulating supply. It does not. It's just some cheeky metric that they try to gatekeep the amount to keep the total down. And it's not correct. And then you get guys like in Nomics that removed a chunk of the circulating supply because it belonged to the OA. And then because they got backlash, they decided to put the staked hex into circulating supply, which is ludicrous because those staked hex, those hex are burned, at least during the life of the stake. They are taken out of circulating supply. So they're making a complete mess of it. And then from that number, you get a market cap. And now you've got three aggregators who have three different numbers for market cap, and people are supposed to use that number for what? Like, what am I supposed to do with that number? Am I supposed to compare it to another crypto? Am I supposed to what? What can I do? I'll give you the example. I'll give you the example that I use for circulating supply. And I disagree with Richard Hart on this, by the way. The idea that Satoshi's coins as an example for circulating supply is perfect, because people often use to say, well, why don't you take out Satoshi's coins from circulating supply? And the answer is you're not supposed to take them out because they are part of circulating supply. There is nothing there's nothing not fungible about those tokens. If someone were to find those seed words, they could be circulating tomorrow. So the fact that they're not moving has nothing to do with circulating. And this is the problem. People don't understand definitions. And that's the thing. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're circulating. It means that they're in circulation. It means they're able to circulate. They're fungible. And people don't seem to understand this. Not even, okay, Richard Hart, I'm sure he understands it. He just twists the definition to suit it, which is okay. But Satoshi's, and then when you apply it to Hex, all the OA coins are just like your coins and my coins. They can move. They've demonstrated that they have moved. And so what are you going to do? Keep adjusting what you think the circulating supply is for Hex? So they can't, the people in charge of those things cannot even get the definition right for circulating supply. And they use that to come up with a number called market supply. And then they kind of use this number to compare currencies. Doesn't make sense at all.
Crypto goods. So what is the circulating supply of X in your opinion? Because you've mentioned there are different perspectives, but I'm still confused about that. What is it in your opinion?
You shouldn't be. It's the total supply minus the burned hex, which is, if the total supply is whatever it is, 670 minus the amount that are 10% of that, it's going to be around 570 billion tokens. 570 billion tokens. That includes the OA tokens. That includes all the tokens that are liquid. I don't know why it's difficult.
So with the circulating supply grows as minted inflation, minted and burnt token, when they come to existence again, that inflates the circulating supply.
No, this is why Hex is, this is why it's important to understand definitions. In Hex, the total supply inflates at a rate of 3.69% per year. Okay, and it's calculated daily, and that inflation is given to stakers. Okay, but it's not minted at that point. So that supply that's accrued in your stake is there, but that hex has not been minted yet. It does not get added to the total supply yet. It's only when your stake ends that those new hex get minted, and then they get added to the total supply. And this is why in Hex, you'll hear some smart people, they refer to all ever minted hex when they talk about these things. Because once the hex is minted, it gets added to the total supply. Okay? But then if you were to restake, those stakes burn that hex, even though they were just minted. So they get added to the total supply, but then they get burned from the circulating supply. And that's why you have a difference. It has nothing to do with the OA or how at the rate or the velocity at which coins move.
Sure. So, from following what you're saying, the X supply can deflate uh, uh, in
No,
some days,
no,
because imagine if more people
no,
are
no,
staking, if a lot of people decide to stake and burn their coins, we will have
no,
less
because
circulating.
you can have, yes, circulating supply can change, depend on the amount of people, but the total supply is always growing, okay? But it's not growing at 3.69% per year. It's growing a little bit less because it's, if you think about all the coins, if you were to think about the lump sum of 3.69%, which is it's going to be about 22 billion coins. Those 22 billion coins are trapped inside people's stakes for many, many years in some cases. So only the coins that are exiting today and tomorrow and the next day and now, those are the ones that get added to the total supply. So if you were to take an actual measurement day to day of how much the inflation is actually inflating, it's actually less than 3.69%.
But crypto goods, I think you're contradicting yourself, because if you consider the burned tokens as out of the circulating supply, uh, the X supply can deflate then.
This is coming in
So if
next week.
I am not contradicting myself. There
Hello,
is a difference between total supply and circulating supply. And the circulating supply can change, but the total supply is constantly increasing.
I see. But you know what? When we go on the X Daily Stats, there's a very, very interesting column there that people don't like to talk about it, which is minted inflation. So the new X that was minted, that came into existence for the first time ever on that day. And those figures, those figures are revealing, right? They are impressive.
Okay, so
But then, according to, wait, let me finish the sentence, please. But we don't have a column there that says the newly minted inflation plus unstaked coins. You know what I mean?
Newly minted hex is the unstaked coins.
No, there's a newly minted inflation.
Newly minted inflation is the bonus that you get. That's where it came
It's the
from.
bonus, but not the principal.
No, not the principal. Principal is already, don't forget. You see, this is what you're not paying attention to. The principal is already part of the total because it was minted before.
Okay, the total, but not circulating.
The principal, when you place your stake, right? You had hex. That's part of the total. Just because you burn it, it didn't take away from the total. It took it away from the circulating supply.
Yeah, I got you. But but people talk about total and circulating, and it gets confusing.
Listen. This is why we use the term all ever minted hex, because when we speak about these terms in hex, it's very important to distinguish all ever minted hex. because the hex that is given out as inflation to stakers is not minted yet. All ever minted hex means all the hex that was minted and used either for liquid or for staking.
And that's the figure I go by. The total ever minted X. That's the one I find more informative.
So in conclusion, we have two supplies. We have total supply, which is total ever minted hex, and we have circulating supply, which is lower than the total supply because it removes the hex that is burned from stakes. Right now, we have about 10%, rough number, of hex that is in stakes. That number could go up to 15%, okay, or down. It'll change the circulating supply accordingly. That is the definition of hex circulating supply. Why is it that Nomics and CME and CMC, why do they feel it necessary to remove or play with the OA tokens? It has nothing to do with the OA tokens. It has to do with the mechanics that I've just explained.
Yes. I mean, it's tricky because the OA is such a weird concept that I don't know.
Tricky. It is tricky. Can you imagine how
Yeah.
much more tricky it is when you play with the definition of circulating supply? How can you possibly get to a number that makes sense? This is already tricky because X is unique because it takes certain coins in circulation and then they burn them. That is unique to Hex. But you cannot play with the definition saying, oh, this group of coins haven't moved in a year, therefore we're going to also remove them. Why would you do that?
I don't agree with that.
You're saying crypto news.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
No, bro, we cannot hear you.
Can I, after you guys are done with the topic, can I ask a newbie question, please?
Just ask now.
Okay, sure. I just don't want to interrupt. Let's say I have some UST on the Terra network and I want to sacrifice for our PulseX. Is that doable with my Terra address? And if so, like, can I track? Like, I know on the Ethereum network, you guys can track your the amount of, you have that little dashboard with all the leaderboards with people that with all the address that actually sacrificed whatever ETH or ERC20 tokens. Do we have the same for the Terra network?
By Terra network, can people sacrifice? I do not think so. But I do not have confirmed knowledge. I mean, confirmed information I do not have.
Okay, because when you go to PulseX info, it has the Terra network. And let's say for argument's sake, let's say I decide to sacrifice $50.
If I was you and if I want to do all this, then what I'll do is I'll basically use AnySwap, convert my UST into USDT or USDC through Uniswap and sacrifice it through Ethereum chain. So basically I'm in the leaderboard also and I'm checking in and getting. So this is what I'll do.
No, because I was just, the reason I was asking, you're right. I thought of that plan and the safest way maybe is the ERC20 tokens, but it's just the fees are so high sometimes. That's why I was asking if it's possible through...
I sacrificed twice. First time I sent about $5,000 through BSC chain, but I can't track everything. I'm not in the leaderboard. So, I mean, I didn't check the leaderboard, but I can't track things. So I do not feel very comfortable, and most importantly, because I have experience sacrificing in Hex and Pulsechain, so now I do not want to check anything. I'm just too lazy.
Hey man,
to develop my own project.
real quick. Don't mention dollar amounts here, because you're setting yourself up.
Sorry. Yeah. So sorry for that. Yeah. So once I sacrificed through BSC chain, second time I used ERC20, and I think ERC20 is the best one. I mean, yeah, the fee is higher. I understand that, but I mean, you get better experience through ERC20.
Okay, good. Thanks for the advice. I'll follow that. Just a quick question for the ERC20 tokens. Are you guys sacrificing ETH or stablecoin? What's the best thing to do?
I did Bitcoin. I did USDT.
I
All
sacrifice
right.
ETH. It's up to you. It's up to you. Whichever one you use, they both do the same thing.
Okay, great.
It is bearish, so I mean the price might go down. I think stablecoin is better.
All right, great. Can we still sacrifice for the Pulse chain or no? It's only PulseX, right?
Do not sacrifice the Pulsechain. The price has gone very high. Richard already said in his video that you need to wait for it to launch, and once it is launched,
Well,
that is the better time to buy it.
let's be clear. You still can sacrifice for the Pulse chain. It's still possible, but you're going to get about 2 Pulse tokens for your $1 sacrifice, which means that would buy you 40 transactions before a bridge occurred. So if you're looking to transact immediately without the bridge and bridging a new fiat, then and you don't want to hold Ethereum to convert over to 1-to-1, you can do a $1 sacrifice.
Wannabe Pulse Whale Wannabe, and your username is Pulse Whale 1000. Is this the one?
My username is Pulsewell Wannabe.
Dude, just go to how to pulse. You'll find everything there. How to pulse.
I'll put that in the chat for you. And just go
How
to there,
to
please.
pulse.
I'll put it in the chat.
That'll be great if you can put it in the chat.
Done.
Goose, you're excellent at explaining all those little nitpicky market cap deals there.
Thank you for those kind words.
Yeah, I mean, I really do appreciate the market cap conversation. That was kind of a new perspective. And I see how the discrepancy really applies more so to Hex than it does many other coins as well.
Well, it's an interesting thing because, you know, market cap came from the legacy world, and I'm aware of that from dealing with stocks. And in the stock market cap means something else. It's kind of a crude way to determine the valuation of a particular company. In other words, if you were to value or buy out that company, how much money would you need? So it's a completely different metric in the stock market. And in the stock market, it's also valuable because you can compare two companies, whereas with just looking at the price, you cannot compare them. It's virtually impossible. So market cap gives you kind of one metric to compare two or more companies where otherwise you could not. Now, it's not defining and it's not 100%, like you can't really, it's just a metric. But that's what they use in legacy. In crypto, there is no purpose for it. We don't talk about the valuation of a crypto, much like we don't talk about the market cap of the US dollar, because it's nonsensical. So like we're using it because lack of any other metric. But I've started now talking to other people in our community that if we're going to change coin market cap, instead of trying to go to bed with them and get us to rank us properly, I would like to change the conversation to come up with a metric or group of metrics or a product or a ratio and develop some other metric that we can use as a crypto community to value two or more cryptos. Now, that's not a 30-second conversation. That metric probably doesn't even exist today. But you know, we can start talking about it. We can start deciding what things we value and how we value them, and decide how we're going to quantify them.
No,
But I'd like to get that. And then once we do that, then we control the aggregators. And then guess what? We develop a whole new way to aggregate. And then you don't have to worry about CoinMarketCap anymore. You just ignore them.
I agree to that. Total value logged can be a parameter to judge this thing.
when you make that that new website someday, add on a column at the end, number of self-minted millionaires.
Self-made millionaires, self-rec guys also, right? So I mean, that's not really
seriously,
good
crypto
parameter.
goes.
I think total value
Yeah.
logged will be a good parameter here.
I like that column. I like that column with the millionaires that you suggest. I would just add one thing. Make sure you got 4 digits for the Hex community.
Well, look, hey,
I think the focus needs to be. Good.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think market cap still works very well for very simple coins like Bitcoin. Like if Bitcoin has a $1 trillion market cap right now, it's valuable to think, well, it takes another $1 trillion for the price to double. I mean, am I wrong?
Yes. Sorry. That is exactly the problem people do.
Why am I
because the market cap doesn't tell you the amount that you need to double it. The liquidity pool does. So the market cap does not put any type of prediction on the future potential of a coin. This is the fundamental mistake that everyone does. And we prove this in Hex. So in Hex, we have a relatively speaking low liquidity pool. Relatively speaking, it's only 20 million. And because of that, the price can move quite drastically with smaller amounts. So with $5 million,
but in a very simple coin like Bitcoin, shouldn't the liquidity pool equal the market cap? Would there be a difference in a very simple coin to where there isn't like staking and stuff? Because I don't think that they're staking with regular Bitcoin.
the liquidity pool in Bitcoin is massive. That is why it's hard to double. It's a massive liquidity pool. But that has nothing to do with the market cap. Market cap is a lagging indicator. It's a trailing, it's not a leading indicator. You cannot make predictions.
So how many
based on
dollars
looking at
is
the
the
market cap.
liquidity pool in Bitcoin right now? How many dollars? Is there a website that tells me liquidity pool dollars of Bitcoin?
I don't know it, but you can find it. It's several billion. But it's not a trillion.
Would you say, okay, so you'd say it's very, very, very different from a trillion?
Yes, it's still big, and you still need a lot of energy to move it. But let's use Hex as the example, because Hex does have that edge case where we're on the low end of the liquidity, and yet relatively speaking, we have a relative high market cap. Our market cap should be close to $100 billion. Okay, but we've got like 25 million in our liquidity pool. So if you were to put 25 million into Hex, you would blow the price out of the water. But if you put 25 million into Bitcoin, into Bitcoin, you wouldn't touch it. It would be a drop in the bucket. Richard Hart taught us that. Yeah, and so it's good because we're all learning. This is something that, Richard Hart was the first.
It kind of seems like we really need to replace market cap with liquidity pool dollars if we want to look at things a little bit more fairly.
You can, but then how would you rank it? Like, is a big liquidity good or bad? We don't know. How do you determine? Like is big liquidity good or not? I don't know. Maybe. Big liquidity is good for sell pressure, but not for buy pressure. So it's a metric. It's a very important metric, but maybe it needs to be combined with other metrics. Richard mentioned one the other day that I thought was very interesting. Current users versus potential new users. That's an interesting metric I've never heard of before. It's not invented yet. It'd be a nice way to quantify.
How could it be a metric if it's, based upon future expectations?
I don't know. Maybe whoever decides on that, develop that in a very clear and concise way, might get a Nobel Prize for it. I don't know, but it's
You
pretty
can take
cool.
you can
It
take the
can't be
current trends.
if it's
You can
based
take the
upon
amount of
prediction.
users. No, you can take the amount of users that's being added every day and make an assumption or a probability that you would continue to add 10 users every day. Therefore, the future users at a particular date would be X.
It's not a metric.
Like a Facebook model. And look, what I was kind of thinking of, because I've been thinking about this for a while, as in like how to value one cryptocurrency over another cryptocurrency. And without really reshaping the wheel, it almost like follow the business model. Like, what is the actual business model of the cryptocurrency? When you actually look at Bitcoin and then Ethereum, that's two separate business models. Ethereum makes its money on the transaction fees of all of the apps that sits on the blockchain, right? Wherein Hex is a totally different business model. Hex is a business model that follows a certificate of deposit. It allows people to invest money, stake it, and get higher interest of return, even higher than a high interest yield, say whole life insurance policy, right? Which would give you more money than sitting around in a bank. When you look at compound interest, you might get 15% on a really good one. So it's like follow the business model. I think that's missing from cryptocurrency. It's like if I can get, and I've been asking around, like, is there any analytics that shows buckets of cryptocurrency of like kind, right? Like if you was to look at PulseX and then look at Uniswap, that would be a crypto token that's of likeness, right? They both do similar things. Actually, they both do the same thing, right? Like put that stuff in a bucket and then follow how much has, what's the upside potential of that type of utility, right? Like I think Uniswap is up to 16 cents per token, right? Oh, man, I'm sorry, $16 per token. Is there any higher than that? Is there say if somebody else come out with a utility, what would be the average of how much money it would actually be of value? Because we're acting like that valuing a crypto product is any different than valuing a corporation that actually goes public on a stock exchange. It's the same thing. It's about how much money do you make and how much money of that is a profit and how much can you grow, period. That's your evaluation. So you can get like liquidity pool and all of that stuff, but that don't make no sense if you can't do it in an organized, logical fashion of somebody looking at the numbers.
Yeah. So you brought up some points where you think it would be valuable to compare like-minded cryptos, which certainly is important to do, but the real magic is when you can compare two cryptos that are completely different from each other. Then you've got something.
Yeah, but I don't
right?
see the value. I don't see the value in that though. I really don't. And then maybe you can help me really understand that. It's like if I was to take
well, let's just ask the simple example. How would you determine two cryptos if they're successful? Completely different from each other. Just how would you compare them as successful?
I would look at the business model, right? Let's say you got a cryptocurrency that whole business
From the
model
total
is
value log, the number of users, very simple. More number, I mean, old users, new users, that's one thing. Second thing will be total value logged. That's the best way to see any project.
This is not a 30-second conversation, guys. I believe the answer is not even invented yet. So it's
I
something
totally
that we
agree
need
with
to
you.
develop. Richard Hart mentioned Sharp ratio the other day. Did anyone catch that?
I didn't see his video, so I do not know what did he talk. But I think total value logged will be a very good parameter to judge different cryptocurrencies. On the other side, you said the new users and old users. That's also a very important point, because once you have the old users number, I mean, by some metric, if you can show that you have a lot of old users, that basically shows that a lot of people believe in your product and they believe in your business model and in your cryptocurrency, which is very much acceptable. So I think these two parameters should be taken under consideration. Apart from that, I mean, there can be few more. But these two will be the most important ones, I guess.
Right.
They have
See, my only problem with that is that it doesn't really account for the up and coming. You know, so when you look at when you look at cryptocurrency, and I look at it as blockchain before cryptocurrency, I look at cryptocurrency as an application of blockchain. You look at it from a Web.0 3.0, a Web.0 sense, in a sense that the biggest companies in the world haven't been formed yet, right? So there's going to be bigger companies than Google that could potentially come out of 3.0. So looking at it as a user is kind of difficult, because the users aren't really, it's not like Facebook or Twitter where you can look at it from a user standpoint. It's established. You can say one got 2 trillion users, one got 2 billion users. I'm talking about something that's up and coming. So it's a little bit more of a detail. You got to look at it. And I say you have to incorporate what is the business model. How does it make money? How is it going to make money? How is the use case of the business going to go? Where is it going to fit?
Wait a second. Sorry to interrupt you in the middle. Consider it to be this way. Axie Infinity having approximately 1 million users from Philippines only, and there are various other users. You can verify them through their wallets and participation into the ecosystem.
Yeah, but
That's one thing.
Right.
On
I'm
the
just
other
saying there's
side,
not enough users.
just giving an example. And the other side, a new cryptocurrency which has come out. I mean, it's a little bit old, but it's still new in comparison with the Axie Infinity. That's a Star Atlas. So when you have a new cryptocurrency, there are a lot of new users, but over the period of time, they go down because they do not believe in the project. They just come in the beginning to take maximum profits. And that's a very good parameter can be in here, as the other guy suggested, how many new users and how many old users. So that can be compared.
And that's based off of one application of blockchain. That's what I'm saying. There's one application of it.
That's not true, though. That's not true, because you're telling me a project comes out, as long as the project is good, you don't lose users, you gain more. How many more people have bought Bitcoin?
I agree to that point. I agree to that point. That you get more users if the project is
Let
good.
me finish.
But
Let me
no,
finish. Let me
yeah,
finish.
sorry. Let me finish first. Let me make the point.
All right,
I
I'm
wanted to
gonna say-
convey this. I wanted to convey this, that once you have a new project, okay, possibly it's not really good in the quality wise, but people want to take the benefits in terms of, I mean, they want to get the monetary benefits. So they want to join the project. But later on, they feel it's not really good and they want to look for somewhere else. I mean, they want to look for another project. So this parameter can be very important, wherein people believe in the project and they are associated with the project. So this is what I wanted to convey in here. Now you can make your point.
Look, man, you like to come in here and act all smart, and then when someone is talking, you interrupt. And then when I'm trying to make my point, you don't let me finish. So no, you can keep talking.
Man, just wanted to make it clear, right? If I do not make my point clear, then how will you reply me then?
Make a point on the business model. I don't think that's a satisfactory metric. A good business model is not enough. Adoption, growth, community, good marketing, those things supersede, I believe. And we just, make a comparison with business. The best business model doesn't win in business. There's plenty of examples where a lesser business model or a company that their idea wasn't as good, they still won out anyways. So there's other factors over and above just having a good business model.
Well, I didn't say good business model. I say what is the business model, right? I understand that there's good business models and bad business models. It's just like the one gentleman was saying, hey, you know what? You got some people that's going to jump in at a penny and jump out at 5 cents, right? That's a behavior, and you can't change that. There's always going to be people there. But what I'm talking about is when you look at cryptocurrency and everybody's talking about Bitcoin and stuff, that's one application of blockchain. That's just one application, right? And you get the Ethereum, you get the Hex, you get the cryptocurrency. All that I'm saying is when you look at it as a bigger ecosystem or a bigger economy, it's called Web 3.0. And Web 3.0, you can have tons of implementations of blockchain, which sits on top of the internet, on top of 2.0, which is owned by the Googles, the Facebook, the Twitters, the YouTube, right? The Googles. Those are the biggest companies in the history of corporations. Those are the biggest. And what they're saying and what they're predicting is that 3.0 is going to be bigger than that. So that's why I'm trying to tell you to just open your eyes a little bit broader. And if you open it a little bit broader, there's going to be variations of blockchains that are going to have bigger returns on investment. And we haven't seen it yet. Like Bitcoin is not it. It's not it. It's things coming
Yeah,
out.
we're not limiting our discussion just to cryptocurrencies. That's a general term that we use. But getting back to the point about trying to compare 100 different digital assets, if you prefer, I'll use this standard one that is amazing, and that's price earnings ratio. This is a well-defined, very popular metric that is used in business and used to compare every business, right? So that type of metric where you've got the rate, you've got one divided by another, two metrics used to form one metric. That type of metric is what I'm trying to look for in crypto, which doesn't exist yet. Price earnings doesn't apply to crypto. That's fine. I understand. But that's the standard at which we'd have to get to. Something that can be used across all different types of digital assets so that you can compare them.
So I'm trying to figure. So you're talking about evaluating crypto that's established, right? And not trying to see the potential and say a new project and how big it can be after launch, right?
If you're comparing three cryptos, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Hex, how would you go about valuing them and comparing them? Today we use market cap.
You got to just use rate of return, plain and simple.
So we got it. Yeah, but then the highest rate of return is the best one.
Yes.
I got what just talking.
So in that case, SHIB and Doge Moon and Safe Moon should be at the top of our list.
Nah, since inception, and then over a long trend, it starts to. Then it's better. Obviously, you don't want to use it. You don't want to take the ones that's been around for 6 months or a year. You need to go from inception always, and then maybe have a running previous 3 years once you get into longer terms. But that's all that matters is the next person buying higher.
Can I add something to this conversation? I think that now, we're going through a sacrifice period in Pulse and PulseX, and we've gone through the sacrifice period already in Pulse a while back. Hex was a completely different project. Now these are projects that actually have full utility as far as needing cryptocurrency companies or cryptocurrency coins to jump on the bandwagon as far as Pulse, and you need users to onboard and use the system. So I think that over the next few months before launch and even at launch and after that, we need to be able to use our voice here, our 60,000, 70,000 that are on these different telegrams and Instagram and Twitter and everything else, to start focusing more on making sure that we get adoption, we get new users to come on. Not talking about how many X you're gonna make. Those are for investors. Facebook doesn't think it that way. Google doesn't think about it that way. Ethereum didn't think about it that way. They didn't think about how we're gonna make money. They thought about, okay, how do we create a system that allows other cryptocurrencies to build on us and be able to make it easy, useful, and that's how their price grew. Not on talking about price, but on performing. So over the next 6 months to a year, I think the biggest challenge and the biggest opportunity actually is going to be getting us as a community. Obviously, you have already, cryptocurrencies that are going to jump on us, but there's going to be some that are not, and some of them are not because they don't know the project. But we may have coins, or maybe be associated with those currencies, cryptocurrencies, and we as a community need to help push those projects to go on Pulse and use the swaps and everything else. At the same time, bringing in new users and talking about it. That's how we're going to get our value up. Once the sacrifice is over, it's not about, oh, come in here to invest to make 30x or 3000x. Hey guys, use this. This is really good. It's going to lower your fees. Hey, use this project because it's going to be really good for you. That's how we're going to grow the project overall. So Ethereum grew from whatever it was to what it is now, not because they were talking about the users or the investors or the newbies coming on. It wasn't because you were going to make a certain amount of X on Ethereum. It was because it was a great, or at least at that time, it was a great system to use to be able to on that. So if we have to refocus our efforts over the next few months, not now, but once we get launched out, to really trying to grow the community and grow the users on both the cryptocurrency as well as the regular users.
Okay, we got it.
Hey Martin, that's a great summary. But here's the problem. Pulsechain is completely different from Hex, right? In a sense that there's a token and then there's an entire brand new network. That what you just said is exactly what we need to do. The problem there is once you start calling other projects shitty, how is that gonna work? Because if somebody invests in any other thing than Hex, maybe it's an altcoin, and then you come in and call it shitty. So people want to feel good about their investment, whether that returns positively or negatively. Doesn't matter. The point is, we need to stop calling other projects shitty and just call it other projects, right? Or other coins. Because
no, I never said the word shitty. Just I never said the word shitty. I said other projects. Not you. Okay, got it. Yeah, we need to embrace projects to come on in. We need to embrace as many projects because that's how we're going to build it overall.
That's where I'm driving.
Google came on board, there were 25, 30 search engines, and Google thought about a way of doing it simpler. You know what? Rather than putting all the advertising on the front, let's move it on the back, and it became simple for the consumer to use. I think somehow Pulse is the same way. Hey, we're going to use it. We're going to make it a lot easier for you. Jump on this board because not only going to be cheaper as far as fees, but the throughput is going to be a lot quicker. The ability to interact and to swap and everything else to be a lot easier. Those are the key points of why Pulse is going to be successful, PulseX will be successful, and over time, I think that's where the adoption is going to really come in.
That's what I'm trying to explain, right? I wasn't referring to you, but I've been in this chat for a very long time, right? It's almost a year now, and I hear a lot of alienating other projects. And if we really want true adoption, we gotta adopt everything. That's when it's gonna make it viral. When developers build on it, whether it's a good project or not, I hope they're all good projects, right? But that remains to be seen. So our attitude needs to change as well, right? If we're not talking about other projects here, that's fine. But once someone mentions something and then trashes the project, then that's a turn off. Because like what you said, what we need is more adoption. We need people to build on it, right? Imagine just one coin having 2 million wallets on Pulsechain. That's 2 million wallets in gas fees that they have to buy to exchange, right? Like you need Ethereum to interact with Ethereum-based tokens. So you're gonna need Pulsechain to interact with Pulsechain-based tokens. That's what we really need, and that attitude needs to change from this 60,000 plus people, that are in here.
I agree.
Well, I do see I do see the one I can't remember his name, crypto goose. I like his thought process of trying to find a value because that's also missing to help people actually adopt. I mean, right now, you go to a marketplace or an exchange, and it's like buy a coin. It would be good if, I was talking to somebody else that say, hey, that there was investors at at certain advisory groups. I'm not going to say any names that are now even telling their customers, hey, you should put 10% of of your wealth in cryptocurrency, right? You should do that. But there is nothing really out there that helps people understand what is the possible value of a cryptocurrency. It's like
Right,
kind of
right.
building,
You have to
it's
split
kind of
them up.
like
Here,
build.
sorry
Yeah,
to interrupt.
exactly. Yeah, you good. You good.
You have
Go
to
ahead.
use
Go ahead.
case scenario and
Yeah,
then
I
social
agree.
consensus, right? Sorry to interrupt, but use case
Yeah.
scenario, social consensus, like a meme coin, that makes the value go up, and use case. So to build an algorithm or a market cap,
Right.
we're going to have to divide this up somehow to create a valuable coin to look at, right?
Right.
And about trashing other coins, I don't know what that's all about. That's just social consensus, right? Or that's objectivity. You have to look at it objectable instead of subject, right? Because that's just somebody's opinion. So anyway, you got to divide them up
There's
to use case and then to meme coins, basically.
Yeah, but that is needed though, right? So that is needed to help people understand like where do I begin in investing in cryptocurrency?
Right, right.
Whether that's
For
on Ethereum or whether that's on Pulse or wherever it is, right? Or some of the other blockchains that are for. So I totally get that's needed like big time because it helps cryptocurrency become a little bit more natural of an investment opportunity, like going and talking to a guy. He said, hey, put your money in an IRA, put your money in Microsoft, put your money in a CD, right? It's like people got to be able to put their money in cryptocurrency. So I totally
Yeah,
get that part.
no, it's tough. It's tough at many projects to find an actual use case. So, what's the use case of Dogecoin? What do you use it for? I mean, name one utility or project apart from payments. What else? But versus, I can hear the use case of buying Apple stocks. What is Apple? Apple makes computers, they make phones. They have earpods and all whatnot. People are actually using that stuff, so it's easier to make the connotation of you can actually use it every single day. When it comes to crypto, it's a very different ball game. So I agree with your point. Showing someone the value of something versus rather just it being viral. Very very different marketing strategy.
Hex incentivizes the only thing that matters, which is holding and not selling. That's what the T-share is all about. That's what the product is, and not the promise coin. That's the whole
Yeah.
business, is staking your hex and not selling it, which incentivizes you not to sell, which makes the price go up, which is a whole system that is built by a genius that you guys are not even discussing. You're comparing the price of
Well, Hex got
Doge and
both.
Apple.
Hex
I
has
do
both,
agree. This man is a genius.
right? Hex has both, so that is a genius move.
Yeah, it's a certificate of deposit. So if I'm a very 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 risk adverse investor and I want to get into cryptocurrency, that certificate of deposit model actually works pretty good. It actually works pretty good. You're looking at staking it for a return on investment, once again higher than any other vehicle that you can find out here. You're not trying to go from 1 cent to 5 cent and then sell. You're trying to go for a period of a couple years and then see how your money works. It's just like I found another cryptocurrency that was like buying bonds. I know a lot of people with money. They love putting their money into something of a piece of paper, and they love buying debt. They don't mind going in and buying debt and buying bonds as long as they got a piece of paper. So it's like you're starting to see people take business models that we know about outside of cryptocurrency and bring it inside of cryptocurrency. That's something to be talked about, man. And a lot of people are not talking about that, but it makes it easier for people to adapt it. Because right now, we are the early adopters. And I got into crypto last year, and I'm still an early adopter, even though it's been around. Bitcoin been around for like 13, 14 years. The thing is that when you look at the amount of people that could be involved, we haven't even touched 1% of that number, man, of people that actually invest. There's a lot of people out there that don't invest, my man.
Right. Right. And Hex
So
throws it right in your face. Hex says,
yeah,
I'm here to
it's
I'm here
beautiful.
to make you money. Okay.
Yep.
What does Shiba do? Shiba doesn't say that shit for these other coins. Hex is that's what gets people excited. It's like, what? You're here to make me money? Hell yeah.
And it makes sense, and it can be easily understood. The T-share, without just getting the T-share and all that stuff out of it. It's like, okay, the more money you put in, the more money you make. That makes sense. But when you start looking at the return on investment and a number of years, it's no different from me buying a CD with Hex. The only difference between me going into my bank and giving them 100K is that I'm gonna get a higher return on compound interest rate return on my money. It's
Higher
higher.
than any else.
Yeah, higher than an insurance company. And though, hey, FDIC, Federally Deposit Insurance Corporation, right? They insure the bank. The bank put the money in the insurance company. We put our money in the bank. And then if you go direct to an insurance company and put your money in an insurance company, guess what? You might get 10, 15% compound interest on your money. At a bank, negative 1% right now in the United States of America as of 2022. Negative 1%. You pay the bank 1% now. And we used to be one of the few countries that had a positive, where the bank still gave us a fraction of a percent. Now it's negative 1%. You hold your money in the bank, you paying them 1% a year of how much money they hold overall on an average.
And you're paying 3.69 in inflation, so you're not beating that with the 1%. So you're down
Right.
4.5% or whatever.
Right. And you paying bank transaction fees. You still
Yeah,
paying
and
those
$15
transaction
a
fees.
month.
Yeah, exactly. They get paid, man.
Do you think if the banks went bankrupt, you think the FDIC would give you back your money?
Up to 250,000.
You think?
I don't
Be a
know, man. I don't.
bail-in. They do
I don't know.
You think if
No,
the
there's
bank
too many
you think if the
Too many
banks
terms.
went
Terms
bankrupt,
and conditions.
you think they're gonna
Go ahead.
yeah, the banks wrote laws recently, at least in my country, where you are a unsecured creditor in a bank. And if they have
There
a
you go.
bailout, there's a new term they created. It's called a bail-in. They will use depositors' money to bail themselves out. You will be an unsecured creditor and you will get in line with everyone else looking for their money. There is no such thing as banking insurance.
Wow. Well, then you
They're
should put all your
obligated by
money
the
in
government,
crypto.
though.
Well, not if his country changed the law. I don't know what country,
What country
he in.
is that? Yeah, if it's going down, bankers are going to run with their money.
Oh
They'll
yeah,
take
of
it.
course, man.
They'll take
Come
it with
on.
them.
If the banks go bankrupt and there's a bank holiday, which means the banks close and you cannot access your accounts, and then they reopen, you think you're going to get your money?
How'd that work in 1929?
It happened in Cyprus. It happens in Yugoslavia. It happens in Argentina. It happened in Venezuela. We just have to look very closely. We have people in this room who probably went through a currency crisis. You can ask them what it means. Okay, this is not far away stuff.
Well, the USA just went through it. We bailed out all the banks on taxpayer dollars, right? So the people paid for the banks, and then the bank still turned around and said that you still owe the debt that you owe.
Yeah.
So,
Of course.
so, so if you lost your house in a housing market, the bank got a check for your house from the taxpayer, and then turn around and say, "Hold up, man, you still owe that money." And if you got to go bankrupt, go bankrupt.
Yeah. And if you listen to Richard Hart, why Bitcoin was created back in 2007, 2008
Yeah.
is because of the financial disaster, because these criminals continue to steal from us and then smile about it and not give a shit. So that's why the blockchain was created, because they're going to continue to do it forever and ever. I mean, until we create a new system, there's no, you're not in there, you're not in the group, you're not in the club with the banksters.
Now, I like the conversation we having, because at the end of the day, everybody don't want to be taken advantage of financially, and that's how countries lose credibility from their people. Like, people don't believe in their country anymore, is because of the financial disasters. So we already have a marketing strategy. That's the whole marketing strategy, right? People that been through, everybody alive have been through something financially. That's the marketing strategy. Now, what I was talking about what Goose was talking about, was he's on to something about somebody being able to be out here. This, to me, that sounds like another business model. It's like, it wouldn't be an app necessarily on a cryptocurrency. It would just be an investor, almost like an investor advisor, somebody that can sit down with people and explain to people at a high level. Because you got most people, man, you try to explain it to them too much, and if you're not simple enough, you're gonna lose them. But if you can show them something that says, these are the cryptos that are going to do good, these are the cryptos that are doing good, these are the potential projects that are going out that we believe are going to have high upside. Boom, you let people put their money in. So you may have people that can come in and in some form of in some form, and once again, I'm thinking Web 3.0, like, we haven't seen the tip of the iceberg. You might have some people that may come in with $1,000, $2,000 to the name. Look, give me $1,000. You're gonna sacrifice $1,000 on this project. That $1,000 sacrifice can make them a millionaire in 3 years. That's unheard of. That's unheard of. Without being an accredited investor, you're not doubling your money, man. You got to be an accredited investor to get into stuff like this. And right now, it's not regulated, so anybody can get in.
Yeah, you're not getting in before the launch of any other project. Like, you're not getting in with Apple. You're not getting in with Facebook's new fucking project. You're not getting in before the launch. Like, Richard Hart is a really nice guy to let us get in before the thing even takes off.
Amazon is launching grocery stores and markets. I don't know if anybody's seen them, but they got like 28 of them so far. You walk in with an app, you do all your grocery shopping, no cashiers, no nothing. It calculates as you put stuff in the cart, and when you walk out the door, it charges you.
I just
I would love to have invested in that, my man.
yeah. I just interviewed for their security position for Amazon Clinic. Now they can ship medication. So now they're seeking approval from FDA to ship certain medication that is narcotics. They're changing the game. Like, it's just right in front of your eyes, and a lot of stuff is going on.
Oh wow, who's that talking?
Maddie's channel, MATI All-In, Maddie All-In. He's talking with a bunch of the same people.
Now, who was that said that they just interviewed for a security position?
I did.
What's your name? I can't find your profile.
Taskmaster.
Okay. Yeah, I want to hear about how that goes, man.
Yeah, so basically, out here in the East, they're testing out their, I think it's 14 stores for right now, Amazon Clinic. So they need a bunch of engineers for their cloud. Basically, I'd be working with AWS and kind of securing their enterprise marketplace. So they're interviewing a bunch of people and stuff. But I'm just saying that they're dipping their toes into a lot of stuff that
transportation of pharmaceuticals.
Yeah. So that's what they're seeking approvals for. I don't think they're gonna get it. If I'm FD, I wouldn't give that because it's
Right.
narcotic, and
Well, it's a
there's
good place because the United States is the highest fucking use of medicine in the world.
Yeah,
They got
yeah.
us all on drugs.
True.
Gee.
Terrible. Like I just hate that everything is medicated. You go to your doctor and we're like, yeah, I don't feel too good. Here, swallow this, or get my food. Swallow this. I
I
feel
know it's
good.
horrible. It's like
Swallow this.
here's an apple. Here, take
I
this
know.
fucking apple. Right?
And then you go to
They're able to buy an election with it.
yeah, and then you go to places that I grew up in, and then something happens. Yeah, either you sleep it off, take some natural stuff, rub on it, you have a cough. Did you know if you have a chronic cough, you can cure it with, again, not medical advice. It's just something my mom used to do for me. If you take the leaf of pineapple, the really hard one, and squeeze it, put a hot water, maybe you put in Lipton, it'll subdue your cough way better than anything you can get on CVS. That's
Right.
natural. Like it
Hey
does
guys,
nothing negatively.
hey guys, sorry to interrupt. Hey Goose, when you get a chance, could you check your DM, please? I would appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry, I'm driving, but who's speaking right now?
Philip Banks. Whenever you get a chance, thank you. I appreciate it, man.
Okay, I'm just out and about, but when I get to my laptop, I'll give you a shout.
Thank you, man.
Can someone explain to me where 3.69 was created? Like why that number?
A whole lot of reasons for that. One reason is from what Tesla talks about, with 369 being like the secret to the universe. And I mean, it's also the interest rate or whatever. But yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of different explanations for that. I'm sure everyone has their own personal opinion on it.
Richard Hart is a kind of a secret numerology guy. He's always doing things like this, and I like it because it's intriguing. He doesn't talk about it much, but 369 is a Tesla number, very sacred geometry type of secret to the universe. So he's very much into that. I'll leave it with you guys. I'm not going to give you the answer, but see if how many people, a trivia question of why he came up with 5555. That's not done by accident either.
I don't know that one. Is it a prime number?
I'll let you guys think about it and ask around just for interest, and
I
tomorrow
think
or another day
nobody
when
knows,
I'm
but
back in here.
there is no right answer because it's not revealed. It's just your guess.
Yeah, it's a guess, but it's certainly a coincidence. I'm sure.
Yes, but it's just your guess, but it doesn't mean that it has to be like this is the right answer.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
a
know, is it a pattern?
possibility, but it's not.
Yeah, but do you think he just picked that number out of the air?
No, I actually
Mm.
like the what I'm
No.
seeing about 5555.
No, but I don't think he will reveal why. You can ask, but I think he won't answer you.
That's why it's
If
interesting.
you look at the people that are on chat right now, he might be right there listening.
I was
Well,
wondering if anybody has any opinions on onboarding for okay, so whenever you give people financial advice, I've been doing this crypto thing a long time, and if you got 10 people into this game, right? Maybe 7 of them are going to screw it up and lose their money, right? And so in Hex and in Pulse and all these things, everybody is always like, hey, let's onboard. I onboarded this guy, I onboarded that guy. You know, we're given financial advice. And most of the time the people mess it up. So I was just kind of wondering how everybody feels about that, because in the Richard Hart space, everybody is like, you know, a financial advisor, right? Going around getting people to take financial advice. And previously, before Hex and these other things, people would fuck it up. And so I'm a little apprehensive because you know, there's been so many people onboarded, which is financial advice, into this space. Their families, their friends, everybody they know. This is going to change their world. You're going to put $100 in, and or $1,000, and you're going to be a millionaire. Well, what if this doesn't work out? Which it hasn't worked out in the past for most people ever in this space.
Out for me.
How's
Sure.
it?
Nobody
What
How is
does
knows.
everybody?
Richard say?
Well,
What does
hold on. How
Richard
is
say?
it?
Does he say going outbound? What's that one term he says? He says like going outbound or outreach, or what does he
But this
say
is
to advertise?
that's giving financial advice, right? Like,
No, to
for,
advertise. What does
mhm.
he?
Outbound
What does he say?
messaging.
Yeah,
Outbound
outbound
messaging.
messaging. Okay, outbound messaging. Now, if it takes, it takes. If it doesn't, it doesn't take to
Yeah,
people.
no
You can't.
expectation of work of
Okay,
other.
go ahead.
No, yes, no expectation, anything. It's like everything. It should be your decision, and yeah.
That's
He
financial
doesn't say
advice.
onboard. He doesn't say
Can
to
I reply?
onboard. He doesn't say to onboard. He says to out message. Okay.
All these videos of people going around, you know, you got the Hexicans going around, you know, they're trying to help people, change everybody's life, right? They're like evangelistic people going around trying to save everybody, you know, talking about, you know, how it's changed their world, their lives, you know, like, what if things don't work out for these people?
I don't know anyone that
you
hasn't told their onboarders, don't put in what you can't lose. I did all mine.
yeah, you
I know,
bring
but
up
that's,
you bring up
mhm.
a fantastic point. I'm really glad you do that, because it's a really, really responsible thing, an accountable thing when you bring people and you bring them financial advice. This disclaimer that people do where they say not financial advice is cringeworthy, because everything they do is financial advice. So we have to recognize what we're doing. We have to be responsible for what we're doing. And I've changed my whole mindset about onboarding. I do not go out and promote crypto to anyone. I do tell them that I'm in it. I do tell them I'm doing it. And I let them come to me. I let them first figure out, are they willing to learn? Are they willing to get in? And then once they're at that point, then at least I know their mindset is ready to listen. And then what happens is when I do, before I onboard anyone, I ask them, what are your goals? And you'd be surprised how many people don't even have a goal. They just heard that, oh, Bitcoin, you can make millions of dollars or you can get rich. And then I ask them, well, what does rich mean to you? What does making money mean to you? And you'd be surprised. They really don't know. So I let them go away and then they come back. And when they have a goal and a time frame, then I create a strategy for them of how to achieve that goal. And I purposely give them the best case and worst case scenarios so that they are totally aware of the risk, because everything is risky. You just have to analyze the risk and then they can make decisions. So without getting the rest of that, that's the way I onboard people. And you're absolutely right. You have to make sure they have the right mindset to be in crypto, because crypto is not easy at all, especially for people who are not in it. Many people don't even have fundamental financial education. They don't even understand their own finances. And you're putting them into crypto, managing a wallet with all these securities and people trying to hack you. It's very, very risky. So you have to make sure that they're willing to learn, and B, you got to make sure they have a goal, because their goal might not be your goal. I don't like it when I hear influencers in our community insist that people stake for 15 years. what do they know about people's time frame and idea? And then people get into that not realizing the consequences of 15 years. So you got to understand what their goal is and then structure a strategy towards what to meet their goals.
Yes,
Generation.
got well said,
guys.
Crypto Goose. Yes.
Coming into crypto or any type of investing, right, is like, this is a real job that takes years to develop, right? You got to be in this game 10 years, like any profession, to really be able to control your emotions and so many things. People coming out of the street, like if you've been in this game, like, oh yeah, I've been in crypto 3 or 4 years, right? Like, that's nothing. And then these people who were, yeah, I could, I mean, I could go, I could.
You're absolutely right. The first thing you ask somebody you onboard is, how do you feel about seeing the value of your investment drop by 85%? How do you think you'd feel? And ask them if they've ever experienced that. Ask them, because it's not easy. It's sickening. I've been through it. Not easy.
Is giving financial advice is not illegal, right? Even if you say don't buy crypto, it's a financial advice. Even if you say crypto is a scam, you're giving financial advice or not? Do I see it wrong?
Yeah, everything
Yes.
financial. You can use that term as broad as you would like. But I mean, it's what do you have something better? This is a system built by a genius that can create passive income for you. You can look into the system, you can choose to put money into it, and you can choose to become financially free. There's no other system I found anywhere else. Good luck finding financial advice from someone. On average, financial advisors make $18,000 a year. You really want to take financial advice from someone making $18,000 a year. What is financial advice? It's nonsense.
Yeah, the gentleman, to get back on his point, brought up a very important point, that we all have a responsibility when we're onboarding to make sure that when we're onboarding people, to explain the risk factor and make sure they understand the risks and make sure they understand their goals.
Why is this community trying to hide it with the word onboarding? Like, that makes everything okay. You go around all these influencers, everybody's like, I onboarded this. We're doing onboarding. Like, that's a code word, right? For we're giving financial advice, telling people what to do, and
Financial
by saying
advice is a code word. That's a legal term that you would say in a court of law to make someone look like they're breaking the law. So of course you're going to use other words when you don't want to be built into a system that has been screwing you over for your entire life. Like, call it something else. It's the same thing. Telling someone to buy a cheeseburger is financial advice. Hey, take $5, go buy me a cheeseburger. Oh, well, I'm going to sue you for giving me financial advice. It's nonsense. This is generational wealth. This is a system to get people out of debt slavery. Like, look into it.
Good point. There's an important distinction to make here. You're not taking someone's money and investing it on their behalf. You're showing them a way. You're helping them empower themselves, but ultimately they're custodying their own money, right? If you do it right, you explain the risk factors. So you could be making an observation and you can be making a point about all kinds of things in life. And you know, if you want to draw that correlation to financial advice, well, you can, but I think it's an important distinction to note that you're not taking their money and putting it anywhere for them. You're just showing them how to do it themselves. That's it.
Yes, this is important. Yes. Yeah. I think this is the distinction we should make, right? If I take the money, your money, and do stuff, it's different than you're empowering someone.
It's the same thing. You tell someone to go read a book or something. Like, this is all education. You take away from it what you can gather to improve your life. No one is going to come up to you with a gun to your head and say, give me your money so I can invest it in Hex for you. Like, someone that really loves you would probably do that, because it's probably your only way out of a fucking system that is trying to rape you from every end. But no one's forcing you to do that. You're going to have to figure it out for yourself. I hope someone loves you enough
You
to
don't
fucking
need
do,
to use a
but it's probably not
F
going to
word.
happen.
Another way to look
I
at it
just
is
said you don't need to use the F word. That's what it is. You could be just decent and speaking because we're here and we're family.
another way you can look at it is if when our bags are really, really big and we're blessed over the next 2 to 3 years, your friends and family will say, "Hey, why didn't you tell me?" And you can say, "Hey, well, I did."
Yeah, and maybe you didn't use the F word last time you explained it to them, and they didn't listen to you. So you had to use the F word the second time to get it through their fucking head that it's a great investment.
That's when they're gonna. That's when they're gonna sue you. When
Doing
you have
two wrong
all the
things, it
money.
doesn't mean that you're doing the right things.
That's
When
so
you
right,
have
buddy.
all the money, that's when they're gonna sue you.
All I can say is if I'm in front of a judge and a jury looking at the person that I onboarded and I say, did I or did I not tell you, don't risk anything more than you can lose, completely lose, I think I'd be off the hook. You may disagree, but
People here can understand that the crypto is just like you wishing something, you don't expect back something. So you're in. Like me, I'm in. I'm not expecting anything, but I'm just saying, look, I'm with them in a wave. If we go down, we all go down. That's it.
All I know is I'm glad that my buddy told me about Pulsechain because I'm so excited and it's a good time to be alive. And I thank God
I'm
for
glad
him
I
every day.
told you too, Al.
Yeah,
That's
Hex
Jake.
and Pulse. Hex and Pulse is going to save a lot of people because 4 years ago it wasn't like that. There was nothing like that. It was a shit show out there, and a lot of us lost a lot of money. And it's only now that we're recouping it all. So you got to be in the right place too, right? We're fortunate that we can onboard people into the right product, but there are lots of people out there onboarding people into wrong projects, and they're gonna be hurt.
Yes, this should be the motivation to get away the people from the scams and steering to this direction that they can't lose. So this is what Richard Hart would tell you. He's doing that for that nobody will scam them if the money locked up, and yes, you have the power over it. You can't get scammed. So yeah, this is like my motivation, that people are safe and not get rug pull or get lost or everything on their exchange, because the exchange is I don't know, want to let you withdraw and or get hacked, or yeah, this kind of thing.
You guys do realize, like, first off, I believe in Richard Hart and his projects 1000%.
Richard,
Okay,
have you heard from Papa?
Today
can I
or
finish?
what?
Can I
No,
finish what
have
I'm
you
saying?
heard from Pepe? I haven't heard
Pep-
him.
Yeah,
Oh,
hold
Yeah,
on, Jigs.
I'm
Let
sorry.
Benjamin finish. Hold
Okay, so my point is this, okay? In all these other communities of coins, they're saying the same thing that everybody in here is, with the passion that they're saying, and they're going about doing the same thing. Oh, everything else is rug pulls. Our leader is different, and so I just want everybody to just kind of realize that the same passion, the same argument for everything about, their belief in this project, other people believe too. So how can you have 10 projects and 10 groups of people saying the same thing, and everybody thinking everybody else is wrong? I think it's just good to look at the mentality of that. Our
Based on
mentality
belief. That's
is
just
the
a
same
philosophy
mentality.
of belief. Like you're just
But
debating who has the ability to believe and why. Like you build up your own faith. That's what belief is. And you do it by looking into and educating yourself on different topics. It could be on any topic, anything, Shibu Inu, who cares? If that's what your faith has led you to, you put your belief into it, and you put your money into it, and things either work out or they don't. Like, good for people if it works
It's
out
like
for
a,
them. Good.
it's a tribalism, you know. Humans are tribal, and in today's day and age, just when everything else is fails, they need another sort of sense of community, and it's a new digital kind of community. That's all it is.
Yeah, and then at the end of the day, you know, as an investor myself, I understand that when you go to invest in stock, or whether you walk into a bank and you're going to invest in their investment vehicles, or whatever the case may be, no one educates a person on money first, right? And then educate a person on investment. It's just the battle of the beast. So when I was blessed to know about Hex, and then I got into the Pulse community, and now I'm part of, 3 projects with Richard Hart, right? I'm in Pulse, I'm in PulseX, I'm in Hex, and I'm looking at potential Hedron and LiquidLoans, right, as being another vehicle to just watch my money make money. But I'm a long-term investment guy. I'm not a short-term investment guy. And I've lost a lot of money, and then I've gained a lot of money too. But one of the things that I do understand is that just because you're an investor, it don't mean you understand money. The education system don't really teach people about money, so that's always going to be a blind spot in a lot of people's lives. And if you give somebody an opportunity by giving them the knowledge, you got to understand that they may have a lack of understanding of money. So yeah, you can look at Mad TV, right? Mad TV do it. That's why I like Money TV and Mad TV and all those guys. Where I look at the money TV shows and all that other stuff. That's why I like what Goose was saying, is because crypto, all of this has to evolve. It got to evolve. Eventually, there have to be financial advisors bringing people in. So if you want to go from, it's billions of people in this world, maybe less than 1% of all of the billions of people that's on this planet is involved in crypto. If you want more people involved in crypto, which would make crypto a lot more successful, in multiple projects, then you have to get people that are willing to put their money in. The only way to get people to put their money in is not to sit down and explain to them about a project, is for someone to be able to give something to someone that's tangible and show them the potential, because it's a belief system, it's faith, right? You got to have faith that it's all going to work out. And if you put your money in, it could work out 100%. It can go on a up and to the right for you, but you're not going to know that understanding the engineering behind Pulse and saying, hey, because it's engineered a certain way, it learned on the lessons learned on when Ethereum was engineered, is going to be cheaper, is going to be more efficient, is going to give you all this techie talk. So you should put your money into it. Yeah, for some people, yeah, it'll make sense that why would I do a swap on Ethereum if I can do it on Pulse? It just made more sense to do my money transaction on Pulse, which would make Pulse more successful. But at the end of the day, a person could say, hey, this is the Ethereum blockchain with all of the apps on it. Look how it grew. Look at the Pulse blockchain. Same blockchain has 80% of the apps, maybe 100% of the apps is on it. Look at the way it's growing. Okay, I'm gonna put my money in Pulse because I can afford to buy more Pulse, right? It'll help people at a more simple level, but you have to build that way to evaluate the crypto coins. For me, if I wanted to see it go from 2% of the world investing in blockchain to 10% of the world, imagine if 10% invested.
Well, imagine if people understood better.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You got to get them information out there the way they can understand it. When people go and invest in an investor into a broker, and they buy all of those stocks that's on the stock market, most of those companies people have never heard of, don't know about. The investors don't even know about them. Now they heard about Amazon, they heard about Walmart, they heard about Microsoft, right? But they haven't heard about a lot of the stocks that they're going to buy. And then at the end of the day, they're saying, you know, I'm gonna buy this stock low and hopefully that stock go high. And typically they may buy a stock at $7 a share. That's a lot
Yeah.
of money to put in, right?
You
And,
got to
and
start
if
them
there was,
young. I was
yeah,
just going to
so
say, you
it,
got to start them young. Don't let them get a car loan. Just give them a beater, right? Don't get them in the
Yeah,
banks.
but the
Go
the
ahead.
key is that they have to be they got to be whoever you're talking to and whoever you're trying to onboard, they got to be ready and willing to accept crypto. They got to have the mindset that they want to be in it. And I'll give you an example, because what you're doing is you're trying to get them and save them and get them into something safe and that they will benefit. But if their mindset is not ready and they just don't have the knowledge base to really understand what you're saying, then they will never do it. And then they'll always regret when they lose, if they lose. And I'll give you an example. Everybody in here probably is in agreement that, you know, fiat currency is probably going to on its way to its intrinsic value of zero, and we don't have much faith in the banking system, and we found things like cryptocurrency as a way out and a way to supplement and get wealth. But what if
The
I came
dollar
in
is
here?
not going to zero.
Okay, I'm just trying to make a point that we're in crypto as an anti-dollar position. So based on that, I could also come in and I could try to convince you, based on that, that you should invest in gold. How many would you take my advice, and how many would you, if I make an argument of why you need gold in your portfolio, many of you might argue with me, and many of you would actually put up some resistance to go out and buy gold, and many of you will not buy gold. So you won't appreciate me for pressing you day after day, because your mind is not ready to listen to what I'm saying. So you gotta put yourself in that same position when you're onboarding someone who cannot see what you're trying to tell them.
Harry Dent.
yeah, but one thing that nobody's talking about, and I believe everybody needs to realize, is that if you just take America, I'm not going to say worldwide, I'm gonna just say America. Most Americans do not invest. Most Americans don't save money, right? You know, if you was to go through a bunch of different households and then you say, hey, who can go grab $10,000 cash right now and call it extra money? You would probably have a large amount of time if you was to hit every household before you actually came across a household that truly had $10,000 laying around as extra money. I'm not just talking about they live in check to check and they happen to have 10,000. I'm talking about like 10,000 is actual extra cash. They got like years of their savings. They got all of that stuff, and that's what they're considering extra cash. So when I look at investment opportunity, you got to understand, the more that you are able to expose crypto to people to invest in, the more you're going to get people that will actually invest in something else, put their money in crypto. So and at the end of the day, investing is hard. It's always hard to lose money. You know, people go to the casinos geeked up on winning money, but they don't like to leave the casino losing money, right? No one likes to lose money. So I totally get that part of it. And you got to understand that. But if you open the door and people are able to walk through it, you're only going to get people in that's going to come in to invest money. You don't have to advertise and trick and convince someone to invest money. They've already made that decision. They already got a different mindset than say 90% of Americans walking around.
The flip side to that argument, only I think, is that the reason why majority of Americans don't have $10,000 in their savings account to invest is because they don't know how to, and that's not taught in schools. So the problem lies that
Very much agree.
yes, the problem lies is that yes, they don't have that money to invest, but even if they did, they don't know how to invest it. So if you think they're going to come into the crypto space and just automatically know how to invest it when they never even taught how to do their regular 10,000, it's going to be nearly impossible for those people to do that.
Hey, that's
Really?
wait,
This
guys,
is true?
that's somewhat incorrect. The main reason most people don't have extra money is because they'd rather live in a big house. They'd rather drive a new car. They'd rather they don't want to they don't want to they
Yeah,
don't
but
want to sacrifice.
that's education. That's what I go back to education.
Look,
It's
that's
just
not
Generally
true.
speaking
Look,
about
every
investing, you can invest your time in educating yourself rather than investing into a certain
Correct.
crypto. You
It's
don't have
all
to
it's all
limit it
about
as, oh,
it's
this is
all
a
about
crypto. I'm investing
education.
in crypto. Yeah, exactly.
It's
It's
all
not,
about
it has nothing to
education.
do. We're all here in crypto because it's the logical next step when you're trying to not be broke as fuck. Like, we're all here for that reason. We're not here because we love crypto. We're here because we don't want to be broke as fuck. Sorry for using the F word, but I mean, I'm trying to be
That's
as
fact.
general as
Fact.
possible with
Parents
people.
didn't teach us. Their parents didn't teach us.
Finances aren't taught until college. If you want to take that class. It's not taught from the
Can I
grade
say
school. It's
something?
not taught from elementary school, high
So for
school.
most of the people that it's not like necessarily to not be broke when you're starting investing and following a project, you more have a way of living. You have something like to wake up. Let's say some people they don't have. Let's say they're not part of anything. So when they're investing, let's say 5,000 or 2,000 or 1,000, even 100, they're waking up every day and they're living for something. They're waiting for something and they're getting excited for something. I personally, I love crypto because I spend my time researching about cryptos, and it's in my daily basis. So it's not only about to not be broke, because I also educate myself on crypto, and once I educate myself, I feel stronger, and that automatically gives me love about what I'm doing. So it's not only just being broke.
You are right,
Increase
Lucas. You are right.
I think we're up like 90% of the people in this chat are here to make money. I'm number one. I'm here to make money, a ton of money, and get the hell out. Let's not be cute.
We got to remember the type of due diligence that we're taking. We're still a minority compared to a lot of people. So there's
The
not
money,
a amount of people doing that research and looking out.
yeah, the
What's being
money
made here.
motivates you, but the interest of liking something and after a year's loving something because you are already 2 years or a year, let's say, it's totally different. You're staying because you like it. You don't just take the games that you are living. You are part of the community. This is how I see things.
Sorry, but if you are here in PulseX to make money, it's pretty much gambling because you're expecting work from others. I'm just the
No,
way
it's
it
not
is.
gambling. When you're
We're all
investing
from
in an asset because you think that asset will bring value, you're making the best decision, because it's way you have entrepreneurs, you got so many different things, like real estate. Crypto is investing money, putting your asset somewhere to generate more income, more money.
It's 100% one of the questions you ask yourself when you get into it. Obviously, it's not the sole motivation, but it's definitely a big factor when you come into consideration of that.
Yeah, well, that goes into the concept of just the word investing. Investing can mean your time, your money, your influence, personal circle of friends. Like, you can invest a lot of different things in a lot of different ways. It's not just limited to I'm investing in cryptocurrency. No, I'm educated on a lot of different things that has led me to this point to make this decision because it's the best decision that I know how to make. So I'm here gaining as much information from as many different sources to better invest. But it's not limited to any certain specific thing from any specific person. It's a general idea of getting a return on your investment. Like, these are just general things. Like, I don't like limiting it to so many different things.
And that's why I was saying everything goes back to education, whether it's learning how to invest, whether it's learning what we need to do to put our money in the right spot. We're all here because we're trying to learn. We all came here to learn about Pulsechain. So we are taking that extra step. And that's why I was saying everything goes back to education, whether it's the poor person who doesn't know how to invest their own money, or whether they don't even know about crypto in general. But
Even
they
when
need
you
to
lose
learn how
money.
to save their own money first before they come into crypto, because they're going to get wrecked in this space because they don't even know how to save their own money on the regular market. Like, they just have no idea. And that's the reason why this stuff is not taught in elementary schools and high schools. You have to choose that class in college, or really want to learn how to make money.
But
I know it's not about
how
really
you would
learning
say
money.
that
Sorry.
the most crypto millionaires are from the States? What would you say that? Why is that the most crypto is like? I think they're highly educated, right?
It's different. They're highly educated, but it really isn't with money. Like when you look at finances, it's not taught at the base level in schools. When you learn 3 + 3, 4 + 4,
Yeah,
5
but
+ 5,
how
and
you would explain that the richest people are living in the States, the billionaires, the Bezos and the
because it
the
has the
Bill
biggest,
Gateses?
because it has the
Yeah.
biggest businesses in America.
It has the biggest army, and it's the
Yeah,
closest to the money printer. It's the
yeah,
closest to the
we've got the
inflation.
biggest.
The closer you are to the inflation, the closer you are to making the most money.
Yeah, but
And we print the most money.
I would argue
the
that
top
the millionaires are in America and they are the most educated in the world.
I would say the top 1% are the most educated, but
Yeah, more
majority of the US
people,
is
the
retarded.
majority of people are not, the majority of people do not have, like the good gentleman said, they do not have $10,000 in the bank. What you
OG,
see, go ahead.
OG, you need, I fully agree with the education part, but you also need patience, because saving up $10,000 for a lot of people, like I don't know where you grew up, you need patience for that, because a lot of people,
I came out of nothing. I
Can you
literally
not
came
learn
out
to
of
be
nothing.
patient? It's
Ah,
just
he is.
semantics with the words. Like it's the same thing.
I'll
Being
give you,
educated.
my story. I'll give you my
but
story.
let me just explain something. If I have $1,000 right now, I can have instant satisfaction, gratification right now to go to Best Buy and buy a laptop with that $1,000, even though I don't need that $1,000. But I want to. You understand? You need patience, because I have a cheap laptop that does the job, but I can't. Like I'm holding on to the $1,000 for what? I want that instant satisfaction right now. So it requires patience to save up money. So education is right. You can be well educated, but if you have zero patience, you're gonna make the wrong move every
I
time.
can solve this
Educated
whole
in
thing because
patience.
I'm gonna let you know I'm a first generation
Patience will cover
millionaire
that. Patience.
of a family that came from the projects. Nothing.
Exactly.
Literally getting
I
food stamps.
understand. Yeah.
Now let me explain the difference between coming from money and not coming from money. So I didn't have that growing up, but my parents seeked the way to try to get out of that situation. So they sacrificed for me and my other brothers and sisters to be able to take advantage of quote unquote America. We went to a private school. They suffered and they literally ate on beans and rice for us to get to where we need to get. We're not coming from a different country. We're coming from America, New Jersey.
Correct.
That's where we're coming from. So I went to high school, ended up getting a full scholarship to college, and I still didn't learn about finances. I went into credit card debt and do all this because I wasn't taught this as a kid. I didn't know this as a kid. I, owed money to credit card companies. And then what happened? I got out of college and I still owe money. And guess what? I'm on my own now because my parents are like, we're not doing this anymore. Get you where you
Okay,
need to
but let me
get.
ask you a
So
question
what did
right
I have
there.
to
Let me ask you a question right there.
Hold on. Let me finish the story first. Let me finish the story first, and then I'll let you ask any questions. I seeked information, read books about finances. I didn't take these classes in college, even though I got a scholarship. I didn't get any finance classes in college. So I took these classes, I read these books, and then I still didn't get anywhere. I got a job in the mall that was making me $25,000 a year. That wasn't cutting it for what I thought I was getting out of college for in 2008 during the downturn, by the way. And I took $1,000 and said, you know what? I will learn about this cryptocurrency thing that my friends told me about. And guess who's the first generation millionaire based off of that, spending 8 years in the market? But how was that given to me? I wasn't taught it. I seeked the information because I was like, I need to figure out what I need to do. And most
I understand.
people do not think in that way.
But quick question for you. Why did you use your credit card? To buy what?
You really want to know? A bass guitar because I wanted to play in the band.
Exactly. See,
this is education.
A lot of people look for that instant satisfaction. They want that. Oh, I want to be satisfied. So they're gonna waste money that they don't have, either on a credit card.
That's part of
How is
the
buying
issue.
a bass guitar a waste? You learn it. You like
part of
you're
America.
good and-
Yeah.
You're
and
actually
join a
Well,
band.
the problem is I couldn't afford that base because I was a $1,500
Exactly.
base card.
Exactly. You're just
it's like
lying to yourself. When you're taking someone else's money, which is the bank's money, and you're buying something that's really not yours, like taking a car loans. Why do people like young kids today, like me, I'm 40 right now. I see people, I'm an engineer right now. I have a professional job. I can't still afford a Mercedes-Benz with cash. So I don't buy a Mercedes-Benz. I'm happy with my Honda. But I see little kids, 22 years old, driving a Benz and a BMW. For what?
But do you know what that's based off of though? Poor
Sorry?
education. That's based off of poor education.
Uh,
Once again,
and
it's all
patience
about
also.
if you don't.
Patience.
But no.
Your time is
If you
going to
don't
come.
know, but if you don't know about it and what that can do to you, you have no idea. You're going to learn the hard way. Just
Those
like
kids
every
driving those
college kid in
BMWs.
Nothing
America.
wrong with driving
Every
BMW if you have the money to afford the BMW.
Here's the thing:
That's right.
every college kid in America has no idea because they're taught in high school to sign on the dotted line, take out the loans, and you go through it. Do you send your kids or your grandkids or nephews or whatever and say no, you're going to pay cash for college? How many people actually do that? Nobody. Let's be for real. Nobody does that. But that's the same thing as you're saying to do when you buy a house. You can't afford that house. When you go to college, you can't afford that college because you're not paying cash for it. What's the difference between me at a small level on a credit card than the kid that's taking the loans out in college and who has no idea and being in debt when they come out
That's a
for
good answer.
$50,000?
Say you're an engineer. How did you get that engineer degree if you didn't get a loan out for your schooling?
Exactly.
No,
I mean, that's debt. It's
no,
education is debt.
us in Canada, it's not exaggerated like the States. I got fully educated. I got my bachelor, master using cash. I'm telling you that right now. It cost me about 15 grand. That's not a lot. If you work in summer while you're doing an engineering degree, you take a co-op program, you have 4 months of work. Trust me, you make a good $5,000, $6,000 in summer. And
But
it pays your first semester.
these aren't taught to the majority of people. That's the thing. That's the issue. The majority of people
What about
aren't
the house?
taught that.
To the
Okay,
Canadian.
I can talk to you about the house also. I bought a house that's I'm gonna live within my means. I have a 2-bedroom house, 3-bedroom house. I'm not gonna buy, if the bank is gonna pre-approve me for a mortgage for $1 million, I'm not gonna take that $1 million. Why am I gonna take that $1 million when I don't need that?
How much did you take out though?
Did you
How
buy
much
a
did you
house
take out?
cash? Did you buy it cash?
Yeah,
or
so it's going. We got you in a trap with it. It's. I understand what you're trying to say, but the problem is to get what you want, to get where you want to get, you literally have to live off of nothing, and
To
the
the
majority of people are not willing to do that.
to the engineer, sorry, the Canadian education system is subsidized by the taxpayer.
Correct.
And so the reason why it's cost less is because we encourage a larger middle class, while Americans encourage, make it big or die. So we're different. Canadians are different. They're not trying to. They're trying to build a larger base. Americans don't care about the bottom.
But I'll tell you something. When you graduate from Canada, working as an engineer, as compared to America, in the States, you make a whole lot more. Believe me.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So you can.
So it
that's
comes
why
up maybe
America,
to the same thing.
No, because Americans exploit the lowest class by having a reduced minimum wage. So if you're in the top class, you benefit, right? So that's also, but at the same time, America benefits from brain drain from around the world because they attract more intelligent people from around the world because they have the salaries to pay them.
Yeah,
Right?
that's
So
that's the next thing. You got people coming. You got people coming from different countries to take that education, and they're actually staying here, which makes it even more competitive for Americans because you get a lot of, it's a mutt country, and it's not a bad thing, but it makes it tougher on people who don't come from anything and scholarships and things like that, because people are coming from other countries and getting those scholarships, and at the same time staying here taking jobs too.
another question is not because in the inflation is not the saver also get wrecked, the people who don't spend, is not the system is encouraging because of inflation?
Absolutely.
So what
Spending
is your
now
what's your
gonna
question?
be worth less tomorrow. No one's got a question. Racer is basically just saying you shouldn't take out loans, but being able to use loans correctly, you can use that to your advantage in a million different ways. Like to just say, don't take out loans, don't take out credit
Yeah,
is just
bro.
ignorant beyond fucking belief.
Nothing wrong with loans, nothing wrong with credit cards. If you are financially intelligent and you know how to use it, yeah.
There's
But you
good
gotta
debt
learn
and
that.
there's
You have
Because
to
good
I'm
debt.
learn
hearing
that
people
process.
saying,
You
"Oh,
have to learn
loans
that
and
process.
credit card. Why do you need a credit card? Just to simply to increase credit score and do the credit, let's say from 1,000 to 10,000." They're gonna say, "Why? Why
I
not?
never
What's
said
wrong with
not to
that?
get a
You never know
credit
what's
card.
happened."
I never said
Talking
to get a credit card.
You're
You're putting
talking crap
words in my
about
mouth.
people.
I said
I'm putting the obvious in front of your face. You're saying that people like you're being so proud because you don't owe anything to anybody, but just because you don't owe money to a loan officer or a tax man or blah 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 doesn't make you better than anyone. Some people have been able to take loans and use that to their advantage and get way farther
Exactly.
ahead than you.
Exactly.
Build
Exactly.
that back
And they are
up.
getting more financially intelligent and they're educating more themselves than someone who never, let's say, took the risk to take out a loan and do something with it.
They're buying supplies for their company and creating a product and making
Well,
money that way.
Here's the thing. Where's the thing? Where do you learn how to take advantage of those loans?
Because let's say you take a loan and you,
In your
let's say you
time
divide
and
your money
educating
and
yourself.
you are starting actually building something, investing, let's say, for instance, the money in something. And let's say from the 10,000, let's say you take out, you list, let's say, the 3,000 in three different things. Now you, with the rest 7,000, you are more financially intelligent. You are more educated, physically, spiritually, because you know actually how to use it. You know, because you already done a loss, and now you're gonna use that loss. You know,
So how do
to
you
just
learn that though?
get better
It's a simple question. How do
by
you
doing
learn
the
that?
mistake. By doing the mistake, if you go, let's say, and you cook something and the food goes wrong, if you do it again the next time, you know how to do it better. You know, and that's it.
Correct. So here's the next thing. Here's the next thing
This
is
game is based on time and experience. Time and experience.
Yeah, the guy who took out the loan and lost, let's say, 3,000, he was, you know, in this project or in this, like, you know, he was like 5 months on that. So in these 5 months, he, let's say, he had up and downs. He was thinking, he was worrying, and he actually, in the end of the 5 months, he lost the 3,000, but he get better. You know, he just did. You don't waste your money.
so
You're
here's the
educating
next
yourself.
thing. Here's the next thing in America. I don't know if you understand this or know this, but when you take out your first loan, the bank is not, in America, they're not going to give you a crap load of money unless it's a student loan debt. So
That's different
here's the thing.
subject, bro. That's different
Hold on,
subject.
hold on. It's a different subject. But however, hear me out. When you make that mistake, that one mistake, and you keep making mistakes on top of that, that's on your credit score for 7 years. So that's a 7-year mistake.
Okay,
That
you
you're not
tell
going to
me,
get. They're not going to
if you
give
have
you
to go
another
broke,
loan.
if you have
They're not going to give you another
so
loan. They're going to give you a loan with
yeah,
crazy
listen,
interest because you made that mistake.
my motto is, if you have to go broke before 30. Do everything that you have to do. Just go broke before 30. Try everything. You know, every life is hard, and somehow you have to manage to get
Well, if you
educated,
want to
learn,
get
and earn
laid, you're
money.
never
If
going to
you
get a.
just sit and have phobias about money, like phobias, oh, you're gonna spend the money or you're gonna waste the money, you won't progress. You know, money doesn't come from the air. Money comes actually from the decision you take, everything from the risks you took. So that's how money comes.
I can agree.
but
I
at the
can
end of the
agree
day,
with that because that's about the age where I was like, okay, I kind of understand what's going on. The only issue is there's a lot of, like, I'm fortunate how, there's a lot of things that fell into place with that, but I think the majority of people don't have the ability to do the way we do things. It's a different type of personality. We got different type of. We're all type A personalities. Like, we have the ability to do that, but majority of people aren't like that. And we have to come.
Exactly.
We have to come to that point that majority of people aren't aggressive in nature and willing to take those risks.
Yeah, you know what? Like, because we have this conversation now, and people are saying, it's good that and it's bad that. But the main goal is, to just be wealthy, get rich. But the thing is, I don't want to say bad things about, oh, that's the wrong way and that's a good way. I'm saying that if you know where you're going and you're progressively and you're progressive, that direction, successfully, that's, just do it. Doesn't necessarily means that if you're doing something, let's say not taking a credit card, not taking a loan,
To
makes
be
any
to be
difference.
honest with you, no 20 years old knows where he's going in life. Man, come on. Majority of
Bro,
us.
I know 20 years
Tell
olds.
that to
I know
Buddha.
20 years olds that, no, that's your opinion.
You're
I know
saying
20
go
years
broke
olds that
before
they
30,
made money
and you should
Hey,
have a
living by
clear
their own.
vision. No 20
Not
years
any
old is
20
gonna
years old
think like
is
that.
same.
20-year-olds
Whoa,
that like
whoa, whoa,
So
whoa.
you're
I,
telling me
Dalai
that there
Lama.
is not
hold
20 years
on,
old
hold
that they
on.
are self-made millionaires.
Hey,
That's what you're telling me. There is 20
I
years
knew.
old that they are,
Let
that
me
they are not
let
millionaires.
me get a little 5 seconds. I knew
Sure.
that I wanted to be a dentist at 15 years old, and I put myself into $500,000 in debt and student loans myself, no help, and now I'm in my mid 30s and I've already paid off all of that. I knew I wanted to
Congrats.
be a dentist at 15 years old.
Very good.
great job.
But majority
Great.
of us don't.
That's something to be proud of
Talking in
because
weird, like majority
I know
this.
many
Yeah, the
doctors.
majority maybe no. You can't say
Yeah,
there is not 20 years
that's
old that they
nice.
know where they're going, because you're actually
Chad,
throwing
you are
the
not the
every 20 years old
majority.
that he's trying in the bag, in the garbage.
Too many
The
people.
people that are Those the people that are going to be 25-year-olds don't know where the they're people going. that are going to be successful. It doesn't matter if you're 20, 30, 40, you failed a billion times. It's the people that no matter what happens to them, they're going to go all the way and go for it. They're going to do it to their deathbed, right?
Are they
When
doing
you
Yes.
take it when you take a shot at it to get rich, right? It's not guaranteed. Nothing's guaranteed. It might be 1 in 10 tries the people that do it, right? And how many of those people that fail once or twice, get past 30, get married, have kids, have debt, they can't take on that opportunity for
Yeah, and
for
how many
different reasons.
are going to sell after the first 85% dip? Especially if they're not,
And all
if they
those
don't have
things.
this
So
intelligent process that has got us incentivized to stake long, which is the only way that you make money in this fucking system.
yes,
So if you don't
correct. And
have that
so
on your,
the
so that's the
the
reason
people that are
why.
going to be the people that you got to go on board and you got to convince to do stuff. Those aren't the people that are like normally going to make it, right? They're lucky in so many ways. That's what I'm saying is like about this onboarding financial advice thing. So many people are going to fuck it up, right? And the people that are going to, like, last thing, people that are going to be successful in this world, it does not matter how many times you fail. You'll go to your deathbed shooting for your goals. And if you don't got that strength and mentality in you, then good luck.
Yeah, and I mean that's like a spiritual thing. Then it's like building up the currency within you, that motivation. Where does it come from? That drive to accomplish anything. Some people have it, some people don't. Some people can build it up from a million different facets. Whatever gives you that energy inside of you to do anything is your purpose. And you can put that into other things and motivate yourself to get educated on different things and just cultivating that motivation.
I agree.
That true currency.
You have to teach and lead by example, because what they see success, they're going to continue to follow you in success. So if you have kids, nieces, nephews, or anything, if they see that you being successful, they're going to want to know how you got it. Then you can teach them about crypto. That's the way I got into it.
Education.
Bing. Once you become successful, you won't have to convince people to follow you. This world is a karmic thing. If you're helping 10 people, like onboarding all these people you don't know, like if you want to help people, if you're successful yourself, you're going to have people calling your number 10 times over, right? You guys understand how that works?
Benjamin, guess what? I'm successful from Hex, and you were saying in here that you're not supposed to onboard people because it's financial advice. Well, the success I have comes from Hex, and I'm onboarding people to show them the success that they can have with the product that made me successful. And you're
are those
calling me
people
financial advisor.
No, but are those people calling you? Or are you calling them? Are you beating down people's door to help,
That's
or are they
actually
beating down your door?
Benjamin said the right thing. You Marcavelli, you just took it from with a, I totally agree with Benjamin. So that people calling you, and because of that you are here, because you are not you are just not selfish. You just want to help because of that. But You won't actually hold someone from the hand and you're gonna tell him, do that and do that, otherwise we don't do it. No, just they're coming asking for your help, and you're here to provide that
Yeah,
help.
because someone's reaching out to me or not doesn't mean that I'm super special. I mean, there's a lot of people that's really suck that might have the phone blowing up every day. It doesn't mean that they have more intelligence than me. Like they don't have this.
That's the definition of a lawyer, Machiavelli. They suck and their phone keeps on ringing.
Hey guys, I don't mean to chime in here, but just keep in mind that we do have a room full of 84 participants, and if anybody's out there that has a question about PulseX or how to sacrifice or any specifics, please feel free to jump in and interrupt. Even though this is a very stimulating conversation, love it, but let's also try to
Yeah,
help
you're
some
right.
people that may
You're
be out
right,
there
bro. You're
shy
right.
and all that good stuff. But say,
You're
keep
right.
talking.
Yeah.
If no one's talking, fill up the space. But don't be afraid, everybody out there, to jump in if you got a logistical question to do what you got to do.
Uh-huh.
And
How's Pulse
let's
gonna
not attack all lawyers, please.
how's Pulse gonna beat out
Do you know what the ratio will be when the PulseX and Pulsechain will be live? Do we know an estimation, let's say, of the ratio?
No, nobody has a
Swapping
clue.
ratio.
Nobody has a clue on that.
I got a clue. I just spent almost 12 months of opportunity cost with my donation to Sens and sacrifice for the Pulse chain. So my ratio is about 1,000 PulseX to 1 Pulse. About 12 months when it actually launches. After the 4-week delay, another 4-week delay, and another 4-week delay.
Yeah, but is it?
Yeah, great things take time to build, so just hold your emotions. Everything will be fine, and soon on March, I think everything will be live.
What about Ethereum 2.0?
What about it?
Yeah,
I mean, just say once Ethereum 2.0 comes out, I mean, why would anybody want to go to Pulse?
In 6 years?
No.
Uh-huh.
Rich
Right. But
Hard didn't make it.
what about
2.0.
what about the developer community? The developer community on Ethereum is huge. Are they going to migrate all of them going to migrate over to Pulse?
Yeah, like
Only
3
time will tell.
Ethereum.
Thinking in extremes and using words like all is silly.
I mean, yeah, who cares about Ethereum now? So I don't care about Ethereum. The Ethereum's biggest competitor right now, which is live, is fucking Solana, that they have like the lowest fees, that they are, so I can now be concerned more about Solana than Ethereum.
I'm just saying there's a lot of layer 1 solutions out there. There's also a lot of layer 2s like Polygon. There's so much other competition that for some one chain to just massively take over that whole layer 1 space is just, to me, it's
We're gonna bury
like
the cockroaches.
Yeah, but Dennis,
And
it's also like saying,
how has those shitty layer 2s performed since their inception? Pretty damn good. So when you have a full system fork of Ethereum, I think that's going to do pretty damn good.
This is the
it's also
first
like saying,
fork,
why
right?
are you going to eat? Why are you going to eat at McDonald's when you can eat at Burger King or Wendy's or KFC or any of these other places? There's plenty of room in the space. I mean, when you compare it to how many people are in the world, compared to how many people are in crypto, there's plenty of room. It is all about onboarding, getting new people in, making their native chain, Pulse chain. It's about cool projects being built on top of Pulse chain and only on top of Pulse chain. So you're right. I mean, there is risk, and why would people come to Pulse chain? But just like why would you go to one fast food restaurant over the other? So there's definitely room. But yeah, we do need adoption, and we do need cool projects being built and people spreading the word.
I know. I mean, you could
hard fork, right? Where all the ERC20s are going to be copied over. This is the first time that's happening, right?
I mean, I don't like really worry about the project, because we have on site Hex, which did 350,000% in less than 2 years, and do that. I feel like so confident about the other coins because I know what Richard is capable to achieve. I don't you don't know how much like grateful I feel that I'm at this community that early now with PulseX and Pulsechain, that this is actually a game changing, and people don't realize that in next year definitely probably gonna be 100x up. That's my prediction. 100x up minimum in the next year. When it launch after a year, 100x up.
From my understanding, this is the first time that Ethereum has been hard forked. All the ERC20s
From the
are
starting
going to be
price.
copied over to the Pulse chain.
Tell me a project that before it was built was like, sacrificed, more than $1 billion, more than $1 billion. There is not a single project.
This is going to have about 25 billion sacrificed by the end of this is over, I think.
Like the project has so much capital, and Richard
Wait,
has so
how do
much
you
capital.
figure 25 billion when we're just at $1 billion now?
Yeah, 25 billion. No.
Because in the Pulse chain sacrifice, we were at close to 1 billion, and then at the end, 14
No, it was
billion came in.
650, 670
I'm rounding
million.
up. It's irrelevant. It's just a minute roundup. Relax. PulseX, though, at the end, since this is twice as long, OA is going to come in with a massive amount of hex, and it's easily going to put it up over 25 billion.
You mean when the price increases? What do you mean by that? We are saying about the starting price, what was sacrificed by the investors. Was 670 million for Pulse chain, and 908 million for Pulse chain.
Yes,
and we are still going.
That's just on
OA
Ethereum, though. You're not
OA
just
chose
on
to
Ethereum.
sacrifice 1 billion of hex at 14 cents. If it chooses to do another 1 billion, just a simple equivalent, that's going to be at 25 cents. That's 25 billion right there.
Yeah. Okay.
Easy.
Hey,
Bro,
Pretty
listen. We
Hey, I
are in
got
the
a question
project that
about
they're
the
starting
OA
with $1 billion.
sacrifice.
When will Hex reach parity with EHEX?
Tuesday.
Friday.
That's an
Not
interesting
funny.
question.
After the Raider game.
I had a question about the OA sac. All right, the OA came in during the Pulse chain sacrifice, right, and did what it did to basically control the majority, because what the people call the Overwatch or whatever, whoever did whatever. All right, that was a certain scenario, right? But that's for the entire blockchain, right? That's Pulse chain. Is that same action even necessary for PulseX if somebody comes in and tries to dominate the majority?
He's not gonna let any chance of being 51% attacked by any entity on any of his projects. Zero chance.
Yeah, I didn't think about the 51% attack thing.
It couldn't be 0%.
I'm rounding down to 0. Again, relax. Rounding down, rounding up. You guys are so critical on extremism.
Are you sure the OA is going to sacrifice?
Yeah. Extremists. Excisions. Full excisions.
Are you sure the OA is
Hella
going
hilarious.
to sacrifice?
Nobody
Yes.
knows, but everybody assumes.
100%
Rounding up to
sure.
100% sure.
Hey, he has a 100% track record. How about that? You can't round up on that one. He has a 100% track record for controlling his projects.
Can I give you an example of why they might not?
Go on.
Round down. So one, the OA, for them to sacrifice, they usually will do it at the last moment. In this particular case, the last day will have a penalty of around 9.9x times the price of the week one, where there was no penalty for time delay. Now, he will get a 1.75% flat volume bonus, but he will be paying a 10x penalty to get in. So he's going to be sacrificing 5 times as much more coins than he normally gets. That's one
Don't
thing.
matter at all, because that's going to benefit his first original baby. It's going to benefit his original baby, taking off the hex from the circulating supply potential.
My second
Yeah.
point is, so you can comment after I'm finished if you don't mind. The second point I wanted to make was this is a token that is going to be for voting. In other words, it's going to be treated as a DAO. If the OA comes in and swaps up 80-90% of the token supply, then the voting will be strictly theater. There will be no such thing as voting. And people,
Of course they will.
whether they're in Hex or not, they may not like the fact that an entity has 80 or 90% for voting rights because your vote will mean nothing. Now, I don't know if that's strategic or not, but it may not be a move that the OA wants to do for a DAO, specifically if it's got voting rights.
Why?
I'd
DAO just
push
doesn't
back on
vote.
that straight away. It's the opposite.
The
He
OA
wants
just
to make
doesn't
sure
vote.
that nobody's going to mess up. He wants to make sure that nobody's going to do anything to affect the viability of PulseX. He won't vote necessarily, but only to vote things down that he would see was detrimental to the community, or the OA
So
would see
the
was detrimental to
He's
the
not going to
community.
let.
Thing like
Hold
on
on,
the
hold on, hold on.
the
He's
veto.
not going to let Overwatch be the deciding factor in every vote, because right now Overwatch is number one.
They're not deciding factors. They are proportional to their amount. Everybody has a vote based on the amount.
Yeah, but the whales have parallel interests, and if the whales are the overwhelming factor, then the small stakers and the retail guys have no vote whatsoever. You're not going to let the whales just push their parallel interests in a DAO.
Vote doesn't
That's
matter.
why.
Yeah, but isn't that vote just a vote on what the LP token gets paid for which liquidity pair? Like,
And they're going to
really
control that in
For
the
now.
best interest of the
sure?
decentralized exchange.
Of course,
For
but is that the
now,
only
that's the
thing
vote.
that they can vote on?
But for now,
Well, it's not just for that only. It's for anything in the whole deck.
the third reason, guys. So this is a decentralized autonomous organization, and when the inevitable attention comes from the regulators towards decentralized exchanges and the AMMs and so forth, the regulators enforce their rules by going after intermediaries. So should the OA come in more than 49%, and I'm not saying they won't come in at all, but I could see it being 49% or less, well, that's an attack vector in which they can make an argument that it actually is not decentralized. There's one entity holding the power 51%, and then they could regulate it. So I think it would be against the anti-fragility case of crypto in general. And if there was a forced sale of a huge proportion of the tokens in the future, it would totally crash the price. So that's kind of why I'm thinking it's 49% or less.
Again, that's the argument for voting, right? They for the purposes of the fact that it's a DAO.
I don't think that majority thing is
I have a question.
relevant.
I have a question to Whale Wannabe. Where'd you get that ratio from?
That's just my opportunity cost of what I could have made on that sacrifice / donated amount over the past will be 12 months, I think.
It might confuse a lot of people, but it might also
might
make
educate
them
a lot of
second
people
guess.
too.
Yeah, it might make them second guess doing that too. That's a good thing. Well, yeah, I'm good. That's my only question.
And I want that to stimulate people to ask.
Sorry. In relation to the DAO and being a attack vector for regulation, doesn't that apply then to the Pulsechain itself more? Because the OA owns a large percentage of that. If I'm not mistaken, it
Same.
owns something like
He owns
80%.
85% of the hex. It's the
No, the
same
chain-
majority nonsense.
No, the chain is not a DAO. It's not a decentralized autonomous organization.
But it's still an attack vector because they own most of the chain.
Autonomous.
But one is a DAO, one is a decentralized autonomous organization, and the other one is not. It's just a chain. They're completely different entities.
And the decentralized exchange, basically, it's exchanging assets, right? Which is the government's thing that they're going to look at first. So
Explain the attack with the 51% for PulseX. Like, how can I mean? I don't
the
get what
DAO,
they could do.
the DAO was created because, okay, so you have to think of our whole legal system in general. Okay, so the government is the ultimate counterparty. Now, they're not the direct intermediary. The reason why they're the ultimate counterparty is they're the overarching regulate the intermediaries. So they regulate banks, they regulate loan protocols, they regulate insurance companies, they regulate the hospitals, whatever they do. So they control intermediaries that give services to people. So in order to create something that's anti-fragile, it's basically regulation proof. You create this decentralized autonomous exchange, right? So you distribute ownership. It's geographically distributed. It's quantity distributed. Nobody owns 50%. They're all over the world. And then there's no legal precedent to regulate some, or at least that I know of, to regulate when there's no intermediary. It's just a bunch of individuals interacting with this code, right? So that's the principle behind the DAO.
But where does the attack come from? Like, if you have 51%, you have an attack vector. All right, how do you
Well, then
attack
you
it?
have
What do you benefit from attacking it? How do we get screwed from somebody attacking it?
and the regulators can turn around and say, you're acting as a security. There's a majority holder here. That person is actually, contravening the security exchange laws, and we're going to come after you. And I've heard people say, oh, they won't find out. I think the governments are pretty powerful. I think if they want to find out who the OA is, they're going to have a pretty good chance, and they can exert extreme force to get what they want. So I think, why even take that risk? That's my point.
And unlimited resources.
And also, surely the OA could then just sell down below the 51% to 49%, and then not be a majority holder at that point, and only be selling a few percent as opposed to be selling a massive amount, so it wouldn't necessarily crash the market.
So I mean, if he owns 90% and he sells 40, that's calamitous.
Well, okay, yeah,
for the whole thing.
Yeah,
the
no,
whole.
Yeah, but
no.
You're forgetting as PulseX burns, if that wallet doesn't move anything, and eventually it's going to catch up, and its percentage based on the holders continue to get larger and larger, even if it doesn't buy or sell, because PulseX is getting.
That's why it's all dynamic. I mean, the law's dynamic as well. I mean, they could change the law tomorrow, and we're having a different conversation. Like Richard Hart has met these things way ahead in the future. Like he's made a lot of really good choices already on this topic. So I'm sure he already answers this question. I'm sure we're probably not going to answer it for him.
If the OA wallet never does an activity, it's harder to prove it's a security.
Hey, right quick, 1 second. Papa Bona, are you still in here? Or are you asleep?
Yeah, how can I help?
Can you unmute Convicted down there?
Any reason he got muted? Was it background noise or something like
It was
that?
just, I think he was background noised, and then it was yesterday though.
All right, there he goes.
Thanks, Mello. But yeah, I'm not sure why I was muted. Possibly background noise. But I've got a question for Papa Bono, if he's got a minute. Minutes free.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so we spoke a short time ago about hardware wallets. I've sent you a DM to explain my situation. I was just wondering if it was possible you could have a quick look at my DM, so I know you're kind of the security guru.
Oh yeah, I'll take a quick look at it. Hold on a minute.
Oh, Thank you, and thanks, Mello.
Guys, I have a question. Well, I was listening when you guys were all going on about the, financial advisor and education, and a lot of people made great points about delayed gratification, and if people just only learned about this or about that. But I think and I'm not trying to be cute here, I think there's like a smart person fallacy going on in this room, where it sounds like a lot of us have done things in life, and we get it, but I don't know if a large proportion of society could actually grasp like what's going on with crypto this early. So I think inevitably this whole system, this whole ecosystem just follows like a Pareto distribution, just like society does in general, right? So you'll always have like the 20% outpacing much of the 80%, and then ultimately by the time the people who don't get it as good, or they're not as quick to act, they'll get in, but they'll never make basically the crazy gain. So a lot of us were making statements in here like, well, I did this, and I grew up here, but I think we're all probably above average intelligence, and then we make the fallacy that other people could do the same thing. So I just want to know what you guys think about that.
I think we're curious risk takers.
Yeah, that's part of it too. Yeah.
But we also compare yourself to Richard Hart. I mean, we might think we're smart in this chat, but compared to Richard Hart, we're fucking complete retards. So it's like we're following his first mover advantage, and then we are, alpha males compared to our pack of influence, and then people pick up on that intelligence and make decisions accordingly. And I think that like the T-share actual thing helps to negate some of that first mover advantage, because there's always meat on the bone with the rate of the T-share going up. There is a first mover advantage, but there's always meat on the bone the way that Richard says it. And I think the reason why there is meat on the bone is to help negate that first mover advantage, so there's not always just poor people being poor.
Good point. Like I guess a good like character trait to cultivate is that you should be open to emulating, right? So you want to find out, what are the successful people doing? Like I'm in sales, so I never looked, like I didn't have hostility towards the people that were doing better than me, right? So for me, I wanted to be like them. So I'd look at them and I'm like, what are they doing? And you make a great point, because Richard's the ultimate for that, right? So if people just listen to him and understand him, so yeah, that's a way that you can bring in more people. So good point.
Yeah, but you have to be smart enough to know that you should listen to Richard Hart, and the majority of the population won't be. So your point is also very valid in this.
Right.
The general population needs to turn off the noise. There's so much drama and fear, and it just paralyzes them. And they don't then kind of seem to be able to open up to new ideas and new thoughts, because crypto is kind of mind bending at the start. First of all, you have to destroy your whole idea that you have about the whole economic system and currency and money, and that all has to go out the window, and then rebuild a new one. That's quite a paradigm shift for most people.
Yeah, I mean, that's what led me here, is trying to understand the Federal Reserve System. And then like the way Richard explained the Federal Reserve System resonated with what I understood. And then he took it to another level and was explaining it to a point that I didn't even understand when I spent a bunch of time looking into it. So I just resonated with his intelligence and was like, oh, wow, he knows everything I know and then some. Like, I wonder if he knows that on other topics too. And then it's like, yeah, he does.
biggest, well, I think that one of the biggest hooks I found with getting people interested in crypto generally
Queen.
is the fact that it's a bottoms up system, not a top down system. I think that's one of the biggest things that resonates with people.
Yo, James, go to. Hey, Martin, shut your thing, please. Hey,
Mine's
James,
not on.
go to apex.win.
Yo, Black, you went all in?
Hey, Black, did you know squirrels,
What do you mean all
when
in?
they...
What do you mean all in? What do you mean?
No, I'm just reading your thing. It says sacrificing my nuts. But I just realized your name is Black Squirrel. Never mind.
Yeah, speaking about nuts, Squirrel, did you know that squirrels, when they hide their nuts before winter, they only find like 20% of those nuts?
Yeah, I know. That's why I got the VC approach. I invest in 10, 5 will do, nah, 3 will be shit, and then 3 will be rug pulls and go to 0, but 2 of them will be moonshots. There's my 20%. It's enough.
Pareto distribution in nature.
Don't those charts look nice on apex.win?
Did you know that male seahorses carry the babies and it's not the female? Speaking of nuts, just thought I could share a fact.
Thank you for that one.
Shoot, I didn't know that. That's a fun fact.
You know that hyenas are one of the few animals where the females are the pack leaders?
I
know,
have prides too, huh?
Talk about our vice president like that.
Is it not with lions as well? The pack leader is the female?
No,
Matriarch.
Can I
that's the
ask you
male.
some question?
Sorry, did
Someone
somebody want
tell
to
me-
ask a question?
Yes, please. Thank you. Could you guys explain, like 2 days ago, Richard put out a tweet about gohex.com. Could you explain what that is and how it works?
It's the staking dApp for Hex. So you just if you go to gohex.com and then connect your MetaMask wallet, then you can stake, or if you have stakes, you can unstake. You can see the T-share rate that you receive for the size of your stake and the length of your stake. If you want to, you can go to Pulsechain testnet and then go to go.hex.com and connect your testnet wallet, and then you can play with that and stake and unstake and end your stakes and all sorts of crazy, everything. I would ask everybody to please go and use the testnet, go and stress test the system, go and break some shit. The sooner we do that, the sooner we find problems, the sooner mainnet comes.
It's been great. Used it, staked, unstaked. It works just like the real thing. I don't think we have much more to go, man. I don't know what they're testing right now because everything that they've been delivering seems to be working fine.
They're testing the network, the block transaction. So meaning do as much transaction, everything do, because they're trying to test all the validated computing power. So go ahead and test it out. Push it till it's limits.
It's going to get crazy at launch.
So is it like Staker app for Ethereum, but instead it's for Pulsechain? Is it like that?
No. It's for Hex. It's for Hex. It's where you stake your Hex.
Yes, basically it's another entity of Staker app, but it's a native Hex stake instead of going through a third party. With the Staker app, you have to pay for a wallet, a DeFi wallet.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Thank you.
If you have native stakes on the Staker app, there's a decent chance you get an airdrop in the future.
Can I ask a real quick question about the sacrifice?
Go ahead, Ben.
I've already sacrificed 10 or 12 people, and I just had something that was during the first 10 days. And I just had someone call me last night and say, hey, I want to sacrifice. Do I try to do it now at 1.34, or do I just wait until the 21st through the 25th and do it at 1.75?
Hex, this is a recorded chat, so when you're sacrificing people, you might get hunted down for that.
Sorry about that.
Is he going to get a bigger airdrop than I did? Because I was using chickens and goats.
Yes, people are way more valuable. Sorry to your farm life.
I did the Pulsechain sacrifice, and I basically did like the same amount, like just scattered throughout, and it seemed like I basically got the same bonus points no matter where I sacrificed along the way. So I mean, it's not a huge deal. Just
Yeah, but
sacrifice.
Hex, the 1.75 multiplier you're going to receive on day 21 through 25 of February is not going to equal the amount. It's still going to be less than the amount if you sacrifice today at 1.34. So you're getting a 1.75 on top of the bonding curve that puts it at like 9.9 or something. So it's not going to equal out. With the Pulsechain sacrifice, it did, because it didn't equal. It ended up being like 8,700 on day 19, which really wasn't bad. But it's only because it was a 19-day sacrifice.
With no volume.
Right.
With no volume multiplier.
So mathematically speaking, the human that you're getting ready to sacrifice is in a much better position to do it today or tomorrow, as opposed to waiting until the 21st or the 25th with the 1.75 bonus on the end.
Sooner is probably definitely.
How is the multiplier calculated? Is it based on the quantity you sacrificed?
Yes, from days now, or the first day up until the 20th, but on day 21 through 25, it's just a flat 1.75 multiplier.
Yeah, it's based on your dollar amount sacrifice.
Yeah.
With a
that's
plus or minus 15-minute time weighted average price at that point in time.
So I'd get 1.75 times the amount that I sacrificed?
Correct.
No.
If you wait till the last couple days.
But it's going to be based on a rate that's going to be like 1 to 10 or something like that. So you're diluting. So it's going to cost $9.90, I believe was the number, for the same 10,000 points as it was in the beginning. It was $1 to 10,000. Now on the day 21 through 25, it's going to be $10 for 10,000. So you're going to get a 1.75 multiplier. So let's say you do 5,000. You say you get 5,000 points. You're going to get 5,000 points times 1.75. Still going to equal a lot less than what it would be if you did it today or tomorrow.
Yeah, unless during that 1.75, like last sacrifice, there was quite a bit of a pump at the end there. So, I mean, depending on the dollar value of your hex that you're sacrificing, there could be a discrepancy. But yes, sooner is probably better than later.
That's true. There is that price action to filter into your decision making, but that's really all just speculation.
If you're holding stable coins, the answer is now is better than later.
Correct.
While it's quiet, I'll just ask everybody to please go and use the test net. Please go and stress test the system. Go and break some shit. That way the main net will come faster and better. If you don't know how to connect to it or haven't connected to it, if you go to howtopulse.com, you can find all the details you'll need there to reset your RPC settings.
James, we can see everything you're doing.
Yeah, James, you should actually go up in testnet if you got some test accounts that aren't your actual accounts.
A quick question. On the testnet, I have a wallet. I can get a PLS from the faucet, but I can't seem to send from that address to another address because it seems like there's something pending, and I can't figure out how to cancel it. Any one of you guys know how I should get around
Just
that?
reset, go into MetaMask and go to advanced settings and reset transaction history and try it again.
Where should I go?
In MetaMask, you go to advanced settings.
Okay. And reset transactions history?
Yes, it's let's
Okay. I'll check it out.
Let me check one moment.
All right, thanks, man.
Yeah, try that out.
That was Richard.
You just reset the history, the transaction history, and then try again to send it to another address.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna try that now. I'll let you know. Thanks.
That was Richard with the help, buddy.
I think the thing that I'm most excited about to be in the Richard Hart ecosystem is that I don't have to fuck around and pay attention to any more chart type of shit, follow other people, listen to all these things, fucking lose money at times, lose sleep about what my next move's gonna be, this, that. And over the past freaking 9 years, it's been so stressful trying to figure out everything. And now you can just, the big selling point is to me is you can just come here and just set it and forget it and just move on with your life and not take up so much space in your mind for what you need
Yes.
to do next. And you're gonna get
Yes.
fucked over when you do that. Like this
Yes.
game is so fucking stressful. Like the sleep, what you're gonna do, this or that. The peace of
Yes.
mind. The most valuable thing in this world, guys.
Yes.
It's not money. It's the most important thing is peace of mind. If you
And
have
time.
peace
Yeah,
of
your
mind,
time.
if you have peace of mind, you are rich beyond belief. And so if you can come here, get rich, and have peace of mind, that is truly the biggest gift that Richard Hart is giving us in this is to walk away from the rest of the bullshit.
Hey, so Benjamin, I feel like the only reason, people feel like that, feel the opposite way is because it's a psych thing. When you've been getting done, like the people have been in crypto, when you've been getting scammed left and right, especially with this Binance situation and all that other bullshit in Ether in the beginning, people gonna, have, skeptics and just not want to continue. Maybe they do, but they just don't know how, don't know what to get into. And then, they come in here, everybody's telling them the founders and the long-term holders are going to be successful. And, of course, that's true. That's correct. But I feel like we have to find a way to show them, because no one's gonna listen to just talk. People want to see. So I feel like once they see, the FOMO is gonna be real.
Yeah, it definitely was for me. But going back to what Benjamin was saying about, the stress of having to watch the charts all the time, like Richard talked specifically about that. Like that is why the systems develop. Like your trading abilities are not gonna outpace your staking abilities. Like, and it's designed for that reason. So you have no incentive to waste all of your time looking at charts. Like he talks about that as a huge, huge thing to be able to get away from. Like free up all of your time to come in here and talk shit to people in the chat.
And the charts are never correct. Everybody's predicting everything, on-chain analysis, this, that. You know, you can get caught up in it, right? It's like, okay, we're gonna see a dip, you know, so you take your money out and it moves against you. You can't time the market whatsoever. Like the charts, the on-chain analysis, it doesn't it, it doesn't help 99% of the time to people.
That's true.
So
people,
even
you know,
if it helps you 99% of the time, the one time it doesn't help, you get wrecked. You might get wrecked. So
because this game is designed, this whole financial game is designed to take you out. Like you could have 99% of the right like equations, what to do in all aspects of this game, but if you make one bad move, it can fuck you over for 4 years to the next one, right? So one, that's why I don't get that people don't understand. Like life is designed for like all of a sudden your wife's like, oh, we need some money for this, so you have to take it out. Like it's not. There's so many equations that go into making a bad decision. So the people that make lots of money or make money, a lot, most of the time it's luck. Life will find a way to take you out of the game on top of all the other things going on in this financial game to make you stumble.
Pretty bleak vision.
Didn't leave.
Well, it is.
Bro,
I mean,
life will do that 10 times and then eat you up and then swallow you and then spit you back out.
That's why I'm grateful that I don't have a wife or have kids. Like a lot of times, like, you know, all of a sudden you're like, honey, we're going to invest in this, you know, and like 4 years later, um, you know, she's like, what the fuck? You fucked it up. Time to take out all your money. I'm done. I'm done with you in crypto.
I thought people are happy in America.
Yeah, but a lot of the system does make you poor, and it's hard to get out of that system. And the staking system alleviates that pressure because it's scientifically proven, like the poorer you are, the more stress you have, and it lowers your IQ and you make poorer decisions from then on as well. So like this system takes you away from all of that and makes it so you don't have to waste all of your time thinking about all of it, and you don't have to stress because you know you're getting paid every day at 7 p.m. Like the system is in place to give you your IQ back, so you're not in a fear-based mentality, in a scarcity mindset. Like $1 billion just got sacrificed. That's pretty abundant.
Yeah, but everybody's referring to like how great this is because of staking, right? Like this Richard Hart space now is only 1/3 staking, right? So how does all that apply to the rest of the other 2/3 of this ecosystem now? It's not staking. So when people use their arguments, you might as well use something that's more inclusive than 1/3 staking, because you're not, everybody's here thinking they're going to get rich, the other 2/3 of the people, and they're not going to be staking. So how does everybody's logic still apply? So if you could use some of those analogies to fit the whole thing besides staking.
Yeah, but you can delegate to the, so that is a form of staking, isn't it? You can delegate to the validators with Pulse.
What's it going to look like when everybody's, like if everybody is delegating their Pulse? How's that going to work? Like everybody's got these big bags sitting around. Everybody's going to do that or what? Like,
Well, I hope that many people do, because then it helps to secure the network, and then you get a portion of the fees that the delegators decide, that the validators decide to give.
Yeah, but the more people that delegate, the less your percentage of shares is that you
so
would get returned.
once you assume that's not going to be that much, because everybody here is going to be holding on for a long period of time. So what are they going to do? Well, why wouldn't you
Yeah,
delegate
it's
it?
not going to be much. Only if you have
A lot of
incredible large bugs.
There's a lot of people here that are short-minded and short-sighted and are not going to be holding long. Like, it's probably not going to be that big of a deal. You're competing with other people that understand delayed satisfaction and having yield. Like, there's not a ton of people doing that. And the people that are doing that, like the OA, is able to dynamically adjust like, he could stake and take away your, how much you're getting in yield, or he could, not stake and have it go up. So it's a dynamic thing. And it's just, a concern. It's like, what if, everyone stakes and we can't do it? It's like, well, we'll face that problem when it comes. And then someone with $1 trillion might be able to affect that one way or the other, as compared to you or me, who has, nothing in comparison to that.
But again, if you're going to hold, it doesn't, why hold it in an empty container when you can get something, even if it's a tiny bit, and you just get it while you're holding it when it comes time to take
Yeah,
it
if
out.
you don't like risk, if you don't like risk-free passive income, you're just a fool.
If
Yeah, it's
also
a no-brainer.
Yeah, but listen, I mean, some people might not know how that works or anything. So some people, and another thing is, some people, most people are going, as soon as the price goes to like 75 cents or to $1, people are going to be dumping. I already can see it. Like, as soon as we get to that dollar mark, people are going to be dumping, and that's totally fine, because all charts work with buys and sells. And then we're going to pump right back up, and the diamond hands are going to be successful when this thing goes to Ethereum price. But
people are
if
going
anyone
to
hasn't
dump
done,
all the way up. People are going to dump at every level. I mean, a 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x. You know what I mean? There's going to be somebody doing something stupid at every single level in this.
Yeah.
And I want those. I want those people
haven't,
that sacrificed at 100,000, 200, 300,000 to sell at 2x, 3x. So then, once we hit like 10,000x, they won't be that much richer.
Yeah.
If anyone's done any research into the delegation and validation, the pulse chain is going to be different, where the delegators, they aren't going to incur portions of the penalties that the validators would potentially be receiving. So that's a really cool addition into this system.
Yeah, that is another great part.
Is that the latest?
I
heard that hadn't been decided yet. So that's like the latest update on that?
I haven't heard anything other than that.
Yeah, so basically what it is the delegation.
Said it last time.
The delegators would be just getting a percentage of what the validators are making. So that's all. That's really the only thing that delegating will take in this pulse chain. The only
honest,
fees you might be incurring is when you pull out. When you pull out and pull in, you might incur a little small fee, but that's it.
I suck at pulling out.
Pay a little penny.
How quick do you guys think this thing will get to a penny? How quick will it take?
Years.
We don't got a crystal ball, but
depends on what they start at.
Nothing quick is going to get to a penny.
Yeah, I can see
I say
18 to 24 months. Yeah, I like where your head's at. I'm more of like the 18 to 24 month range.
Depends on what they start at. Depends on what it opens at.
I'll say the time it takes to reach a penny is inversely proportional to people who are asking how long it's going to take to reach a penny.
I don't think people understood that. Rephrase.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, you're going in too deep.
He must be a
I don't
judge.
care. I'm just gonna delegate. I'm delegating all my shit. I'm leaving it in the vault. and just gonna put it down and forget about it and look at it about every 6 months and see where it's at.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are gonna get it wrong. I think even if 100,000 people guess, I think they're all gonna be wrong because I think it's gonna do something that nobody expected. So yeah, that's the answer.
I mean, I think we in this chat, people have described all kinds of expectations. It's really impossible to that we reach the unforeseen one because the guys here have foreseen all of them.
Yo, perfect. The reason I said that is because, some people are really new, and what you just said might have went over their heads, and we might need to dumb it down a little bit for some people.
He's talking
So
about the truck drivers.
No.
Mathematical equation saying more people that want to buy, the quicker the price goes up.
Yeah. What I was saying is the more people that ask how long it's going to take to reach a penny, the longer it's going to take to hit a penny because they're probably going to sell at a 2x or 4x or a 10x before they even hit a penny.
So
Yeah, but I doubt if a lot of people are going to be selling off since you can take loan with your assets. So why do you sell off?
It doesn't matter. You asking that question. Why? There's no why. People are going to do what they're going to do.
When you have the loan option available?
We're not talking about that. That's not this project.
Okay.
Have an educated.
Yo, Alex, you got a hot mic. Thank you. Power, you got a hot mic. Power, you got a hot mic. I can't hear this guy. Oh, I thought he had a question. That's the TV talking. Anybody play Warzone?
A quick question: anybody from the Caribbean here? Because that's where I am at. I don't find much people here.
From where?
From where?
The Caribbean.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
How's it? Not Caribbeans is beautiful. Very
Yeah.
beautiful.
I'm in
Is
an
that
island
picture from
called
the Caribbean?
Yeah, I'm in the island from Dominica. It's not Dominican Republic. The person that says Dominican Republic gonna piss me off. It's not Dominican Republic. It's further south. It's directly between the two French islands, Guadeloupe and Martinique. Small island called Dominica.
I'm happy to go there.
Is that your house on? Is that your house on the hills?
I wish. It's a 5-star hotel. We have a lot
That's
of
a
new development.
hotel?
Yeah, sick place.
That's hard.
Yeah, it's nice. They got a private beach. It's called a Secret Bay. You could Google it. They've been winning awards of the Yin Yang recently. You got your own private
Yeah, I'm
beach.
looking for a new vacation spot.
Yeah, it'll be perfect, man. You can fly from Miami directly here now on American Eagle. So it was a bit hassle before, but they just started direct flight from Miami. So yeah. Secret Bay.
Pulse convention.
Oh.
Was there a documentary or something about that?
I don't think, probably. Maybe it made the news somewhere. But this is one of the islands Pirates of the Caribbean was filmed on. So if you guys saw Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man Chest, and the one after Dead Man Chest, most of the island footage was here. I actually worked on that set. So it was pretty awesome.
Damn, that's beautiful. Like, I can't stop looking at it.
And here we use EC, which is like XCD, which is one EC is 2.7169 US dollar. So basically you 2x your bag once you have US, once you're on island. And everything here is basically dollar for dollar. So it's harder for me to buy crypto because I have to multiply everything I'm doing by 2.169. But if I ever make a big bag in crypto and I bring it back down here, then I already 2x my money. So it's hard going in, but I guess it'll be easy coming out because I don't have to wait too long to take profits, because whatever profits I take, I get a 2x, almost 3x my money.
So now is your what's the percentage on the taxes? Is it from the US dollar or from your currency?
What tax?
Capital gain.
Dude, you guys have in America about taxes, man. We in the Caribbean, we don't have this thing. We in islands, man. We like, who's gonna come check your money unless you're doing ridiculous shit? And the government will only check you if you're doing ridiculous shit with your money. Like you bring in some fancy cars and it just looking at you, you don't have a business, you don't have any real assets, family type thing, and you have like a Tesla. How the hell are you affording a Tesla when you're working at a small factory or a small business drawing? And they know your salaries. Everybody knows, and I have an idea of how much money people make on island. So how are you bringing in a Tesla? It's gonna cost you arm and a leg just to clear it from the customs. So if you do those shit, then they come dig into your shit. But if you live on island, like a basic average person, nobody's looking at you.
Hey Neo, you know any land for sale over there?
Yeah, I got tons of land here for sale.
Like
Tons
I'm
of land.
literally looking for some. Like, so can you DM me?
Dude, I just bought. What's your name?
Mello.
Elvis. You Elvis?
We won't talk about it in here, but just.
Oh, Mello. Okay, no problem, Mello. I can do that. Yeah.
Yes, go and buy some land better than in the metaverse, right? Buy a real island.
I wanted to hear that sentence, Neo. You just said I just bought, and then you got cut off. I wanted to hear it, please.
Just bought property.
What about her?
Is land expensive though?
It's in EC. It's not.
Universe, we're getting passive income every day on our hex stakes based on our T share, B share, and then every day that we don't mint on Hedron, if we're not mint, but we're basically, it's mintable. It's minting if in the every day, but we don't have to mint. But once every day ticks over, that's just another passive income stream if I want to mint at whenever. So it's two passive income streams, right? One on Hedron and then of course on Hex.
Yeah, and both of them are coming from the same. And it's interesting because my tax man said this to me because I explained Hedron to him, and he's like, "Well, you've already earned it," and it even questioned whether we should get a rebate for the rest of my Hex, like the tax I've paid on Hex in the past. So obviously we're not talking about tax, but yeah, like the T-shares that you earn, the T-shares that you hold, I'm sorry, will essentially allow you to accrue both Hex and Hedron per day. Just the Hedron you have access to whenever you want once you serve the days.
So Hedron is the catalyst, the Rolls Royce, the Ferrari, the Lambo of all things to get more Hex. If you use Hedron to buy the Hex, if when you earned the Hedron based on your days served, based on your shares that you have, then you mint, and then if you choose to buy leverage, buy I mean, you've earned it. You can get to buy more hex if you want to increase your bag, or you can cash out and do whatever else you want to do. But
Yeah,
so
exactly.
yeah, so I know there's the liquid loans, and I was huge in that. But the core value of Hedron is hex, and of course the core value of liquid loans is whatever you want to get the loan for, and you can. And most of it is folks want to get more pulse with their liquid loans and play that game, like Haunted Strategies game that he's published or whatever. So this is but my heart is in hex. I'm a maxi for sure. I love that we have pulse, so we can have cheaper hex stake ability. So I love pulse. The casino is PulseX to me. The casino over there, the farm and everything, that's great too. I like that. But this Hedron is a complex game theory, and it gets exciting that we can actually tap that liquidity when we choose and have another income stream based on hex. So hex has saved the day with Hedron. I mean, it's just my mind is wrapping around it, and it's just I'm just excited. I can't believe this stuff, just thank you for I'm just thankful being here, man. This is crazy.
Yeah, and like when I came and I said to Alex, like the first thing I said is something like, is it a sacrifice? And he said, like, you've already sacrificed your time by staking hex, so why would you have to sacrifice anymore? And then this kind of like warranted that I at least learn what the project is, right? Because it was such a surprising response, if you like. It was so much integrity and wholesomeness attached to that statement. I just thought, yeah, like I've at least got to learn. And the deeper I went into the rabbit hole, the more the game theory unravels, and you're just like, holy moly, as if hex didn't have enough game theory, and then you've got this, which
Yeah.
is like 3-dimensional hex. So yeah,
Yeah,
agree.
that's exactly. I was saying a parallel universe. This is hex in 3 dimension. It's a Hedron, and that man Alex that came up with a derivative of hex, a hexagon with Hedron. It's just, I mean, that's just genius level. That's Richard Hart level fucking genius with the concept of Hedron being 3 dimensional. I mean, both get props for naming them shapes, and then they're similar shapes in the same family. Man, Richard Hart. When he if he studied and get when his head's around all this, he's gonna be amazed by it as well. I mean, I think he'll come around once he sees the pressure of more people buying hex to stake longer, and it's locking up the hex, and it's going to be a friggin' scarcity on friggin' hex because of the fact that it's all being locked up, and people going to be only getting that inflation, but they got to buy it first. Man, this is crazy. It just puts nothing but positive pressure on hex. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the intention. And even if it only removed the emergency end staking and the selling, like we've never had problems with people buying hex. The problems being the selling and the dumping big huge bags. And like for a few months now, we've had more buyers than sellers, even though we were like in the time we were going down. But the sellers were selling more than the buyers were buying. And this was a lot of the time after a big emergency end stake. So they take a big haircut and then they dump the price against themselves and against everybody else. So even if we just remove that and the buying stays the same, that in and of itself will create that positive feedback loop you were talking about. And then what does that do for the price of Hedron? Or, just forget the price of the token itself, just the ecosystem of Hedron. And then what does that do for the ecosystem of Hex? And then there's where the positive feedback loops will come. And it's almost like a virtual, within the system, there's like a virtual arbitrage opportunity where you can use the Hedron that instead of, like you said, you can mint Hedron, right? And you're saying, well, what if I was to buy Hex with that? Which is great. But what about the ability to be able to, take that Hedron and go into a liquidation auction and to essentially bid on other people's stakes, people that take advances and don't repay them. And like in day one, I plan to make a few, and I don't suggest this to anybody, that this would be a bad idea in the long run for anybody. I plan to make some stakes for 15 years and just borrow against them and leave them go, the 90 days without paying, just to kick off these auctions, just because I want to see what happens. I'm excited, right? So
Thank you, brother, for sacrificing. We got to sacrifice. I'll do it, and then I'll do one, and then you can do one, and then it'll be then we can tag team. We'll play ping pong. I'll do a 5-5-5-5. I'll do maybe. Yeah. And then once you see action going on, and now you do it like, say we agree a census, like, okay, we'll do 555 hex for 5555. And then I'll do it, and then you buy me out, and then you do, and then we'll do it again. And then so we need to build that pool up. But then again, we don't want a bunch of degenerates just all going in default. But it's up to them if they want to default. We know we don't want to default. We just want to see that marketplace grow. I mean, we can't help the behavior of these folks. I mean, I get tempted when I see that I have a X amount of T shares, but I got to wait another 2 to 3 years to even get to the halfway point, because I'm not going to take that major penalty and nuke my bag. But then, damn, I want some liquidity now, but shit, I got to still wait. I'm not at the halfway point yet. So there's going to be some folks in Hedron that get in Hedron that they're going to nuke their bag, and on purpose to get more money, but also out of greed, they get greedy. And so, I want to see the actual product being used in that marketplace. And so that's the incentive, is collect all the Hedron you can get, that you can mint, so you can buy that those defaulted hex T shares that are not being paid back. Man, it's something else. Yeah,
and I think that's where the arbitrage will come. I mean, with the ability to be able to purchase those stakes out of the pool, that will give the intrinsic value to Hedron, right? Even if it's just a perceived value. And then over time, that's the same market participants perceiving the intrinsic value of Hedron is X, can then almost virtually arbitrage the price of the Hedron in the pool to Y, So it's kind of like, it's very interesting to see what will happen. And I know, if you see David Feeder, he said it'd be like one of those police auctions where they take people's cars and then auction them off in the parking lot for really cheap and see what happens. And it's just going to be so fun to watch that, right?
It's going to be a mob there. It's going to be a mob in the streets waiting to liquidate whoever is in default of their advance, of their borrowing of their Hedron, the leveraging of their T share that they borrowed on in the marketplace. Are you more excited about getting in the marketplace and doing the bidding to buy out the defaulted T share that's in the HSI, or are you more excited about doing creating a tokenized stake of Hex and put it into NFT marketplace, such as Rarible or whatever? Are you more excited about doing a tokenization of a Hex and then letting somebody detokenize, and then they buy what you sell based on maybe a premium? Or are you more excited about being a vulture and sucking the life out of that marketplace and getting more T shares? That's the question. What are you more interested in doing?
So personally, obviously in the short term, I am going to make HSIs to potentially tokenize in the future, but that obviously the tokenization won't come for a while. So in the short term, I'm excited to just see how these liquidation auctions go in the early days, just to even sit back and watch it, some popcorn kind of thing, right? And then also to be a liquidity provider. So just to kind of, again, see what happens, because obviously with Hex, it was an exciting 2 years, but it's kind of established now. We're just going to kind of keep going through the price discoveries, and we're going to eventually get where we're going to go. But with Hedron, it's just so exciting that we've had this run up, just like we did in Hex chat before it launched. And so I'm probably most excited to just be a liquidity provider, see what happens with the price. And and then jump into the auctions. But even like I said, I'm probably going to leave some kind of borrowed positions go unchecked just to start the auctions off, and then even use the Hedron to bid in my own auction, just to kind of just see what happens, right? Just for it's the first time it's happened, right? So
Well,
for sure be excited.
With the Pulse chain, we don't have to be murdered by all the fees, so we can play the game the way we want to play the game, and not and be comfortable. But initially, when we get the protocol on Hedron and we're on just the ETH network, we have to take a big ass sacrifice of paying those fees. But soon as Pulse Chain launches, then we can really get into the groove of this stuff,
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, we've all been waiting for Pulse, and then this thing's only just kind of come into our attention, right? Just before Christmas. So it's kind of like that's going to be exciting in and of itself. Pulse, PulseX, and then if you add Hedron to the mix, and it's almost like Hex has always been there as our baby, but like these things together, like what happens there? Like you said, what happens on the Pulse chain side? What's the difference between there's going to be auctions on the Pulse chain side and on the Ethereum side running every day. People that, for example, took out advances on the Ethereum side before the fork that leave them go unpaid. Maybe they only leave them go unpaid on one side of the fork. Maybe they leave them go unpaid on both sides. So is there an auction on both sides and one of them goes for more than the other? And all these different possible outcomes, right? That you can, I guess, make a moon math spreadsheet, and it would just be so extensive. And I just can't wait to see all this shit happen, and for Pulse Chain to launch.
What I'm excited about is the ping pong, or basically you have the T-share rate escalating in my mind on Pulse, because so many people are going to be pulsating on staking on Hex, and because there's the amount of Hex being staked is going to be a lot faster pace and a lot more on the Pulse chain. So therefore, if less people and T shares expire on Ethereum, then the T share is going to get more and more scarce on Ethereum. So then therefore the yield is going to be a whole lot friggin' more per T share. You may be getting 30 hex per T share on Ethereum, and the yield is a lot less on Pulse. So then if you did a Hedron minting or borrowing, you will you have to consider what that B share rate cost is, and versus the Pulse, and then Pulse Hex is maybe become more valuable, but the share rate is so much more because people are jacking it up so fast. But then the ball drops over on Ethereum side, and people see such a great deal over there. That's a good deal over there. Let me go over there, and they load that up, and then it's just a crazy feedback loop back and forth. People are looking at the T-share rates and deciding which way. But if Ethereum's costs too much to do end staking, there's going to be such a bunch of emergency end stakes once they see the value in Pulse, and then they just want to just nuke part of their bag or cash out halfway. The damn T-share scarcity on Ethereum is going to go berserk because people don't want to be eating like a $3,000 stake end price. You know what I mean? But though, if they can get $100,000, it costs them $3,000 to get that 100,000, and then they see a bigger opportunity on Pulse with that emergency end stake on the Ethereum, then they're going to be so many emergency end stakes over there at Ethereum side. It just, what is it going to do to Hedron? What's it going to do? It's a massive situation going on with these emergency end stakes that are going to happen on Hex Ethereum, or EHEX is what I meant to say, right?
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of talking about with the virtual arbitrage of the liquidation auctions, because like you just said, that's kind of like a virtual arbitrage of the two systems. Like, hey, it's cheaper here this day, everyone rushes over. A couple of weeks later, it becomes the opposite because everyone's now staked over here. And so that's what I kind of meant with the liquidation auctions. But I was only thinking about one system. So as well as that happening, that's also going to happen on both liquidation auctions. So we're going to have 2 sets of staker, 2 sets of HSI staker, and then 2 sets of liquidation auctions. It's going to be hectic, dude.
Oh my God.
Like 12 spreadsheets.
Yeah, I know it. I know Hex is simplified. I love you. Go pick a date that you want your birthday or your mom's birthday or whoever birthday or whatever anniversary or whatever day that floats your boat. You get to do all that, and you don't have to watch the charts. But when you get the Hedron in the mix, oh my gosh, you get really into the situation. I mean, it doesn't pay to be passive on this situation because there's opportunity every day with these virtual arbitrages that you're saying. But do me a favor, go to Hex Calc and go throw in 150 million into the calculator and put a day or put in 30, say you get paid every 2 weeks or you get every month or once a year, whatever you want to do. But look at how much 100 million pays every day on your Hex versus 150 million Hex. I mean, if you go do that, man, you'll see that that's such an incentive to get 150 million or more Hex because the bonus doesn't stop at 150 million. If you got a $250,000 of Hex with a 10% bonus, there's so much money on more mintable Hex you can get. It's just the incentive is to get that 10% bonus that you can get if you got that volume of 150 million or more Hex. Do you know what I'm saying? If you go look at the calculator, it's just like you could live off the 10% bonus is what I'm trying to say. If you can get to 150 million more, you could just play with the 10% bonus. You'll be, if you can get to that level, that 10% bonus is just unfathomable. You're such a, what do you want to call it? You have more advantage than anybody else when you have that 10% extra bonus that because you have such a big bag. You know what I mean? It's just incredible. I mean, it's just if you play with it, like it's just so crazy.
Sorry, give me 2 minutes. I'm just in the middle of eating. I got my mouth full. Sorry, brother.
Hey, Robert, just want to say, hey. Hey, Bree, just want to shout out, hey.
But yeah, in terms of going back to what you said before, Ryan, I definitely think like I don't know what's best to do, right? Who knows? Who knows what the future holds or when these things launch? But I definitely think it's positive EV to, even if something did outperform the strategy, it's still positive EV to just stake as much Hex, like you were saying, as much Hex for as long as your situation will allow. And to get more Hex every day. But now you have the added bonus of the Hedron also accruing per day. So it's just a win-win for Hex, a win-win for hexagon stakers. And like, even if you don't mint, right? Like, I know this is crazy, but even if you don't mint, you hate everything Hedron's doing. Like, Hedron being a thing and creating these positive feedback loops we were talking about will still benefit the Hex bag you have, even if you have Hex liquid. And that's the craziest thing. Like, you can hate everything about Hedron and just hold some liquid Hex. It'd probably still benefit your liquid Hex bag. So it's a win-win for Hex, win-win for Hedron, win-win for hexagons and Hex stakers. So, how can we, and that's without talking about PulseX, and the fact that we're going to have a copy of these both assets, Hedron and Hex, as P Hex and P Hedron.
Yeah, Hedron is like getting your PhD, and Hex is like getting your master's degree. It's just a step level higher in the plane. It's so. Yeah, I'm not going to be well, I'll be open-minded always, malleable. I like to, I want to bend. I want to be able to bend and pivot when I need to bend and pivot and flex, and because this is an opportunity that I could never imagine. I wanted to be able to get liquidity and leverage something that's dormant. Hex is dormant when it's staked, in the sense that you can't do shit with it. It's you just look at your money grow, but you want to tap it if you can, but you couldn't. But now you can, and then you can play a game with this situation and arbitrage virtually. But it's so complex, but it's going to be digestible. It's digestible if you focus on all the little details and everything, and come in here and talk to everybody. Um, I'm I I'm just trying to, man, I just trying to leverage what I can. Because if I had a line of credit, I used to do mortgages a long time ago. I had a company called Lifestyle Mortgages, custom loans to guide you home. And it was a lighthouse. So picture a light on a harbor. I would guide people home. The boats out there are lost in the sea, help build their credit up, get them in a home. So I know about credit repair and mortgages and assets. So I always wanted to, hey, let me have a HELOC, a home equity line of credit, on $1 million house, and have access to, say, 10% of that, which would be 100,000. But now this is take it up even higher level. Imagine just having a commercial line of credit or whatever, $1 million. Imagine if we had $1 million line that revolving. Anytime you want to tap it, you can get that liquidity. But then, if you had $1 million right now, what would you do, buddy? You go friggin' buy the shit and get your free copy on Hex. You would have a huge Hex bag if you can buy $1 million worth of Hex if you had a line of credit. I would buy Hex if I had $1 million line of credit, but I don't have that liquidity. I don't have that access. But with Hedron, as I go and make it grow, I have that liquidity to tap and take advantage of buying more Hex or buying more Pulse or buying whatever I want that sees value, But, imagine if you had $1 million line of credit right now. What would you do with that $1 million line of credit responsibly? What would you do? That's my question.
Well, one thing for sure I'm going to do with Hedron is provide liquidity. And so, one play might be, instead of, like, this is what I was thinking, like, one play could be, instead of minting all my big legacy stakes, because I could just claim against them instead, and then wait for a potential AMR to be triggered in the future, an AMR bonus. And then another play could be to just make 2 HSIs that are both of the same size and the same length, run them side by side. You do both for 15 years. You borrow off the one at the base rate, and then you mint off the other with the 10x bonus. So the other will be essentially 10 times bigger than the one you borrow against, because you don't get the bonus on borrowing. You use what was borrowed to provide liquidity in the pool. And so, that's already going to pay itself off. You can pay off what you borrow with what you mint on the other stake. And then, essentially what you're saying is, hey, I can now keep like you said, you had those juicy stakes, but I can just claim against those and keep that. I'm always owed that from the past. Each day that I accrue, it's still accruing, that I serve, I'm sorry, it's still accruing Hedron. And then if and when an AMR bonus is triggered in the future, I then mint not just everything from the first time I minted to the second, but I mint every single thing that my stakes ever accrued, with the new bonus compounded with the original launch phase bonus. So this is perhaps a play that I'll make, and kind of just as a game theory kind of strategy, instead of needing access to liquidity to buy a car. It's just like, hey, I'm going to provide liquidity either way. So instead of minting against my legacy stakes and kind of taking such a huge bag of Hedron just to provide it with liquidity, why don't I just instead borrow against a new stake and have another stake run side by side with it to just pay off what was borrowed off the mint? And so it's like, there's no risk involved as long as I keep up with those payments and I don't not go onto the DApp and hit the repay function. And then I'll also get that copied over. So, it's just, and if you can even add this to it, after I've paid off what was borrowed, I'm then free to mint again. And when I mint, I'm then free to mint with the 10x bonus. So I'll be able to mint 10 times more than I've just borrowed at the end of the stake. So it's just like so many ways that could be potentially more beneficial for me in the long run. And if that AMR bonus is triggered, 6 months, a year, even 5 years from now, everything that's accrued from the very first day of my stake up until that AMR bonus being triggered, I can mint with a 10x bonus compounded with the AMR bonus that's potentially triggered that day. So there's so many different ways you can use the three functions of the mint, borrow, and tokenize together to derive different outcomes and possibilities based on, mine or your specific wants and needs. So
say if you had 100,000 liquid hex bag, right? And you go and you go to the AHI function, HSI. You claimed it day one on the protocol, so you're getting the 10%, 10x more. So would you take your 100,000 bag and do one HSI stake and use 90% of it? Like, okay, I'm gonna do 90,000 liquid hex and an HSI stake, and then the 10,000, that's the 10%, do the other one the same day parallel. So you got 90% of your bag on a 5555, letting it roll that way, and the other one 555, the 10,000 hex. That 90-10 ratio in parallel, or would you do a 50-50? 50,000 hex liquid that staked HSI, and then the other 50 HSI stake the same thing, exact the same ratios, the same length, everything like that? Or would you do a 90, make a bigger bag or more B shares on one to maximize? I'm trying to figure out the game theory. What would it be better? Leverage a higher amount on one bag or do a 50-50?
So like there's benefits to both, right? So let's say you had both the same, you're going to essentially still be minting 10x more off the mint than you are, able to borrow from the advance. So you're always going to have like a buffer there of safety. And then at the, let's fast forward to the end of those two stakes in this example. Let's call it example one. At the end, you'd then be able to mint off the advanced stake again. Now you've repaid it with that 10x bonus. So then you could then say there's another two scenarios. You can either make one, like you said, 9 times bigger, or 90% of your total bag in one or the other. Obviously, let's just say 85%, right? Because we want to account for the interest as well of, let's say, 1.65%, 1.64%. So then in that scenario, the mint is just covering what was borrowed, like it's covering it like kind of one for one, right? But then you have maybe the added risk of not being able to pay any months in advance to kind of kick the can down the road, So in the flip side of that, let's say example 3, you could make what was minted much bigger than what was borrowed. So not only can you pay off what was borrowed with a buffer, but you can also pay off many, many months in advance and potentially have a 15-year stake, but 2 years into that, you've completely paid off what was advanced, and then you're free to start minting again on the advanced stake from the 2-year mark, and you've got another 13 years of minting. So there's kind of 3 ways you can do it, both the same size, or one bigger than the other, and then either the mint being bigger than the borrow or the borrow being bigger than the mint. And all 3 ways, as long as you do the math correctly, they're both of the same B shares in even the ratio being the same, and they both made on the same day with the same length, and they have the same end date. All 3 scenarios would work. So it's just a case of, I don't know, I guess you could make a spreadsheet. I'm planning to make a spreadsheet eventually, and I'll probably put it out for everybody. But then you can just kind of run through the different scenarios and how it would look now, how it would look, month by month, year by year, and then how it would look at the end of the stake when you eventually pay off the advance, and then you're able to mint with that 10x bonus you locked in on day one. Because don't forget as well, that 10x bonus is never coming back. So you want to make sure you lock in, that your future self to be able to mint as much as possible at the end date. And as well, by 15 years, the price would likely have rose at least from the launch rate, right? So, I plan to use what I borrow on day one just to provide liquidity. So I don't plan to sell it. So I don't really see the risk financially, because obviously I can still cover the payments with the mint anyway. But yeah, all three scenarios would work.
So I have to figure. For us as Hedron, in Hedron, we got to get the liquidity pools or pools built up. So we're gonna have to mint something to get the pool filled up. Maybe pair it with Ether, pair it with Hex, Hedron Hex, or Hedron Pulse. I don't know what the pools are gonna be, but I know Matt, Jack of the Ace of Cards, or Jack. I call him Jack.
Yeah, Jack of Hearts. Yeah, Jack of
Yeah,
Hearts.
Jack of Hearts. He wants I heard him talking about the liquidity pool based on Ethereum, Hedron and Ethereum as a pool. But we have to mint something to get that going, and then let the other part ride. Or we have to borrow to, if we do an HSI, we can borrow and then mint, or we can just mint on our legacy and start making our pool that way. But
yeah, with the ETH play,
I think the magic is in waiting and delaying that mintability, and then when you see the big ability to mint all that, then you can even provide more liquidity, or then cash out your Hedron, because you earned all that time. You've earned the mintability that you can, it's not on a loan. You can just mint it and you own it, right?
Yeah, and I think with the kind of banking on the future, you're kind of just banking on the T-share, right? Because just with Hex, let's take Hedron out of the equation. The people who went longer and bigger being rewarded for that now and next year and the year after, all the way until the very last day of their stake, they'll be rewarded for locking in those T-shares. And so that's kind of the same here now, because you can still accrue every day the ability to mint Hedron. So every day you serve, and the more days you're willing to serve, you're just kind of banking on that T-share working for you, right? And or going to work for you. And so that's kind of why I'm always trying to look at what's the best strategy. So in the long run, instead of seeing it like, hey, what can I mint most at the end, which would be the same equation anyway, but it's like, how can I make the most of these T-shares that I have locked in now that I won't have locked in after I end my stake? And because it only comes once, like that 10x bonus is only coming once, just like the T-share rate today is only coming once. And so, I think that would always be it's definitely positive EV to bet on the T-share, right? And, something that only in Hex terms goes up in value. We all love Hex. That's kind of our store of value. That's why we're here. So if we're locking in those T-shares anyway, and we have them locked in on our legacy, I kind of see, well, those native legacy stakes, why don't I just have the T-share price has gone up 10,000x? So I want to bet on that, right? Or bank on it, should I say? I shouldn't say bet on it, but I want to bank on that, just like I already have. I've put my faith in the T-share, and now we have a proxy to that T-share. So, every day that goes by, as long as I'm still thinking about that, and I'm not, just minting a bunch of Hedron just to have it sat there, well, I could potentially wait for an AMR bonus to be triggered. And maybe it doesn't ever come. Maybe it comes in 6 months. But two things is true. The longer it takes for an AMR to happen, those who don't mint up until that point will be more, benefited more so if and when it does happen, because they'll have more served days to be able to multiply against that bonus, which compounds with the launch phase bonus. The second thing is the more the people don't mint, so the less minting that happens, the more likely it makes the AMR to potentially be triggered. So it's kind of like, again, a positive feedback loop of ability to trigger this AMR bonus and this AMR event. So again, that's kind of my optimum play.
Can we work together to trigger the AMR? Who decides the AMR bonus gets, what's algorithm is being used to get the 50% higher mark? How do we need to push it to trigger it? How do we work together to push this thing to be an AMR event? Can we strategize how we can make it work that way?
Yeah. So essentially, when 50% of the borrowed supply So, sorry, when the borrowed supply goes greater than 50% of the total supply, the next day so everyone that mints that day gets an AMR bonus on everything they mint. So it essentially says, hey, you know, let's say the balance is out of whack and there's like 60% of borrowed supply and 40% of minted supply. It encourages people that next day to rush in and mint because it's much more lucrative to do so, or much more beneficial in Hedron terms to mint that day. And then that should equalize the ratio again. So it's like back to 50-50, right? And then if it doesn't happen, if it only comes down to 55% borrowed and 45% minted, the next day would trigger another bonus, which would be a bit less. But it's essentially for every 1% above 50% borrowed supply, there's a 0.1% bonus. Sorry, a 0.2% bonus for every 1% above 50%. So it's almost like as long as people are borrowing, the less people mint, the more likely it is for the AMR to be triggered. And it doesn't mean that it will be triggered. It just means it becomes, you know, increasingly more likely that it will. So basically, if we all band together and just say, hey, never minting, right? Or not minting early, there's all these hashtags people are doing, never minting Hedron, or, you know, never mint Hedron early. But that's kind of the strategy, right? The more people that don't mint, the more likely it makes an AMR event happen.
Yeah, so we need borrowers and we need delayed mintability. We need to delay our mint so we save for that special day of the AMR that occurs, and then when we're borrowing, wonder what's going to cost us to the fee. What do we have to pay back in interest when we borrow and pay back? You know what I mean?
So the interest will essentially be worked out based on the APY of hex on the day you borrow. Hypothetically, say the APY was 40%, and that's the global APY.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say it was 40%. It would then divide that by 2, so you've got 20%, and that would just be used as like a quotation, right? Like a division quotation, let's call it, right? And then it's going to take that 20%, divide it by 365, and times that by 30. The result of that would be 1.64%. That will then be your fixed interest rate for the whole length of the advance. So each and every time you make a payment of, you know, each 30-day payment window, you're going to pay proportionally one set of principal, or like one amount of principal, and then the interest will only be applied to the principal you pay on that window. So it won't be applied to the whole outstanding amount of principal that you have yet to pay. So it doesn't work like credit card interest where it compounds. And
it's simple interest. It's simple. Like a simple interest loan. Like if you have $1,000 and you borrow and it calculates that based on that fixed rate, then you know what you owe at the end of the deal. You know you owe $169 more, and you can budget for that 169. But
exactly.
It's not like okay. Simple interest is what we're calculating, not the compounded interest. So,
exactly.
But it's so interesting that, you know, Hex is a hybrid compounding interest because of the mechanism of the T share, because it keeps on ratcheting up, mimicking a compounding effect. So Hex doesn't pay simple interest. It's paying really a compounding as the T share price ratchets it up. It's mimicking a compounding effect. But in Hedron, when you borrow, it's not a ratcheting up when it's more of a simple interest, but it's a derivative of Hex's compounding T-share mechanism thing. It's a proxy, right? It's a mimicking the T-share interest, but on the other end, it's you've got a simple interest payment when you borrow. It's hard. That's really theoretical, though. I'm not going to get confused into that, but I'm just saying the mechanics is a little bit different, but they I don't even know how to explain what I'm trying to say, articulating what I'm trying to say. But do you know where I'm trying to go with?
And in an example, it's kind of like if you had it took an advance of 10 years, and you took the advance at that 1.64% fixed rate because on the day you took it, let's say Hex was at 40% APY globally. If in 5 years, bunch more people stake and the APY of Hex has come down to 20%, you'd be perfectly fine to just hit the payoff function and completely pay off everything you've advanced, and then re-advance it halfway through. And then what that would do is lock in a new rate. So you'd now pay half as much interest as you did last time. Good. So, in the first example, you paid 1.64%. And in the second example, you'd pay then, what's that, like 0.82% going forward. So you've always got the ability to kind of pay everything off and go back in and take the advance again to be able to lock in that new rate based on the global APY of Hex.
I probably couldn't qualify for a boat loan anymore.
And you got two networks you're playing this game with: the legacy eHex, and then of course the Hex on Pulse. Right? Wow. I don't know. In the end, my whole thing is I want to get 150 million Hex on one network or more. So I know that. I don't know if I'm gonna. It would be nice to have 150 million or more on both of them.
Yeah.
But I was thinking about leveraging when my end stakes end in Hex. Then what am I gonna do? Am I gonna move those Hex over to Pulse, or just keep them separate?
It's a quicker. Want me to leave this chat?
Yeah, and like you said, the both like with the both systems
These
working
guys are really
differently,
smart,
there'll
Ryan.
be two different APYs, and so the two different APYs will then affect, if you were to have something copied over and then you were to take the advance on that thing maybe 6 months after the fork,
these are
you then potentially have two different interest rates
I
on
haven't
two
read
different
it.
sides. So that would be interesting as
Me
well.
too.
It would kind of be like a different, just the same way people stake on different chains, people may then borrow on different chains.
have a
It's
chance to
always
even
going to be
glance through
cheaper
that
to borrow
document?
on the Pulse chain side.
Scan it.
I
Looks
find
pretty good.
Just
it
because
hard
of
to understand you with someone speaking. They've got their mic open. I think it's the 9th. Stops chargebacks, The 9th. Can you turn your mic off, please? Thank you. Sorry, Nomad. Just couldn't wanted to understand what you were saying, but couldn't because there was too much background noise. Thank you.
Continue. I'm trying to follow your thoughts.
Yeah, so I was just saying, like you said, with both different chains, there's going to be different staking activity on both, and that will create, a different global APY on both chains, which will then create different, borrowing opportunities and interest rates on borrowing on both chains. But then you've also got the fact that borrowing is always going to be more gas effective in the early days on the Pulse chain side. So again, there's going to be people that have, two different stakes that they may only borrow against on one, and then maybe they, with the other, just mint Hedron, bridge that Hedron over onto Pulse chain, maybe put in a liquidity pool on Pulse chain. So there's all these there's almost like infinite different, things that you can derive just by using the three functions of mint, tokenize, and borrow together to benefit just specific wants and needs.
The audit is the audit coming back today, or was I heard something about in the chat that the audit has been finished? Now they'll be reviewing it, or do you know what the status of the audit is now for Hedron?
I believe Alex has like a preliminary kind of. I think he's communicated with them, and then he just needs to clear up kind of the non-disclosure aspect of everything. And then once that's happened, I guess we'll be the first to know.
Cool.
Yeah, but if anybody has any questions on some of the basics of Hedron and the basic functionalities, then please feel free to ask. But yeah, Ryan, I definitely think that strategy of just kind of quote unquote banking on the T-share and just letting the T-share work for you on both Hex and Hedron, and then copy that onto both chains. And like you said, with your analogy of it being a parallel universe, so we've now got a parallel universe of Hex on the other chain, and now we've got a parallel universe of Hex in the Hedron system. So they're both going to accrue every day, and they'll both accrue every day on both chains. So it's kind of like 4x more stuff than we used to have from the T-share, from the same T-share we locked in on day one. So going forward, I say to my friends that are still too scared to get into Hex because of the price, this is the perfect opportunity to let the T-share work for you into the future. Because even if price stayed the same, you've now just got more working for you from the same T-share that you lock in today on Hex, because you're going to get that copied on both chains, and you'll have the ability to mint Hedron every day as well as accrue Hex.
Absolutely, it's a beautiful system that very very fun. Thank you for all your help with understanding everything. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no worries. And I mean, Alex spent a few hundred hours so far with us, right? Like going through all the, sorry, just washing my hands, going through all the different, gameplay strategies, the basics in the early days. And I think as soon as, everybody dives in and understands how the basics work, everybody then, like you, Ryan, has come today and it's just like, well, there's all these different other things you can do. And they're the same thing, really. You're just using the 3 basic functions. But the way you can mix and match them to just derive a different outcome for you and your circumstance, like I said, are almost infinite. And it just adds to the already amazing game theory of Hex and lets us bank on that T-share more so into the future.
It's very good stuff.
I'm going to step out for about 10 minutes because I've got to do something for Bree because she's on to me. So I'll be back in 10 minutes.
All righty.
Could I ask a quick question? Will Hedron be on both the Ethernet and the Pulse chains?
Yes, so it'll be originally launched on the Ethereum network, and then it'll get copied over onto Pulsechain. So anything you've already minted or borrowed will be copied over, providing you're still holding it. And then on top of that, the state of all your bonuses, all the HSI stakes you make, and any mintable Hedron you have not minted yet will also be copied over.
Okay, and that will be, the plan is for that to happen on January 31st, unless delayed.
Yes, exactly. You got it.
Okay, thank you.
what would it be an average cost to claim at your mintability on the legacy side when, you know, if you're sitting on multiple stakes? How much do you think it's going to add up to do, just have the right to claim every one when we go to MetaMask and we claim our stakes? Do you know what it would cost you?
Yeah, so based on the last estimate of like 98 Gwei, and I think it was $3,300 per ETH, it was $26 for a claim and $38 for a mint. So then, you know, times that by however many you plan to claim against, and then that's what you're going to be looking
Okay.
at.
So claiming's 26, minting, the mintability factors, well, $38. Okay.
And don't forget, if you mint, you also lock in the claim. So minting already locks in the claim, but also mints you everything available up to that date. Claiming just kicks the can down the street for the minting, but just locks in the claim to the stake.
Gotcha. Yeah, it would be wise to claim everything you have ability to claim. Is that right?
Yes, at the very least, at least claim. But then, you know, some people have said, hey, if you're going to have a taxable event, it might make sense to mint now. So when it does get copied to Pulsechain, that then starts at kind of a zero value. But again, loads of people, different jurisdictions and different kind of tax, you know, implications. So it's just dependent on what works for you.
That was good information. I was always trying to figure out how much it's going to cost to do these claims. So thank you.
And again, that's on the Ethereum side. So Pulsechain is going to be, you know, like everything else, it'll be pennies.
You get the copy of that free claim if you do it on the ETH side. You already get it. It's a mirror image, right? You don't have to claim again. If you already claimed once on Ethereum, it's already claimed already ahead of time on the Pulsechain. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right. But a couple of people have just said, you know, just based on their circumstance, because for them it will be a taxable event by claiming, by minting, and that'll be classed as income. They'd rather claim on they'd rather mint it on the Ethereum side. So then it just gets copied over at the zero value on Pulsechain, to avoid the second taxable event. But again, different jurisdictions, different circumstances for everybody.
I got you. That's cool. It's gonna look like $1,500 for me to claim everything I got. $1,500 claim, man.
Mine ratcheted up pretty quick as well. I think some people have like 200 odd stakes, so you know, I guess I'm in a better position than those. I've got, I think, 21 stakes, I think.
Yeah, I got 52, but yeah, but I mean, I can deal with $1,500.
Where will you be able to monitor the accrued interest in an HSI?
Would you be able to what with the accrued interest? Sorry.
Like right now, if you have a native stake, you go to go.hex.com. It tells you every day what your accrued interest is. But if you have an HSI, will that same stake be on hex.com, or will it be on the Hedron dApp? Or how can you monitor what your accrued interest is?
Yeah, so there's going to be, I believe, from what I understand, there's going to be kind of one tab for showing everything on the minting and kind of the Hedron side of things. So there'll be like, it'll show you your mintable days, your borrowable days, etc. And then you kind of switch over to seeing the hex side of things. So it'll show you for that same HSI, what is the actual hex, like, you know, what's the state of affairs with the hex itself. So you'll have one tab for showing the mintable days, then one tab for showing what you accrued in hex.
Oh, so it'll be go.hex.com, the normal hex contract interface, to show you what the normal stake is, and then when you want to see HSI stats, you go to Hedron. Is that the way it works?
Yeah, exactly. So there'll be like a little toggle, I believe, and it'll
Oh.
just switch the table over to the hex stats, if you like. So you'll have the Hedron stats and the hex stats in two different tabs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the DApp right now for Hedron. It looks pretty cool. You know, it's easy. It looks like very easy to mint.
Yeah, exactly. And on the new, currently, when you make a HSI, you have to deposit the hex into the DApp by clicking deposit. And then when you end that stake, it goes back into the DApp. You have to click withdraw. But on the new iteration of the DApp and on the iteration that's on the mainnet, you'll be able to stake directly from your wallet. So just like on gotohex.com, you'll make the approval for the amount of hex you want to stake, and then it'll come straight from your MetaMask wallet into the, essentially to the hex contract, but wrapped in the intermediary contract with the HSI.
So, from a security point of view, who owns a stake? Is it the hex contract? Do they have the hex, or is it the Hedron contract?
So when you create a HSI stake, it's called, it's essentially just an acronym for hex stake instance. So it's a
Right.
single use smart contract that you create when you create the stake. And so this is
Okay.
why it's going to cost a little more to make a HSI, but essentially that HSI will be the owner of the stake. And then the address that created the HSI will be the owner of the HSI. If in the future you were to hit tokenize, it would mint you an NFT, and that NFT becomes the owner of the HSI. And then whoever owns, whoever holds the NFT in their wallet address will become the intrinsic owner of the stake. So then if you transfer the NFT to somebody else, then they
Right.
detokenize it. That new address that detokenizes it will become the new owner of that HSI. And then should somebody hit the end stake function at the end of the stake, all that hex that's ended will come from the HSI directly into the address that ends the stake, and then the HSI contract will be destroyed. So when you start the stake, it creates the contract. When you end the stake, it destroys the contract. But that's just a single-use contract for you only, and that's what controls the stake.
Oh, okay. Oh, so the Hedron you don't have to do anything to tokenize it. There'll be a button to press, or we can tokenize if we want to.
Yes, exactly. Obviously, it's an option. You don't have to, but if you just hit tokenize, you can
Right.
do that now. If you create a HSI stake in the DApp, you can hit tokenize, and then you can send that NFT to a different wallet. And then on that new wallet, you can detokenize, and then it'll essentially turn it back into a HSI stake. So it's just a
Okay.
way to transfer ownership of the stake, or to be able to sell the stake on a secondary marketplace like Rarible or OpenSea. So it just
Right.
gives you that extra optionality for the stake.
Okay. Has anybody tried to do that yet? I mean, is this really doable, or OpenSea will accept the NFTs for Hex and let you sell them?
So OpenSea is kind of a weird example because they don't allow financial NFTs, but they do allow Uniswap v3 positions. Like if you put liquidity in Uniswap v3,
Right.
the ownership of that liquidity position is represented in form of an NFT. So whoever holds that NFT has the ability to withdraw that liquidity. So they do allow that, but it's just kind of weird with OpenSea. But with Rarible, it's more like a DEX kind of environment where anybody can just do whatever they want on there.
Okay.
So Rarible will probably be the best bet, and then I'm sure anybody
Right.
has the ability to make their own front end or fork Rarible, and perhaps even make an NFT marketplace just for these tokenized stakes. So I think Rarible will be the best option early on.
But if you wanted to, you could just start the HSI and let your seed mature without ever tokenizing it, right? And then it'd be like a normal stake.
Yes, correct, exactly. You
Right.
can just make a HSI and just so that you have the options available to you to borrow
Right.
or to tokenize if you want, but you don't have to, right? And as
Right.
well, in the future, if you had maybe 2 years of mintable Hedron, but you didn't mint it, and if you
Okay.
sold that, you know, if you then tokenized it and sold it to somebody else, the new owner would then get the ability to mint all the Hedron that you didn't mint, and they'd also get the bonus that you had locked in from that HSI if you did get a bonus at the start. So the state of the bonuses and the mintable Hedron gets transferred to the owner, to the new owner, if you
Okay.
transfer or sell the tokenized stake.
Oh, so that should give them even more incentive to buy it.
Exactly. It could even demand a premium, right? So they'd be
Right.
buying a maybe potentially 5-year-old T-share rate, plus there would be an objective market value on that mintable Hedron that comes with the stake with the 10x bonus. So yeah, exactly.
Right. Okay. And how about, like, what if you plan to mint all you can on your current stakes from a tax point of view? Like, any idea what Hedron would be worth the first day?
I really don't know. It depends on whoever starts the first pool, right? I mean, someone could
Right.
even choose to start a crazy price of like $30 per Hedron, which would be crazy, but then it would potentially incur a high tax, you know, a higher value taxable event for everybody if they minted. So, you know,
Okay.
likewise, somebody could make the price like 17 zeros and a one. So, you
Yeah.
know, it just depends who gets to that pool first and whoever creates that first ratio in the pool.
Okay. So if you want, let's say Hedron started off at some crazy price. There's no way you pay the taxes. You could always just claim instead of mint. Is that true?
Exactly, yes. So
Okay.
minting locks in the bonus and mints you everything to date.
Great.
Claiming just locks in the bonus and defers the minting, essentially kicking the can down the road to the next time that you choose to mint.
Okay. Thank you.
No worries. I'm just here doing some work, but if anybody else has any questions, you know, even on the basic functionalities or an overview of everything, just please let me know.
What I noticed about Hedron is that I was looking at the B share price. I know it's elementary now, but everybody talked about the B share. Like, well, B shares are about $5. But it's $5,000, on it for a T share. But so I'm more now looking at like just might as well just get more B shares, and I'm just looking at the B share price, even though I can get T shares. You know what I mean? It's neat that we got it broken down. Hedron's gotten it in a B share frame of mind instead of a T share frame of mind. It makes it more doable for everybody, which is cool, more inclusive.
Yeah, I looked at that yesterday, Ryan, right? And I thought, well, the T-share rate has done, the T-share price is done 10,000x. I think it was at the start 50 cents, right? When we first launched. So if you think even the price of a B share now compared to a T share 2 years ago, that's still a 10x. And so, like you said, that even like looking at it in T-share terms, we're still a 10x more than we used to be for T-shares, and then 10,000x more than we used to be on T-shares to T-shares. So, definitely, this is why I always want to just bank long term on that T-share and just not necessarily bank on it or bet on it, but just make it work for me as much as possible. And if that involves not minting my native stakes, so I can then on a potential AMR. Pin pose for you. Could you mute your mic, please, buddy? Yeah, so potential AMR bonus being triggered in the future, then it'll be a lot more lucrative or a lot more beneficial in terms of Hedron. just because I've kind of delayed that mintability and delayed that gratification, which we're already doing. We already staked for long. We already staked for 15 years, some of us, because of that. So it just exponentially increases the benefit that we derive from those T-shares.
I mean, we're spoiled with the yield that we're gonna be making, man. It's not even right, but it feels so good, doesn't it? It
The
feels
ninth,
so good.
the ninth a few days ago said to me, so Hex is like the mini bar, and then Hedron is like the members bar or the full bar, or sorry, he said Hex is like the wine bar in the golf course, and then Hedron is like the members bar, and I just love that analogy. But that's definitely right, man. You're right.
Two different classes, man. But you go into the same school system here. We're we're in an ecosystem that has like a parallel system, but it's all in the same school. That we going to get our PhD at Hedron. We got our masters at Hex. It's a staking class, Hedron class, Hex class. It's all the stakes, man. I mean, it's just you have to have a brain to wrap yourself around this stuff, but it's when you start getting into it, man, it's not that bad. It just seems fun, and because Hex can get stale when you just you're just waiting, and delaying. But now we can gamify our waiting game. We're gonna gamify the waiting game, so to say, right? It seems like that's what we're doing.
I'm gonna update Combat with the little analogy right now. Give me 2 minutes, and you can run the trigger just so you can see it.
So when say an ETH Hedron pool starts, whoever makes it, whoever gets there first, or whoever has the privy to do it, or whatever. But then say you and I, we can just add to that same pool, and just keep adding value to that pool, or we can just make another pool. And is it all going to be under one pool, or a bunch of mini pools, or how does that work in that situation?
Yeah. So with the with the pool at the start, like personally, the route I'll choose is Hedron ETH, and that's kind of just because the AMM bot will then purchase the pool at launch, and then just kind of have that locked value on Pulsechain. And so, that's just so good for the system in general, so good for Pulsechain, so good for PulseX, and for every token, including Hedron in this example. So I kind of see it, yes, we're going to get all of our Hedron bought out, which I guess could be seen as a short-term loss, but then that'll be for the long-term gain of the fact that there's so much benefit derived from the fact that liquidity can never be removed, that the price can never trade to zero. So over on the Pulsechain side, then we'll have locked liquidity, kind of owned by the bot and by the protocol, so to speak. So I'm personally going to choose Hedron ETH, and then perhaps post fork, then even add to that, mirrored image of Hedron Pulse. But then, with the eHedron, pHedron, chuck that into a pool. The only thing I probably won't do, maybe a bit of USDC as well. Maybe bridge some USDC over onto Pulse, and then have Hedron versus EUSDC. But what I probably won't do is Hedron Hex, because that's just gonna, the more people that add to that, the more people will arbitrage those two. And that's kind of what we don't want. Like it'll kind of probably be negative for Hex because of the arbitrage opportunity that it could potentially and probably will create. So yeah, Hedron ETH, and then probably E Hedron, P Hedron for me.
Oh, not Hedron Pulse.
Yeah, so a mirror image of that, because obviously it'll get copied over onto the Pulse chain, right? So our Hedron ETH will become Hedron Pulse. So
okay, got it. I got you. And then a stable coin would be Wise, like Hex USD. And, you got the biggest pool of Hex and liquidity is the USDC pair. So in that way, it won't fluctuate so much based on, it won't be held captive to the big swings of ETH and BTC. That's what's beautiful about Hex is that, we have more stability when the market's all crazy because we have that major USDC stable coin pair. So you want to mimic that success that's been done in Richard Hart's way of doing it, that we can learn from him and create that made maybe the USDC or whatever stable coin it is going to be legit inside our Pulse chain ecosystem. Whatever that stable coin is, that's the one that we want. I mean, it could be DAI. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it could be USDL. I don't want to be talking too much, but it could be whatever stable coin would be. It would be smart to have because of the major fluctuations. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think like if the fork wasn't happening, I would just jump into a Hedron USDC pool from the get-go for that same reason. But it's just because of the ability to have the Hedron paired with the native coin of Pulse Chain, and to have the AMM bot owning that liquidity, even though for the liquidity providers it's not the best of deals, right? I think the AMM bot's going to buy like most of the liquidity from the pools for around like $7,000 or $8,000 worth of Pulse equivalent. So the AMM bot will be rich, and not so much for the liquidity providers. But again, I see it as a short-term loss, not necessarily a loss, right? Because we're going to be generating fees from these pools. But a short-term loss for a long-term gain, and great. This liquidity is locked and it can't ever trade to zero, so we feel more confident. And that goes for every coin on Pulse Chain. Hex, Sheep, whatever else that people want to trade, they'll be locked with the someone just put a license plate.
So it's best to wait on what stability coin is gonna, if it's gonna be the USDC, gonna be the main stable coin on Pulse, then you could start that liquidity pool on Pulse chain, and then of course if you want to do it on Ethereum side, it seems like the liquidity pools that starts out with will be the Pulse Hedron, and then when Pulse chain mainnet comes out, then the stability pool coin will be chosen, which could be USDC, because we don't know if they're going to give lock that value if Circle does the kill switch and doesn't honor the value, or the value is not true peg dollar to dollar. So we have to wait to see about what stability is going to be the coin on Pulse chain. Isn't that right?
Yeah, and that's another reason why I would stay away in the early days from Hedron USDC, just because I don't want to get that copied over. So I'd rather get Hedron ETH copied over. The liquidity is then paid against the native coin and owned by the protocol, and then from there I can bridge some USDC over onto Pulse chain, and then I have Hedron EUSDC or whatever other stable, like you said, is the prominent one on Pulse chain.
And what the stability provider will be getting these little small fees paid in the native Pulse coin, but who knows what the impermanent loss is going to be. It's probably going to be a lot of Hedron permanently being the impermanent loss, possibly. I just don't know. I mean, it seems like people will be cashing out early on the Hedron, therefore you're losing your impermanent loss right on Hedron, but you're gaining your Pulse. bags. But yeah, that
Yeah, and
impermanent loss situation, you know, you got to be careful.
And imagine this, right? This is something I thought of, like a bit of like a thought experiment. Imagine, hypothetically, Uniswap existed from the inception of ETH. So as soon as the Ethereum network launched, there was a Uniswap. And let's say you just provided liquidity for one day only. And on that day, you made $30 worth of fees in ETH, right? And then you're like, oh, I want to give up this. Like, I don't care about this. I've made $30 only. This is rubbish, right? And then that day you would have made 100 ETH coins, right? So then you fast forward to now, or like maybe a couple of weeks ago when we were at 4K per ETH, that's $400,000 that you intrinsically made that day because you held the bag, right? So I kind of see that as the chance now, because this is now, you know, the EVM is going to launch, and the users, I kind of see the coins and the tokens as the users, because somebody owns that, right? Somebody can come and use that on the chain. So the liquidity pools will be there, which is kind of like you know, that's the most used stuff, right? People use these liquidity pools day in, day out. And so that's already there. The infrastructure is already there. The cheap fees are already there. The users are already there. So now a liquidity provider makes the same, right? Whatever you make that day, you know, the higher the price of Pulse, the less units of Pulse you get for the same fee. So a $10 fee at 10-cent Pulse would be more units than a $10 fee at $1 Pulse, obviously. So you, in that same analogy of, you know, making $30 of fees when ETH was 30 cents per ETH, and you'd have, you know, 100 units. Like, that's what I intend to do, accrue as much of this Pulse as possible via fees. So then out into the future, 5, 10, 15 years, perhaps even, you know, when we're kind of given these tokens and coins to our children, perhaps it's like exponentially more beneficial per day now, because you held on to it for that such a, you know, a long period of time. So I just see it as a second chance to kind of, you know, and it's not even a second chance because Uniswap didn't exist for years after Ethereum being launched, but it's kind of like now we have the opportunity to see what it would have been like to just provide liquidity day one of Ethereum.
Yeah.
In
So
that example.
Pulse, and we're talking about PulseX DEX is where you're providing the liquidity for Hedron / ETH pair to but when you say Uniswap, I'm thinking of PulseX. That's the same thing. But we will have from day one the DEX PulseX, and you're gonna sling some money into there, and as those fees are so small and the Pulse native token is so little value, but like flash forward 5 years from now and say Pulse is $1.50, and you know you're getting those units. Yeah, I want to see Pulse $1. You know, that's 10,000x, man. And you know, that's like, damn, just $1 Pulse. Then flash forward another 3 or 4 years, it's $50 Pulse. What the fuck? $50 Pulse? That's 50,000x or 5,000,000%. You know what I'm saying? But when you say $5 ETH, damn, dude, $5 ETH. The cheapest I bought ETH ever was back in the days of Hex, 2019, early days of Hex. I was getting $100 to $120 ETH, and now, you know, and people, you know, that's, I mean, but $5 Pulse. Imagine $5 ETH, $100 ETH. So $1 Pulse, that's $1 Pulse or $5 Pulse. That's cheap. You know what I'm saying? You know, and then we're salivating over Pulse being $1. We're salivating over Pulse being $5. But imagine what we know now. Imagine people be salivating over ETH being $1 or $5. It's just so crazy, man. We're in so early. It's not even funny. You know, it's so crazy. I mean, what are we gonna do?
I love your laugh. That's a proper money laugh.
I mean, it's so damn. We just got to keep it simple. But dude, it mind blows our brain with these X's. I mean, yeah. I'm not getting cocky. I'm just so thankful that it's just crazy the potential. and that just keeps on like you got to keep yourself secure and all this stuff. Our security is like first and foremost because the value is going to be there. You just got to protect it as much as you possibly humanly can, you know. And we're the bank, man. We are the bank.
I was just wondering, how come on the Hedron DApp on Pulse Testnet, the bonus multiplier does not say 10? Is there a reason it's less than that?
Yeah, that's just because the testnet was launched, I believe, 2 weeks before the end of the year, and
Oh, I
so
see.
it's already X amount of days into the bonus phase, if you like. But there's going to be a new iteration of the testnet launched in the next, I believe, few days or week or so.
Okay.
And that will just have all the latest updates that Alex has done to the protocol. So you'll have another chance to get into the testnet with that 10x bonus.
When I mint the Hedron, which I'm about to do, in fact, it'll go into my wallet. How will I add it to MetaMask? What contract address where will I find that?
Yeah, so there's a little button that says Add to MetaMask in the DApp
Yeah.
at the top on the menu. So if you just click Add to MetaMask,
Oh,
then it'll
okay.
add that. It'll automatically add that for you.
Okay, thank you.
You know what? I'm thinking about doing a TikTok. I don't think anybody's done Hedron TikTok yet. I got to check, but
Yes, sir.
I got to do a little
Go ahead.
TikTok action.
We'll add
I'm
it
trying
to
to
the social.
yeah. I'm trying to formulate the concept that I'm trying to describe. Are we trying to drive? We're trying to drive a class of folks that want to borrow our Hedron so we can get our AMR. I can't go that. I mean that's savage. I think I got to come at it as an educational approach, but we're trying to get damn users out here. But
Yeah, so I'd say
it's not a
above
tough
all, we're
sell
just trying to
though.
add optionality. You know, it just provides optionality to hex stakes and hex stakers. That would
Yeah.
be my ultimate elevator, like in a nutshell, right? Optionality to hex stakes and hex stakers. And then, you know, you could talk for hours and all the different, you know, ways we've derived different optionality and different use cases. You know, even like over the past few hours, we've maybe done 15 different versions of something that
Yeah.
you could potentially do to benefit. So yeah,
Yeah.
if that would be awesome. If you did that, we'd add it to so if you do like exclamation links, there's like all links to the different like the website and the socials, but then we could just make a new one for like social, and we could have like all the different like TikToks and
Yeah.
different versions of everything people have got, and you could be the first on there. Then everyone would you you'd
I
be like
know.
The
I'm good.
memer of Pulsechain of Hedron.
The Hedron. Yeah, I think the essence is what we're trying to. Terrence McKenna. I'm a big fan of him. You got to find the simplest way to keep it simple. I mean, if whatever you do, keep it the simplest way, and then you get people to understand. Even though this is fucking complex, but for me to verbalize it, I got to keep it simple. Like you say, it's options. The essence of this is you have a hex staked. What are you going to do with it? You can do anything with it. And the thing is that you have an option to do something with it now because you have Hedron. So I got to just make it simple and stress that you're like an elevator pitch of, what am I supposed to do here? Well, you have a lot of options, but don't get confused with all the options you got. But you got too many options. But no, but you got all it is. I mean, you got money in the bank sitting there that you can mint one day or any day. You have the option. I mean, it's like free money. And so what the hell? I mean, so it's exciting. It's just it's just going to be something that it has to be memed. It has to be a meme replicator over and over, and then this meme will sit in your brain, and then people will get the concept. People are still trying to struggle the concept of T-share. I got that pretty intuitively, but basically after the fact, I got it, but I didn't realize how cheap T-shares were back in day one. The first in the adoption amplifier before big payday. I didn't know. I didn't understand. I understood T-shares, but I didn't understand hex price going up fucking 10,000x. I didn't understand I just didn't understand it. I understand the T-share, but I just didn't know it was going to get out of my hands that fast. So, but people have a hard time understanding the fact that I mean, the opportunity is really right now, and you got to get in early, because if you don't, then it's going to get out of hand again. It's going to get like the T-share price. I mean, and people I think hex users know that the T-share price can get from day one got like you say 50 cents, or in a dollar basically, to now up to 10,000, and went to 10,000 when hex was like 56 cents a hex, and now it's back down to 5,000. But from 50 cents to 10,000, it's like almost like, okay, Bitcoin was 50 cents, and then Bitcoin went to $10, and Bitcoin went to 69K, and so if I can get people to say, hex can be friggin' 10,000 or more a hex, and T-share price can be $1 million a T-share, man. So I gotta emphasize the money, not financial advice, of course. None of this no expectations, none of this. This is all hyperbole. This is all exaggeration here. But I have to make sure that I stress that I'm not trying to counsel anything. But my mind's thinking out loud. Thank you for putting up with me.
Yes, sir. The same with me. Like every day I think of a new use case or a new thought experiment, kind of moon math strategy, and there's just every day somebody says something new that could potentially would this work and would that work, and it's just endless things that you can derive, because there's the three functions in one. And I think at first it was like three separate products that then become they marry together to make Hedron. So we've kind of got the best of three different use cases of using your hex stake to and wrap them all into one. So now you can still use those three things in conjunction with each other, or in cahoots with each other, to give you all those use cases.
Talking about wrappers, the NFT that we will create in the HSI, if you choose to do that option of the three, that wrapper, we make it I don't know if it's individualized wrapper, so we can, when we go to Rarible or whatever decks that is eventually formulated for specifically for NFTs that are used on it by Hex, by Hedron to make. But like if we gamify these wrappers or we get artistic with these wrappers on the NFT, I'm talking about the NFT is wrapped, but we don't want it plain Jane. We want it to be Bree style. We want it to be Ryan style. We want it to be your style. But we want to we want to use as marketing. If we go to OpenSea or Rarible and we see all this Hex shit going on, and we're the biggest friggin' NFT by the most locked up value on the NFT marketplace, people that playing NFT games with JPEG bullshit, they see a legit financial product that is an NFT, but looks like the monkey, so to say, that people like to play monkey games, but we're marketing Hex, and people will learn about Hex even though it's Hedron. So I'm just saying that's a feedback loop of marketing by using that wrapper creatively or artistically to show the world what the hell is this, why there's so much Hex value, what is going on, man. So I'm saying the wrapping mechanism with this Hedron HSI, I would like to see it be a flexibility where we can have either a standard approach that everybody can agree that would be great, or an individual artistic approach with this wrapper that when we go on Rarible and we list it to market, to sell, that the more of us doing this, the more value it adds intrinsically, because it's putting in the mind's eye that this has value and there's so much of it and there's so much value and money behind it that, hell, I want to make some HSI tokenized versions of my stake. But, visually we need to promote it by having something catchy or multiple things. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think Alex is looking at different ways. Like I had somebody like make something basic just to get the concept down, but the quality of the actual end product wasn't the best. But that's the kind of concept that I think Alex wants. Just something clean, basic, but awesome, like you're saying. So the actual NFTs themselves can have some kind of image and not just be, blank. But the actual value of the NFT is still what it, represents ownership of, which is the stake.
Yeah.
And our locked value essentially.
We want eye candy. The value will be there. It'll add up. We want to be in Rarible, the first choice NFT, the most value locked up. Bam, right? I want them to accumulate. Like, if there's 100 of them, then there's a marketplace of 100 of all those NFTs that are tokenized based on the HSI Hedron contract. But when you open up that pool of all those NFTs, say there's 100 loaded up on Rarible of all these tokenized versions of all these stakes, then are they all going to be standard, all black, blah 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 blah, all black? Are they going to be all kinds of different colors and different things? And what's the but it may look goofy if there's too many different shapes and sizes, but it's art. NFT is artwork in a sense but this is a financial product, so maybe it needs to be formal and it's not going to be that artistic. But I'm just wanting to maximize the marketing of the visual to get more attention for Hex, because if you get that attention, it's like being on CoinMarketCap, 201, we're not getting recognized. We're not fucking getting respected either. So we want to get recognition, and when we get more recognition, then there's going to be more value created, and then that's going to add up to the bottom line, more demand, and then more people buying. So yeah, I'm just on a rant. I just think it would be great to make that NFT pop, whatever it is, to make it pop out so people can join in on the fun. are these spreadsheets that Bree or whoever's making, are we able to like put in our ETH address or whatever, and it'll populate all our locked stakes that we can then start looking at?
No, I think you'll have to put the variables in manually, so you can kind of mess around with it and see which class of staker you are, like in the league, like like I don't know what the categories are, like the whale, the dolphin, and blah blah blah, and then you can change potential AMR bonuses. So if this was to trigger and I also had this much launch phase bonus locked in, I would be this much better off than if I'd have just minted day one, because I'd be able to mint all of what I haven't yet minted with an AMR bonus compounding with the launch phase bonus. So it's just a way you can get a rough estimate of supply, get a rough estimate of what you're going to get at the start, plus compare that to if you delayed the gratification, and if and when an AMR was triggered, how better off you'd be than just getting that Hedron up front, so to speak.
That's cool. Yeah, I was in here. It was yesterday when Steph from Staker app popped in and everybody was talking and everything. And I like that the door is open. Alex is got the door open to long term if it makes sense for Staker to collaborate and make it where we can have on our phone a built-in mechanism for Hedron in that wallet. So I see that there's open-mindedness, and the bridge there is a possible bridge that can be built, that I can see that there is interest, that as long as there is, a joint effort of being not too maxi on one side, but being able to work together and for the best interest of Hex and best interest of the communities. But I like that, though. I can see there's possibilities there. It's so good to be able to make no animosity, make it a collaboration of like-mindedness, and try to be on the same page, all of us together. We all can get on our tangents and everything, but working together is going to make it more effective with these communities and these products. And there's so much symmetry between with them, so it only makes sense if we can work together and make it into one strong product that we can visually see in one place. Like the Staker app is ideal for Hex. I mean, but if it was all in one thing, if Hedron was in that software system as well, if it goes that route, it would be neat to see it,
Were you two questions there, Ryan? Were you in the chat when Steph popped in? And two, how was the general flow? How was the feel? Did he seem excited by it, or just learning about it? What was the situation?
It was. I was there, and Steph wanted to do some venting. He vented he was on Twitter, and he wanted to stop in and express his desire of making sure that that the community, he wanted to be on the same page and find out information. He wanted intel and make sure that things are good. He wanted to feel out the community and see about what's going on. He wanted to know what's going on, but at the same time, as he was in this conversation in this Telegram channel, I think there was folks in here reassuring him that we have good thought, we have good intentions. Our intentions are pure and good, and we want the best for everything. So I think that's where he was skeptical, very skeptical, but he's still, what I felt that the door's open, and he's open-minded about Hedron in the possibility, because he made a crucial comment. He says, I want to mint some damn fucking Hedron. He didn't say fuck. He said, I even want to mint some. So he's excited by the fact that he could mint Steph. So if he wants to use the product, possibly if he sees himself he's verbalizing to the community, hey, I want to mint to myself. Then that means he sees the potential. Now we as a community, right? We have one of the most important doors open is that app. If we can get into the app, then we will have a huge user base. We'll have the core user base available which is the Hexagon community within the Staker app, and we have access to it. So there is maybe a possibility of that because he wants to use the product or he wants to test it and see if it's how it's going to go. So yeah, but he didn't want animosity. He felt like there was animosity, and I'm not pointing fingers because I didn't read the tweets of what was going on. But he stopped by into the Telegram channel based on things that speculations or hearsays, and he wanted to clear the air. He cleared the air, and I feel like he wants to use the product and test it and see, and then based on the performance, then there might be a collab with Alex and whoever's on the team to make it integrate. And I want to see integration.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, because right now, anybody, am I right in understanding anybody that's made a stake on Staker is not necessarily able to mint Hedron from they can't do it from the Staker app, but could they do it somewhere else, like on Gnosis or something like that?
I don't know. That's really technical. I'm all on legacy. I don't have one thing staked. I only use my Staker app to visualize what's going on, and I use it for knowledge. I haven't done any staking on my Staker app. So
yeah, because in my understanding, and I'm not that technically minded, but my understanding is if people that have done stakes on Staker and are interested in Hedron, that there will be some pressure, no doubt, coming Staker's way from those users going, hey, look, how do I do this? It's just that will be happening.
yeah, if the product is great, then there's going to be a lot of demand, and then we're all going to want to hound people to make it where we can see it. Like, I just love the luxury of being able to go to Staker and look at what's going on with my payouts, even though it's not making them money by me looking only, and not, and it's, but eventually will probably stake a couple things on the app itself. But yeah, if the demand's there, the user count's growing, eventually there'll be fees somehow where it will be a symbiotic. It won't cost Staker money like it's costing them now for people to get smart wallets. It's like they're subsidizing. It's $100 to do make a new wallet, but all you have to do is pay $10. Well, I got in it when it was free. I didn't have to pay at all, but it's still costing them money to make each a wallet. So as long as it doesn't cost them too much and they see long-term benefit, then they'll integrate the Hedron information. But I mean, it's just basically the DApp though is where it's going to be at. The Hedron DApp.
Right, Ryan, did you say you don't have any stakes or anything, or don't own any hex?
Yeah, I have all my stakes on the legacy on go.hex.com. I've done all.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
no, I misunderstood.
but
My bad.
I'm a big fan of the Staker app. Just you go on the Staker app and you put in your address and it populates all your stuff, and then you could look at it and not be worried about it being stolen because it's not on. The security that's in the Staker app is secure, but I never used. I've bought Hex and I bought Ethereum. I've used the smart wallet to buy, but then when I buy, I send it to my my Trezor. I don't just keep it on my smartphone. I buy the stuff on the Staker wallet and then send it over to my my Trezor wallet. You know what I mean? So they've made fees off me. I just haven't done any staking on it.
Okay, no, cool. Thanks.
I tried to mint and I got a failure on the Pulsechain testnet. Does anyone know? When I look at the Pulse Explorer, it says contract call error awaiting internal transactions. I am using a hardware wallet.
If you try and add a 0 to the end of the gas limit, that should that's the problem a few people are having, because MetaMask doesn't have the ability to predict the gas fee on the Pulsechain testnet. So if you just add a 0 to the end of the gas limit, that should do it for you.
Okay, thank you. I'll try that.
Yeah, whenever I added a 0, it always went through afterwards.
Hi, does anybody mind helping me out? I'm just starting to try and get my head around Hedron and understand a bit more about it. I've got some friends who also need some help, but I think I'll be their translator, so I've got to try and get my head around it so that I can in turn help them understand it. But I've got some testnet Pulse and Hex and all sorts of things, but I've gone to use the DApp. Is that fully working? Because it doesn't seem to show a balance for the Hex that I've got liquid on testnet. Am I missing something?
Yeah, so if you go to the deposit button, and you'd have to deposit your Hex into the DApp, the new iteration of the testnet and the mainnet won't have this. You'll be able to stake directly from your wallet. But as of now, because before this was updated, you have to essentially deposit the Hex into the DApp using the deposit. And then once it's in the DApp, you can go ahead and create the HSI stake.
Got you. Okay, cool. Thank you.
No worries, brother.
Another question or a topic for discussion, quick. Do you guys see Hedron slotting into this whole kind of emerging ecosystem? You know, obviously it's built on leveraging Hex, but do you see it kind of slotting into that whole sort of Pulsechain, PulseX, LiquidLoans, all of that sort of stuff, all this kind of big machine that's starting to evolve into a bit of a kind of ecosystem? Do you see it slotting in there? If so, how?
Yeah, so I see it just simply just more optionality for Hex stakes and Hex stakers. So whether or not Pulse would have launched, this was something that was in concept, for the last, since the beginning, really. The creator wanted the optionality for his Hex stakes, and started putting the ideas together kind of 18 months ago, started actually making them a year ago, and then kind of fused them together, 3 different ideas to make Hedron. So it's essentially just an extra dimension or extra layer to Hex. If ETH is layer 1, Ethereum is layer 1, and Hex is layer 2, Hedron's just layer 3. And it could even be room for a layer 4 potentially. So I just see it as building on top of Hex and adding that extra dimension to Hex. So you've got more optionality for your Hex stakes, and different way you can mix and match the different functionalities of Hedron to benefit and derive different use cases that you may have for your specific wants and needs. So that would be the elevator pitch that I would give, of the basic overview of Hedron. But I definitely, see it being at the forefront of, what's to come with Pulsechain. I guess if you want to see it as, slotted into the ecosystem, then sure. But for sure, I definitely think it'll be at the forefront of that. And as a Hex community, we're all invested as stakers in the T-share, right? And Hex Hedron is a proxy to that T-share, just denominated in B shares. So that's the design intention, that it proxies itself to the B share. And obviously, your ability to mint Hedron over time will diminish as less and less B shares become available. With people end staking and restaking, they'll be able to lock up less of those B shares and thus mint less Hedron. So, in a nutshell, that's what I'd give the 1 minute elevator pitch. Was I less than a minute?
That was pretty good. Thank you. Yeah, that's all good food for thought.
Oh, by the way, I added a 0 to gas limit and the mint worked fine. Not only that, it was incredibly cheap, 0.007 test pulse. So it's like I feel I got let out of jail.
Don't commit any crimes, Robert.
Yeah.
I just deposited my hex in the DApp and started a stake, which means it's pending. So I guess once it kicks in, is it the normal sort of midnight pending? Yeah. And then I guess and I can do the minting or whatever else you can do with. What fun things should I do with Hedron just to get a sense of what it's capable of?
So one of the functions you could use now, I believe, is the borrow function. So if you want a kind of rundown of everything you can do, so there's two types of hex staker. One is the native. Let's just give a brief rundown of that, because all they can do is mint. So minting entails simply going to the DApp, connecting your MetaMask wallet, and any stakes that you have, made outside of Hedron.pro will essentially be called native stakes. Based on the B shares those stakes hold and days served of those stakes, you'll be able to mint 1 Hedron per B share per day served. Minting comes with a launch phase bonus. So if you get it in the first 100 days, you'll get a launch phase bonus on top of that base mint. The first 10 days is 10x, next 10 days is 9x, so on and so forth, diminishing 1x per 10 days. So the more you mint, the more days you serve, the more you can mint. That bonus will also stay attached to your stake for the life of that stake. You'll have to mint or claim the bonus per individual stake, but that is a nutshell, a rundown of minting. And then HSI stakes are everything made within the Hedron protocol, and these are essentially wrapped stakes. You still stake directly with the hex contract, but you just using a single use smart contract called a hex stake instance, which then enables the extra optionality on top of minting. So HSI stake owners can also mint just like native stakes, but then they come with the two extra optionalities of tokenizing and borrowing. So tokenize is essentially you hit the tokenize button and it will turn your stake into an NFT essentially, or it will, whoever's holding that NFT will intrinsically own that stake. So it represents ownership of that stake. So then you could take that NFT to the secondary market like Rarible, sell it. The new owner could then detokenize the stake. Detokenize the NFT back into a stake. So that's the tokenize function in a nutshell. And then you've got borrow. And just like minting was based on B shares times days that you've already served of the stake, borrowing is kind of the opposite, in which it's more like an advance on that mint. So it'd be B shares times total days of the stake. So it essentially lets you get any Hedron you'd otherwise be able to get had you have served the days without having to have served them. And it gives you that Hedron as an advance in one lump sum up front, with the requirement to pay back over time in 30-day payment windows with an interest premium attached to that. So that's kind of a rundown in a nutshell, but you could go ahead and tokenize and borrow against that stake. Now I believe you can borrow even if it hasn't ticked over, but then they'll put the stake in a locked state, so you wouldn't be able to end the stake until you repaid what you've borrowed essentially.
That's amazing. Thank you. Your knowledge of this is pretty impressive. It'd be good. I wish I could have just recorded everything you said there. But do you know offhand if there's this sort of information is quite well documented? Because I guess if I could get my hands on the kinds of things you just said and just look over it and over until it properly sinks in, that would be really good. Do you know? Is there good guides and docs or videos even?
Yeah, so if you go to I'm just trying to see a username so I can link you to it. There we go. So if you look in the main chat right now, and it didn't trigger, just a sec. There we go. So if you look in the main chat right now, there's essentially sorry, so we just sent me a message. Yeah, so essentially there's multiple links. If you look at the first one, discussions with hexagons, that's basically on the hedron.pro website and the media. But there's a part 1 and a part 2 with Alex. So part 1's kind of a rundown of the basics, the 3 functionalities we just spoke of, but it goes into depths of those basics over an hour period. And then part 2 is more like the intricacies of how they can be used together and the different game theory that can be derived from using them together. So it's a 2-hour watch in total, part 1 and 2, but that would give you a pretty comprehensive rundown of the whole. And then after that, I find people normally go there and then they have a few more questions, they come back, and then from there you'll be pretty kind of ready to go, so to speak. But as long as you've got the mint function locked down by the time we launch, the rest can be learned in little pieces along the way, so to speak. But that's the basics, the 3 basic functions, and then just how they can be used together to derive different optionalities. To derive different outcomes for different use cases that you may have and that you may need based on your circumstances.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your help. It's been you've taken me from 0 to a lot more close to hero in just a short space of time. So I feel better about things and I can go and digest some more. So thank you very much.
No worries at all. But like I said, if you've got any questions at all, just please come back and feel free to ask.
Absolutely, will do. Thanks a lot.
So like the protocol that when you borrow and you pay the premium fees or the interest, and then they get burnt once they get burnt and everything. But is the protocol building value with those fees that are being paid back?
Yeah, so if you see it like, forget the bonus for a minute, because the bonus is going to last for the length of people's stakes for minting. So if you just see without a bonus, if you can mint 1 Hedron per day and you borrow the equivalent over the whole life of the stake, but then with the borrowing, you have to pay a premium that gets burnt, that'll be a net deflation of the total, right? So there's like a deflationary aspect to borrowing itself. And even with the inflation of minting, the inflation of minting exponentially decreases over time because the ability to mint is primarily based on ownership of T shares denominated in B shares, which themselves are deflating over time. So they'll be, harder and harder to obtain T shares out into the future as the price of T shares in hex value increases. And so it'll be harder to obtain, therefore harder to mint, and your ability to mint Hedron over time will diminish. So they're kind of the deflationary aspects, and the exponential decrease of inflation will kind of work side by side to eventually create more scarcity in the future. And then, like we spoke about earlier with the liquidation auctions, someone's got the ability to essentially overpay, and that also gets burnt. So let's say you owe 10 Hedron on your advance and you went into liquidation. Somebody else comes in, the first person who makes the first bid would pay 10 Hedron for the chance to liquidate you, and that would start the 24-hour auction. Then every bid thereafter would be more than 10. So the second one may be 11, and the third one would have to be more than the second, and so on. So very quickly, these auctions could also ratchet up more deflation over time. That'll also add to the already deflationary aspect of the fact that the premium gets burnt, and the fact that the inflation is always, over time is decreasing. There's actually a chart. Let me see if I can put the chart in there. There's a chart of like mintability over time based on the T shares. Just a sec, give me 2 minutes.
It sounds good. I think my brain is just trying to pinpoint when you do the borrowing, you pay a fee. Like if you use Uniswap protocol, you have to pay them a fee, and if you use Pulsechain, you're paying a transaction fee. And so with Hedron, where is it collecting its money to help it sustain the protocol? What fee is it garnishing it from the protocol itself? Is it a transaction fee to be able to use the protocol? Are they? That's where I'm trying to figure out that.
So the protocol itself. So the reason you pay a transaction fee in Uniswap is just because the liquidity provider is providing you the liquidity, right? So just like from your point of view, you're swapping, nobody can kind of stop that swap happening. And in the traditional sense, you'd go to a centralized exchange and they're kind of running a business, so they charge you a fee. With Uniswap, it's kind of like, just like you can go in and provide that or get that ability to swap without anybody being able to stop that. And, you have freedom, so to speak, in that realm. Liquidity providers have the same freedoms. They can provide liquidity with that same concept. So you're essentially just paying a fee to the liquidity providers for the service of them providing you the liquidity. So that's kind of where the fee comes in. Similarly to like on Pulsechain or PulseX, it's going to be like, there's a 0.3% fee in Uniswap. There'll be a 0.29% fee in PulseX, and then some of that fee will be used to buy back PulseX and burn it. So it's just that the fees, a liquidity providing fee in Uniswap, more so than it is like in the traditional sense of the actual company gets a fee. So Hedron itself, and like the creators of Hedron, won't derive any benefit whatsoever from. Sorry, just a sec. My headphone just. Sorry, just a sec. Yeah, so Hedron, the company itself, the creators themselves won't derive any benefit from the borrowing, the minting. It'll just be you in the contract, essentially, just like in Hex or just like in any other decentralized environment.
That's cool. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I've got that chart, Ryan. I'll put it in the chat now. So that's the ability to mint Hedron over time, over 15 years, down into the right, just like we like it.
Yeah, the longer you wait, man, that rate is just like a, you know, a hockey stick and a reverse hockey stick. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's wow, the scarcity and the amount that you have to you know, play the game the way you need to play it, man.
And that's just on the minting. That doesn't take into consideration the delta of, you know, the difference between what needs to be paid off to liquidate somebody and what the end winning bid ends up being. The difference between that will be will be another deflationary aspect on top of the fact that premiums on top of borrowed Hedron get burned. So that's just the mintability factor over time. So again, combine them all together, and it's almost like, right, I was thinking about this a few days ago. Even the basic functions, you know, they can be used together to derive different outcomes, but then even the outcomes of those basic functions are almost working together to simulate this positive feedback loop, you know, like the exponential decrease of deflation and the the exponential decrease of inflation and the deflationary aspects of the borrow and the liquidation auctions. They also work together to create these positive feedback loops. So dude, there's just so much game theory. Like we've spoke for like how many hours now of just, you know, little sections of, hey, what about this, what about that, and we're only just still scratching the surface, right? Imagine, you know, with hacks it was kind of the same, right? Like everybody at first jumped in, did some stakes, and I know a lot of people, including myself, I had 2 stakes that weren't 5555. They were I think maybe just a little bit after big payday, but I emergency end staked them and then restaked them for 5555, just because I thought, well, if I'm already delaying all of this gratification, right? I might as well do the rest, you know, like go the whole hog and kind of bundle it all together and make a kind of juicy. You know, I did separate the stakes, but I kind of had them all 5555. I think I've got one, perhaps 13 years, I think. So yeah, it's kind of like the same kind of game theory. And once the just like Hex, once the switch goes off in the head and we have that aha moment, we're all kind of, you know, like our like we are now, like the alarm bells start ringing. or the wedding bells, and you know, it's just amazing, dude. Like I'm a hex maxi, I'm a Richard Hart maxi, and this kind of adds to that. I feel if that's even a thing, right? If that even makes sense.
Yeah,
But
it adds more intensity to this whole ecosystem. It gets really more sticky and more addicting to play the game the right way and have the right behavior, or the smartest behaviors, um, to succeed and make your dreams come true.
for sure, if Tisha is a king, Hedron's a proxy to that king.
Is anyone there for a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I just created an instance stake in the DApp. And I see stake type instance and all the other stuff. But where can I see like accrued interest and any kind of that data? Go.hex.com is no indication of a stake. So I'm wondering, is that information available?
Yeah, so right now it's not, but I either on the next iteration of the test DApp or on the mainnet DApp, there will be a toggle switch. You can go over and kind of toggle between the state of your Hedron stuff within your stake and then the state of your Hex side of things. So you can see the mintable days on the Hedron side and then maybe the accrued interest per day in Hex on the Hex side. But there'll definitely be a way for you to see both
Okay.
upon launch.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. I'll actually ask Alex that now because but I am sure I did ask it. That was one of the first things I asked when I but I'll make sure that's going to be available at launch.
Okay.
Hey James, back to your Excel sheet. I haven't looked at my phone.
I'm driving. I can't look at that.
Yeah, it looks like a beautiful spreadsheet. Is that available?
Yeah, just he has it on a website. Like you can click on his just ask him, DM me and send it to you if he's not listening.
What is it?
It's a haunted strategy on steroids.
It gets better.
You can have different plays like by the dip, the Excel sheet, and other plays. Like when you want to extract value, you can put a value that you want to extract every now and then it sort of corrects itself to go back to 1,000% collateral and things like that.
So you said, did you say this was being made available?
If he's listening up, he has made it available. Yes. I shouldn't speak on his behalf, but maybe DM him and ask him. But it is available. He has shared it before, so I don't see why he won't. You can always post it in. I think a previous version was pinned in the chat from memory. I'm not 100%, but I think there was. He's typing, so I'm guessing he's pinned it. Yep, there you go. His mic's not working, but he's put it into the chat if you want to have it.
Thank you.
Thanks, James.
I just saved the address to my saved messages in Telegram, so now I can always go back to it.
Yeah. I'd like to hear more about the spreadsheet. You're going to have to be descriptive because I am driving. I can't look at it right now. I just need the theory behind it.